Hello, hello, hello. Nah. Um, Thank you. Oh, let's see whose bar mitzvah or wedding we're looking at today. It is the wedding of Amy and Kevin Hurwitz. Yes. My daughter and son-in-law. 1999. 1989? No, 99. I still have a whole box of ones from our wedding. Our color was blue. Her twin sister probably, but she got married. That's awesome. When's my tire? Where's? Yeah. You can ask us. Fire or no fire? Oh, like fire. We need fire. Yeah, that's Chance. Well, I think she's speaking this afternoon, but Emily at school. I'm, you know, I think if her organization would be well suited to co-sponsor this kind of event. Yeah. Um, yeah, I just need to realize until we all gave that JCRC wasn't going to be involved. Yeah. That too will see realize. Okay. Realize people sure. Well, so let's start with how many pages? Is this the 251 pages? No, I'm not sure. Oh, the 87. Well, that one's 87, but that's maybe that's more. Yeah, that's more. Also, it's not an order. The 3 of 87. This page is 1 and 2. Oh no, here's page 1. 1 and 2 no, no. These are also children. Those are older children. This is those children are just those. It's like information the team. All right. Well, we'll do this one. No, sorry, duplicate. Yes, please. That'd be good. I don't need read AI meeting notes in this meeting. Let's just put you in the waiting room. A camera on the speakers. Just what's on here. So people on Zoom. No. I'm for the live speakers in the morning. Or is there going to be someone a camera on you and the other speakers? Come here. Oh, it'll be right here. But it's not. You want it to show there? Oh, that would be great, but I don't think so. Yeah, okay. So it's on Zoom. So okay. People can only see the person speaking, but there's nobody here yet. There's nobody here. And I don't expect that we're going to have a ton of people on here. So. In the waiting room? Yeah. Yeah. Well, or watching online. Watching. Yeah. Probably. Okay. One more question. Yes. This is going to be recorded. It is being recorded. Okay. Great. The Zoom is being recorded. Great. Yeah, Lee asked me that. I wasn't sure. Mm-hmm. How do I see? Would I get some kind of notification if there's somebody in the waiting room? Is that going to be room for this list up here? Well, yeah, this doesn't need to be. Okay, you have the poem. I do. Yeah, I've got 2 copies. Yeah, one for me and one for analysts. Jackie indicated that if the plan is to read the poem, she probably will want to do it during her time of reading names. Okay. So, what time is she reading? She will be this next reader after Jackie. After Jackie? After you. Okay. So that's fine. So we need to, if you want, you need to read the name and read the poem in English before or after her. Before her, I could jump in right after Jackie. However you're going to handle it. That is fine. See, I don't know how I see. I don't have anybody in the waiting room as far as I can tell. You want the list up there? The list is here. Oh, the reader list? Yeah. No, that's okay. You're gonna get to hear my remarks just by yourself. That's okay. A loud applause. I'm just gonna go ahead and start. Good morning. We gather here today in remembrance on Yom HaShoah to honor the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. But today we do something more specific, more personal.
We remember not only the number, but the names. As the poem Zelda says, unto every person there is a name given by God and given by their parents. Each name we will hear today belonged to a person who lived a life, who was part of a family, who was part of a world. And that is the focus of this year's theme, the Jewish family during the Holocaust. Before the outbreak of the war, the Jewish family was a source of stability, identity, and continuity. Parents worked, children learned, traditions were passed from generation to generation. Families gathered for meals and for holidays, for ordinary moments that gave life meaning. Then, in what history records, but the human mind struggles to comprehend, that world was shattered. Families were torn apart, first by laws, then by violence, then by deportation and murder. Fathers were taken for forced labor. Mothers were left to hold families together under impossible conditions. Children who have been playing, learning, growing were forced into survival. Some became smugglers, some became caretakers, all lost their childhood. One survivor recalled the moment they first wore the yellow star and said, that same day I stopped being a child. And yet, even in ghettos, even in camps, even in hiding, families tried to remain families. They gathered for meals even when there was almost no food. They tried to preserve dignity even when stripped of everything. They created moments of normalcy in a world that had lost all sense of normal. In the Warsaw Ghetto, one father described a Passover Seder held in defiance of despair. Outside, death was ever present, but inside, for a fleeting moment, there was still the warmth and the connection and family. The family became both a refuge and at times a source of unbearable anguish. Because one of the cruelest realities of the Holocaust was this: sometimes survive, families had to separate. Parents faced impossible decisions, choices no human should ever have to make. This is true in my own family, as my grandfather's relatives were split up. To hold on to their children and risk death together, or to send them away alone into uncertainty in the hope that they might live. One mother told her child, you must survive. You must tell the world what happened. These were acts not of abandonment, but of unimaginable courage and love. And yet, for most families, whether they stayed together or were torn apart, the outcome was the same: entire families annihilated. Not just individuals, but parents, children, grandparents, entire generations, entire lineages, entire worlds. This is what we must understand today. When we say a name, we are not only remembering one person, we are remembering a family, a history, a future that never had a chance to unfold. And still, even in the face of such devastation, something endured. Human connection endures. Care for one another endures. The instinct to form family, even among strangers, endures. In camps and forests, people created new bonds, new families to survive one more day. And after the war, those who survived searched for loved ones. And when they could not find them, they built new families and built families again. That act of rebuilding of the Jewish family life was itself an act of defiance. Because the Nazis sought not only to destroy Jewish lives, but to erase their memory, to reduce human beings to ashes and anonymity. And we refuse. By reciting the names, we restore identity, we restore dignity, we restore humanity. Each name spoken today pushes back against the oblivion. Each name says this person lived, they mattered, they were loved, they belonged to a family, and they will not be forgotten. As we listen to the names, let us try, however imperfectly, to imagine the lives behind them. A child at a family table, a mother comforting her son, a father walking his daughter to school, a grandmother holding her family together at meals. Not statistics, not abstractions, but people. Each one an entire world. May their memories be a blessing, and may our act of remembering ensure that their names and the families they belong to live on forever. This is now my 6th year of being involved with unto every person there is a name. And each year, I'm just so moved by how powerful and meaningful just the act of reading these names is. From my own family's experience, but also to that I hope that I can pass this on to my children as well. For those of you on Zoom this morning, our program is being recorded, and we will share the link out to everybody who signed up to read names today, as well as to everybody on Zoom. So everyone will have an opportunity to have this for the future as well. My daughters are 10 and 6, and my 10-year-old is actually learning about the Holocaust right now in a limited capacity in her school. She's in the 4th grade in a public school here in Georgia. And I was just blown away at the things that she told me that she was going to tell her teacher if her teacher got anything wrong, which I thought was very funny. But I'm really glad that we are here today and remembering the 6 million, and we will start by reading their names. So I'm going to take the first slot reading, and then I'm going to invite others up to speak as well. As a reminder, as we read the names, we're going to read first and last name, the age of the victim, and the place that they died, and the year that they died. Is that correct, Terry? The place, not the year. Okay. Adele Adler, age 6, Auschwitz. Andre Adler, age 11, Auschwitz. Gino Adler, age 4, Auschwitz. Laszlo Adler, age 12, Auschwitz. Marianne Adler, age 10, Auschwitz. Otto Adler, age 6, Auschwitz. Wolf Adler, age 17, Auschwitz. Yitzhak Aharonovitz, age 12, Auschwitz. Raketa Alaluf, age 7, Auschwitz. Moses Alba, age 12, Grovno Volin, Poland. Daniil Altrovich, age 6, Auschwitz. Luba Alterkovsky, age 7, Jerzhink, Zhytomyr, Ukraine. Sioma Alterkovsky, age 4, Ukraine. Aniko Altman, age 11, Auschwitz. Anshel Altman, age 2, Poland. Bela Altman, age 2, Treblinka. Ephraim Altman, age 5, Treblinka. Yakov Altman, age 16, Poland. Malka Altman, age 10, Treblinka. Shmuel Altman, age 16, Treblinka. Srulik Altman, age 14, Treblinka. Tibor Altman, age 13, Auschwitz. Hans Ament, age 10, Auschwitz. Yom Tov Angel, age 16, unknown. Nelly Apter, age 11, Latvia. Betia Arbitman, age 17, Ukraine. Riva Arbitman, age 17, Ukraine. Kana Arensberg, age 15, Latvia. Gunther Aaron, age 6, Auschwitz. Hans Aaron, age 11, Auschwitz. Ilona Aaron, age 11, Auschwitz. Agnes Aronowitz, age 8, Auschwitz. Albert Aronowitz, age 10, Auschwitz. Clement Aronowitz, age 12, Auschwitz. Helene Aronowitz, age 15, Auschwitz. Kalman Aronowitz, age 13, Auschwitz. Ninette Arouse, age 14, Auschwitz. Vova Oz, age 7, Belarusia. Eliezer Asher, age 8, Poland. Itali Asner, age 10, Poland. Solomon Atzlander, age 8, Auschwitz. Erzsébet Auschwitz, age 7, Poland. David Auslander, age 10, Majdanek. Herman Auslander, age 12, Majdanek. Mendel Auslander, age 17, Auschwitz. Rachel Auslander, age 12, Auschwitz. Edith Auspitz, age 9, Poland. Noemi Austerlitz, age 12, Auschwitz. Esther Averbuch, age 17, Romania. Manya Averbuch, age 13, Ukraine. Nora Bag, age 5, Latvia. Frida Bain, age 5, Majdanek. Menachem Bakon, age 15, Auschwitz. Eva Balan, age 6, Auschwitz. Peter Balan, age 13, Auschwitz. Lizer Balsam, age 13, Chelmno. Dora Bank, age 7, Minsk, Belarusia. Sophia Bank, age 1, Minsk, Belarusia. Galina Bankin, age 17, Bagorovo, Krim, Russia. Judith Bardos, age 8, Auschwitz. Vera Bardos, age 15, Auschwitz. And Oxy Barth, age 8, Auschwitz. All right. I'm going to pause there and invite our next speaker up. All right. It's set up right there. Okay. Thank you.
Chaplain Allen, Chief of Staff for the Israeli Consulate. It's a privilege and an honor to be here today to help read and to know that I've been doing this since the beginning. Pesha Benson, 15, Kupika, Minsk, Belarus. Mirjam Bennett, 6, Auschwitz. Risa Bennett, 12, Poland. Berechesvetsky Anityu, 7, Ukraine. Boris Bernstein, 17, Odessa, Ukraine. Vega Bernstein, 15, Koretz, Poland. Sonia Bergelson, 1 year old, Ukraine. Burley Bergen, 5, Auschwitz. Edith Berger, 12, Auschwitz. Eva Berger, 9, Ukraine. Clara Berger, 17, Ukraine. Clara Berger, 14, Auschwitz. Misha Berger, 11, Odessa, Ukraine. Misha Berger, 4, Odessa, Ukraine. Shulem Berger, 3 years old, Auschwitz. Isaiah Berry, 6, Odessa, Ukraine. Abraham Birkin, 10, Auschwitz. Moshe Birkin, 4, Auschwitz. Rosa Berkovich, 12, Odessa, Ukraine. Berkovitz, Esther Berkovitz, 16, Auschwitz. Fermit Berkowitz, 12, Auschwitz. Janetta Berkovitz, 13, Auschwitz. Miriam Berkovitz, 1 year old, Czechoslovakia. Moshe Berkovitz, Auschwitz. Shefra Berkowitz, Auschwitz. Fega Berkowitz, 17, Auschwitz. Ela Berkowitz, 10, Treblinka. Rivka Berkowitz, 8, Treblinka. Yechezko Berkowitz, 15, Auschwitz. David Berliner, 17, Poland. Died in Auschwitz. Marta Berliner, 1 year old, Auschwitz. Yaakov Berliner, 4, Auschwitz. Raya Berlant, 7, Ukraine. Yosef Berman, 15, Poland. Hildy Berman, 16, Sobibor. Simone Bernstein, 7, Ukraine. Chaya Bernstein, 8, Poland. Josef Bernstein, 14, Poland. Friedel Better, 3 year old, Ukraine. Fredel Better, 5, Ukraine. Rivka Better, 14, Ukraine. Rudy Better, 17, Ukraine. Yitzhak Better, 8, Ukraine. Jindrek Butler, Auschwitz. Vaela Byler, 4, Poland. Chaim Baliogard, 17, Lodz, Poland. Danusia Bilirod, 5, Poland. Zvivik, 10, Auschwitz. Zulimet Builder, 15, Poland. Robert Birnbaum, 13, Auschwitz. Tamara Berger, Ukraine. Yecho Birkin, 5, Latvia. Veronica Birnbaum, 4, Hungary. Arka Bittman, 7, Ukraine. Bella Balafeder, 10, Treblinka. Hannah Balafeder, 12, Treblinka. Hannah Balfeder, 7, Treblinka. Hannah Balfeder, 6, Treblinka. Moshe Balfeder, 9, Treblinka. Shlomo Balfeder, 8, Treblinka. Lena Blank, 3, USSR. Blank Istavan Blankenberg, 2, Auschwitz. Armin Blau, 14, Auschwitz. Sarah Lau, 12, Auschwitz. Samuel Blesher, 12, Belzec. Herschel Black, 12, USSR. Nina Black, 6, USSR. Beta Blech, 4, USSR. Raya Blech, 4, USSR. Shmlia Belk, 17, USSR. Yaakov Blechman, 8, USSR. Jacqueline Billenbaum, 6, Auschwitz. Bojezek Billenbaum, Auschwitz. Emmanuel Bloch, 3, Treblinka. Esther Bloch, 12, Treblinka. Fila Bloch, 14, Treblinka. Kaya Bloch, 10, Treblinka. Bella Bloom, 15, Chelmano. Vera Bloom, Auschwitz, 13. Avram Bloomberg, 11, USSR. Harry Bloomfruits, 17, Poland. Shaul Blumenkrank, 12, Poland. Viola Blumenschien, 12, Auschwitz. Heinz Blumenthal, 17, Auschwitz. Solomon Bleicher, 12, USSR. Mimi Bach, 15, Danzig. Rachel Bach, 13, Auschwitz. Basia Bogard, 16, USSR. Liob Horachener, 1, Auschwitz. Sira Horachener, 6, Auschwitz. Shmechel Bohorananu, 15, Auschwitz. Chona Boiko, 14, Romania. Abba Boiman, 1, Treblinka. Menina Bombas, 7, Chelmano. Taub Bombas, 3, Chelmano. Favia Borichai, 16, Poland. Judith Borenstein, 10, Auschwitz. Alinka Borenstein, 6, Poland. Felicia Borenstein, 15, Belzec. Israel Borenstein, 14, Germany. Laja Borenstein, 9, Auschwitz. Lajazir Borenstein, 8, Poland. Mordechai Borenstein, 14, Auschwitz. Motek Borenstein, 7, Belzec. Tobia Borenstein, 12, Belzec. Tibor Borenstein, 17, Auschwitz. Hertha Boss, 14, Auschwitz. Gutek Bram, 6, Helmano. Shalom Bram, 10, Helmano. Renee Brandis, 12, Auschwitz. Renee Brandis, 12, Auschwitz. Shalima Brandis, 11, Odessa. Israel Barat, 9, Auschwitz. Aliza Braun, 16, Auschwitz. Binem Braun, 12, Treblinka. Edith Bram, 14, Auschwitz. Jacob Braun, 7, Poland. Monique Braun, 11, Auschwitz. Rebecca Braun, 4 years old, Poland. Boriska Brenner, 8, Auschwitz. Ersi Brenner, 17, Auschwitz. Istvan Brenner, 10, Auschwitz. Marty Brenner, 6, Auschwitz. Iraka Bitterman, 17, Treblinka. Haja Brenner, 15, Belzec. Larissa Ricker, 3, USSR. Sarah Breaker, 5, USSR. Rise Brill, 17, Poland. Meyer Brill, 6, Germany. Musia Brillion, 17, Belarusa, USSR. Etia Brumberg, 11, Ukraine. Chaim Bornberg, 7, Odessa, Ukraine. Akiva Born, 12, Auschwitz. Kisil Bronner, 10, Auschwitz. Basia Bronfield, 4, Ukraine. Tatiana Bronfield, 1, Ukraine. Frida Bronner, 14, Auschwitz. Connie Bronstein, 16, Transnistria. Nuchem Bronstein, 16, Transnistria. Borio Borover, 17, Ukraine. Musia Borover, 15, Odessa, Ukraine. Aniko Brust, 16, Hungary. Pearl Bruziskia, 5, Poland. Welwil Brio, 8, Poland. Edith Bushbaum, Auschwitz. Vilmos Bushbaum, 14, Auschwitz. Daniel Buchenwald, 8, Auschwitz. Shimon Budman, 10, USSR. Leonid Buchenbinder, Ukraine. Bronislav Borkovsky, Ukraine, USSR. Maria Bordeaux, 12, USSR. Noyach Brunstein, 14, Ukraine. Yosef Haikin, 16, Lithuania. Azik Chaimovik, 11 years old, Auschwitz. Hana Chaimovich, 9, Auschwitz. Sarah Chaimovich, 17, Auschwitz. Saba Chazan, 16, Majdanech. Hana Homan, 11, Auschwitz. Moshe Homan, 8, Auschwitz. Sarah Homan, 4, Auschwitz. Maria Horvich, 17, Auschwitz. Alvaro Cohen, Auschwitz. David Davidovich, 12, Poland. Miriam Davidovich, 5, Auschwitz. Joseph Deutsch, 9 years old, Auschwitz. Judith Deutsch, 10, Auschwitz. Mina Deutsch, 5, Auschwitz. Ansana Deutscher, 14, Belzec. Margit Diamat, 11, Auschwitz. Yichak Dejemet, 15, Auschwitz. Chaya Dobrinsky, 6, Lativa. Lev Dorbinsky, 8, Lativa. Miriam Dohan, 7, Auschwitz. Hesia Doljitzir, 1-year-old, Lativa. Yeta Donor, 3, Auschwitz. Hannah Dorfman, 17, Ukraine. Israel Dorfman, 11, Ukraine. Liba Dorfman, 15, Ukraine. Liuba Dobovsky, 12, Ukraine. Rachel Dulets, 5, USSR. Roma Dulets, 11, USSR. Baruch Dvorkin, 8, Lithuania. Frida Dvorkin, 11, Lithuania. Grigoria Dvorin, 17, Ukraine. Nechama Dvorkin, 15, Estonia. Majir Tizalos Zaniski, 16, Auschwitz. Gitto Ebeshich, 8, Poland. Asana Edel, Poland. Chana Edelman, 12, Lithuania. Nachum Edelman, 13, Lativa. Aharon Edelstein, 5 years old, Poland. Thank you for allowing me to serve today.
Yes, please feel free to introduce yourself, where you work, what you do.
First name, last name, age.
Good morning. My name is Anna Steingart. I'm a Deputy Consul General in the Israeli Consulate here in Atlanta. Motel Efron, age 17, Belarus. Marcel Egypt, age of 15, Lvov, Poland. Sarah Enervald, age of 8, Lvov, Poland. Emil Erlich, age of 12, Stanislavov, Poland. Dora Edelman, age 17, Ukraine, Odessa. Mark Edelman, age 6, Minsk, Belarus. Isaac Adlin, age 7, Vitebsk, Belarus. Joseph Adlis, age 17, Auschwitz. Teresa Elbing, age 8, Auschwitz. Abba Ebinder, Janov, Poland. Paul Eidorfer, age of 15, Auschwitz. Thomas Endefer, age 12, Auschwitz. Thomas Endefer, age 12, Auschwitz. Leonid Elintash, age 11, Minsk. Moshe Elias, age 12, Auschwitz. Saul Elias, age 9, Auschwitz. Ephraim Ilstein, age 16, Pinsk, Poland. Batya Emanuel, age of 6, Bergen, Germany. Shalom Emanuel, age 10, Bergen, Germany. Annie Engel, age 14, Sobibor. Chaim Engel, age 15, Sobibor. Engelberg Erna, age 7, Vinnytsia, Ukraine, USSR. Bella Engelman, age 13, Auschwitz. Bernard Engelsman, age 17, Auschwitz. Bela Engelman, age of 12, Auschwitz. Bella Engelman, age 14, Auschwitz. Feig Epstein, age of 2, Lodz, Poland. Ernestia Ehrlich, age 16, Stanislavov, Poland. Pinchas Erlichman, age of 2, Kamenets-Podolsky. Sarah Ehrlichman, age of 9, Treblinka. Leah Ehrlichman, age 16, Transnistria. Rivka Ehrlichman, age 14, Transnistria. Polina Ehrlich, age 15, Odessa, Ukraine, USSR. Rachel Estrin, age 16, Glibokie, Vilna, Poland. Isaac Estadi, age of 1, Auschwitz. Abba Fabrikovich, age 14, Pandelis, Lithuania. Schneidel Fass, age of 4, Lemberg. Joseph Forkach, age of 5, Auschwitz. Zelda, לכל איש יש שם. לכל איש יש שם שנתן לו אלוהים, שנתנו לו אביו ואמו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו קומותיו ואופי חיוכו, ונתן לו אריג. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו ההורים, ונתנו לו כלותיו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו מזלות, ונתנו לו שכניו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו חטאיו, שנתנה לו כמיהתו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו שונאיו, ונתנו לו אהבתו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו חגיו, ונתנו לו מלאכתו. לכל איש יש שם שנתנו לו תקופות השנה, ונתנה לו עברונו. לכל איש יש שם שנתן לו הים, ונתן לו מותו. Thank you very much.
We got a lot of really thanks. Very check that. We'll try to stress. Thank you very much.
Right. Good morning. My name is Harry Rutz. I'm with the neighborhood, and I'm going to read Zelda's poem in English after Anna's just read it so beautifully in Hebrew. Each of us has a name. Each of us has a name given by God and given by our parents. Each of us has a name given by our stature and our smile, and given by what we wear. Each of us has a name given by the mountains and given by our walls. Each of us has a name given by the stars, and given by our neighbors. Each of us has a name given by our sins and given by our longing. Each of us has a name given by our celebrations and given by our work. Each of us has a name given by our enemies and given by our love. Each of us has a name given by the seasons and given by our kindness. Each of us has a name given by the sea and given by our death. And I'll read some more names of Holocaust victims that we are remembering today. Abram Fudaman, age 2, killed in Ukraine. Shura Fudaman, age 3, killed in Ukraine. Mintea Furman, age 14, died in Balanovka. Tomas Gabor, age 2, killed in Auschwitz. Susan Gall, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Ira Gamarnik, age 4, killed in Ukraine. Clara Gampel, age 2, killed in Belarus. Rejla Gandler, age 16, killed in Poland. Clara Ganelis, age 2, murdered in Minsk. David Garden, age 7, killed in Belzec. Lily Gaspar, age 14, killed at Auschwitz. Rizbard Gadonsky, age 10, killed in Belzec. Gershon Geffenbein, age 14, killed in Poland. Mendel Geffenbein, age 12, killed in Poland. Natan Gelber, age 13, killed in Poland. Esther Gelberger, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Ilona Gelberger, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Vajos Gelber, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Malia Gelberg, age 11, killed in Odessa. Esfir Gelfand, age 17, killed in Russia. Idet Gelfand, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Liba Gelfand, age 15, killed in Minsk. Regina Gelfand, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Thibault Gelman, age 16, killed in Ukraine. Tevye Gelman, age 16, killed in Ukraine. Yanko Gelman, age 2, murdered in Ukraine. Meyer Gendelov, age 10, killed in Latvia. Elias Noemi Gendelov, age 4, killed in Latvia. Roma Geppert, age 17, died in Poland. Isaac Gerskorin, age 6, murdered in Ukraine. Mira Gerskorin, age 3, murdered in Ukraine. Anna Gerskovich, age 4, murdered in Ukraine. Clara Gershkovich, age 17, murdered in Odessa. David Gershman, age 17, murdered in Odessa. Mikhail Gershman, age 5, killed in Odessa. Tevye Gershman, age 9, murdered in Odessa. Raquel Gersa, age 12, killed in Latvia. Michael Gerstein, age 12, killed in Poland. William Gerstein, age 9, killed in Poland. Akiva Gershkanovich, age 13, murdered in Kelma. Polina Gerson, age 16, murdered in Ukraine. Bela Getman, age 15, murdered in Ukraine. David Getman, age 10, murdered in Ukraine. Valve Getman, age 12, murdered in Ukraine. Taiba Gin, age 16, killed in Lithuania. Nina Gittel, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Joseph Gitman, age 12, murdered in Ukraine. Connor Glossman, age 6, killed in Ukraine. Daniel Glazer, age 6, murdered in Ukraine. Yitzhak Glazer, age 2, killed in Odessa. Lilia Glazer, age 10, killed in Ukraine. Another Yitzhak Glazer, age 1, murdered in Ukraine. Raquel Glazer, age 17, killed in Ukraine. Irka Globus, age 8, murdered in Warsaw. Irka Globus, age 8, murdered in Warsaw. Sabina Goloskauer, age 17, killed in Treblinka. Moses Gluck, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Ital Glessman, age 7, murdered in Romania. Rochelle Goberman, age 17, killed in Minsk. Duzia Goikman, age 10, murdered in Ukraine. Zia Goikman, age 2, murdered in Ukraine. Israel Goikman, age 17, killed in Ukraine. Mina Goikman, age 17, killed in Ukraine. Mira Goikman, age 6, murdered in Ukraine. Mira Goikman, also age 6, murdered in Ukraine. Shalom Goklerner, age 15, killed in Poland. Lev Goikstein, age 17, murdered in Kyiv, Ukraine. Abraham Goldberg, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Benjamin Goldberg, age 16, killed in Poland. Brendel Goldberg, age 12, killed in Poland. Ellie Goldberg, age 16, murdered in Warsaw. Fred Goldberg, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Genia Goldberg, age 14, killed in Latvia. Another Genia Goldberg, age 5, killed in Poland. Yitzhak Goldberg, age 12, killed in Poland. Kalman Goldberg, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Mira Goldberg, age 16, killed in Minsk. Howell Goldberg, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Yona Goldberg, age 2, killed in Poland. Ida Goldenberg, age 7, murdered in Ukraine. Alla Goldstein, age 9, murdered in Odessa. Basia Goldfarb, age 17, killed in Ukraine. Dora Golden, age 7, murdered in Ukraine. Estera Goldklang, age 6, killed in Poland. Miriam Goldklang, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Bluma Goldman, age 12, killed in Ukraine. Killed in Poland. Saya Goldman, age 13, killed in Poland. N.A. Goldman, age 15, killed in Auschwitz. Fagel Goldman, age 13, killed in Ukraine. Abraham Goldrosen, age 1, murdered in Belzec. Inge Goldschmidt, age 15, murdered in Minsk. Beria Goldscheider, age 5, killed in Ukraine. Adelia Goldschmidt, age 13, killed in Ukraine. Misha Goldschmidt, age 15, killed in Ukraine. Yanko Goldsmith, age 16, killed in Ukraine. Mira Goldstein, age 11, killed in Russia. Nellie Goldstein, age 8, killed in Russia. Another Nellie Goldstein, age 8, killed in Bagorovo, Russia. Sana Goldstein, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Ethel Goldstein, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Joseph Goldstein, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Mano Goldstein, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Moshe Goldstein, age 10, murdered in Treblinka. Shmuel Goldstein, age 17, killed in Auschwitz. Bela Goldstein, age 14, killed in Majdanek. Tessa Goldstein, age 17, killed in Majdanek.
Introduce yourself and how you met.
Hi, Samantha Wiedenbaum. I am here really because of Harry Lutz and Marcus Brodsky, but it was representing JNF. Shifra Goldstein, age 6, murdered in Majdanek. Yeshua Goldwasser, age 15, murdered in Treblinka. Reisik Goldwasser, age 16, murdered in Treblinka. Liza Goldsman, age 8, murdered in Ukraine. Yakov Gornstein, 17, murdered in Ukraine. Ari Gottesman, age 12, killed in Auschwitz. Eli Gottesman, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Lebish Gottesman, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Libby Gottesman, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Mary Gottlieb, age 12, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Shoma Gottlieb, age 12, murdered in Rubala, Latvia. Leib Godzik, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Maurice Groshkar, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Therese Groshkar, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Claudine Greicher, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Rivka Granovsky, murdered in Ukraine. Yakov Granowski, age 17, murdered in Ukraine. Itzhak Grinfus, age 14, murdered in Treblinka. Vava Grinman, age 15, murdered in Ukraine. Alter Grinspan, age 5, murdered in Belzec. Esther Grisman, age 13, murdered in Treblinka. Freddie Grintman, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Groisman, age 15, murdered in Transnistria. Alter Groisman, age 14, murdered in Ukraine. Asher Groisman, age 17, murdered in Transnistria. Dora Grossman, age 5, murdered in Kherson, Ukraine. Emilia Grossman, age 16, murdered in Ukraine. Grigory Grossman, age 13, murdered in Ukraine. Riva Grossman, age 3, murdered in Ukraine. Shimon Grossman, age 10, murdered in Treblinka. Shlomo Grossman, age 12, murdered in Treblinka. Asher Gross, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Ernst Gross, age 11, murdered in Poland. Olga Gross, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Verka Gross, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Mila Grossman, age 1, murdered in Ukraine. Milia Grossman, age 3, murdered in Ukraine. Vera Grosh, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Andrew Grosh, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Andrei Grosh, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Grosh, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Grotzinger, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Miklos Grozinger, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Olga Grozinger, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Gersh Gruber, age 12, murdered in Ukraine. Isaiah Gruber, age 5, murdered in Ukraine. Kato Grunbaum, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Agnes Grunhut, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Grunwald, age 4, murdered at Majdanek. Michas Grin, age 17, murdered at Treblinka. Boris Grimberg, age 1, murdered at Treblinka. Esther Günzler, age 6, murdered at Auschwitz. Yeno Günzler, age 11, murdered at Auschwitz. Jude Günzler, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Shimon Gumplevitz, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Wolf Gumplevich, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Manichka Gurin, age 3, murdered in Belarus. Yakov Gurman, age 15, murdered in Ukraine. Asher Gurvich, age 5, murdered in Kaunas, Lithuania. Mina Gurvich, age 7, murdered in Kaunas, Lithuania. Ruvain Gurvich, age 10, murdered in Kaunas, Lithuania. Badan Gurvich, age 1, murdered in Vilna, Poland. Andor Gut, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Gyuri Gut, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Lieb Gutkin, age 17, murdered in Belarus. Naum Gutkin, age 15, murdered in Belarus. Rosa Gutkin, age 13, murdered in Belarus. Rose Gutman, age 16, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Bella Gutstein, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Kalman Gutman, age 13, murdered in Tarnow, Poland. Thea Gutman, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Agnes Gulai, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Joseph Gulai, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Erica Haar, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Agi Hash, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Itzvan Hash, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Luba Haber, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Marco Helion, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Golda Hager, age 8, murdered in Poland. Nahama Hager, age 14, murdered in Belzec. Taub Himmer, age 4, murdered in Transnistria. Arnold Handelsman, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Erika Handelsman, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Robert Hanfuss, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Chava Handwerker, age 13, murdered at Sobibor. Ada Hartman, age 16, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Yechiel Hartman, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Agnes Hartman, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Gabor Hauer, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Hauer, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Havas, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Julika Havas, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Isaac Hecht, age 8, murdered in Ternopil, Poland. Moshe Hecht, age 15, murdered in Russia. Nachman Hecht, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Avram Held, age 15, murdered in Ratno, Poland. Yosef Held, age 17, murdered in Ratno, Poland. Nechama Held, age 13, murdered in Ratno, Poland. Paye Held, age 15, murdered in Ratno, Poland. Sarah Held, age 17, murdered in Ratno, Poland. Ida Helfer, age 12, murdered in Tarnow, Krakow, Poland. Mania Helfer, age 17, murdered in Tarnow, Krakow, Poland. Yakov Helfer, age 2, murdered in Tarnow, Krakow, Poland. Benzion Hellman, age 13, murdered in Latvia. Masa Hellman, age 11, murdered in Latvia. Motel Hellman, age 7, murdered in Latvia. Kalman Hendler, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Tajbel Hendler, age 14, murdered in Bialystok, Poland. Eva Herskowitz, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Marta Hershkovitz, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Ella Hershkovitz, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Sarah Hershkovitz, 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Bluma Hershkovitz, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Samuel Hershkovitz, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Rachel Hershkovitz, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Simcha Herkovitz, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Aharon Hershkovitz, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Avraham Hershkovitz, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Alta Hershtik, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Andor Hersko, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Bela Hershkovitz, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Fagia Hershkovitz, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Razul Hershkovitz, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Liba Hershkovitz, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Dov Hershkovitz, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Hershkovitz, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Hershkovitz, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Shlomo Hershkovitz, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Tomas Hershkovitz, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Tibor Hershkovitz, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Jakob Hershkovitz, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Agi Hershkovitz, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Dina Herzberg, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Jakob Herzberg, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Nachum Herzberg, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Hershkovitz, age 11, murdered in Chelmno. Herschel Hershkovitz, age 14, murdered in Chelmno. Gittel Hershkovitz, age 12, murdered at Treblinka. Jakob Herzig, age 6, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Malka Herzik, age 13, murdered in Romania. Ivan Hilf, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Stefan Hilf, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Manfred Hesselrad, age 3, murdered in Russia. Mendel Hinders, age 12, murdered in Ternopil, Poland. Bella Hipscher, age 12, murdered at Treblinka. Beryl Hirsch, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Dieter Hirsch, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Dora Hirsch, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Dorothy Hirsch, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Evika Hirsch, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Gerhard Hirsch, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Josef Hirsch, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Hirsch, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Hirsch, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Leah Hirsch, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Okay.
My name is Bonnie Cook. I'm a docent at the Bremen Museum in the Holocaust Education Department. Magda Hirsch from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Maciej Hirsch from Romania, murdered in Auschwitz. Manfred Hirsch from Germany, died in Lodz, Poland. Marianne Hirsch from Germany, died in Lodz, Poland. Missy Hirsch from Romania, died in Auschwitz. Paul Hirsch from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Tibor Hirsch from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Scheindel Hirschberg from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Ruth Hirschfeld from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Lotte Hoch from Austria, murdered in Minsk, Belarus. Wolf Hochberg from Latvia, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Elimelech Hoffman from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Hoffman from Hungary, died in Budapest, Hungary. Toby Hoffman from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Hoffman from Czechoslovakia, died in the Carpathian, Ruthenia, Czechoslovakia. Etu Hoffman, Czechoslovakia, died in Carpathian, Ruthenia, Czechoslovakia. Gittel Hoffman, Czechoslovakia, died Carpathian, Ruthenia, Czechoslovakia. Chaim Hoffman, age 9, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Esther Hoffman, age 15, Czechoslovakia, died in Auschwitz. Heisek Hoffman, age 15, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Edith Hoffman, age 17, from Czechoslovakia, died in Auschwitz. Josef Hoffman, age 4, Czechoslovakia, died in Auschwitz. Minzia Hoffman, age 11, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Itka Holder, age 17, from Poland, died in Stanislawo, Poland. Mila Holder, age 9, from Poland, died in Kalus, Stanislawo, Poland. David Hollander, age 6, from Hungary, died in Auschwitz. Kaya Hollander, from age 4, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Rivka Hollander, age 8, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Samuel Hollander, age 12, from Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz. Taub Hollander, age 2, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Svea Hollander, age 12, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Jakob Hollander, age 10, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Wow. Harry Holstein, age 16, from Germany, died in Bergen, Germany. Oscar Honig, age 7, from Czechoslovakia, died in Lublin, Poland. Chemik Honigman, age 13, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Pinchas Honigman, age 11, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Feiga Honigman, age 15, from Poland, died in Trisk, Wolin, Poland. Moshe Honigman, age 10, Poland, died in Trisk, Wolin, Poland. Aharon Horn, age 11, from Poland, died in Sulejo, Poland. Bracha Horn, age 3, from Poland, murdered in Treblinka. Leah Horn, age 15, from Poland, died in Stanislav, Poland. Tsipora Horn, age 13, from Poland, died in Sulejo, Poland. Yakov Hornfeld, age 16, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Yuda Hornfeld, age 5, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Josef Hornfeld, age 7, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Henrik Horowitz, age 13, from Poland, died in Poland. Eva Horowitz, age 9, from Hungary, died in Auschwitz. Ebolia Horowitz, age 10, from Hungary, died in Auschwitz. Josef Horowitz, age 8, from Romania, died in Auschwitz. Laszlo Horowitz, age 12, from Hungary, died in Auschwitz. Milka Horowitz, age 8, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. T.B. Horowitz, age 7, from Romania, died in Auschwitz. Ania Horowitz, age 15, from Poland, murdered in Treblinka. Hinda Horowitz, age 12, from Poland, murdered in Treblinka. Raisa Horowitz, age 15, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Shlomo Horowitz, age 4, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Hinko Horthy, from Yugoslavia, murdered in Auschwitz. Meir Huf, age 8, from Poland, died in Frampol, Lublin, Poland. Nathan Huf, age 10, from Poland, died in Frampol, Lublin, Poland. Shimon Huf, age 12, from Poland, died in Frampol, Lublin, Poland. Henrik Hut, age 15, from Poland, died in Nadworna, Stanislawo, Poland. Siegfried Heymans, age 15, from the Netherlands, murdered in Auschwitz. Robert Idelson, from Latvia, age 12, died in Riga, Latvia. Yakov Ingber, age 10, from Poland, died in Belzec. Moshe Israel, age 12, from Romania, murdered in Auschwitz. Manja Itzkovich, age 10, from Romania, died in Bessarabia, Romania. Meir Itzkovich, from Romania, age 14, died in Bessarabia, Romania. Branka Izbiki, age 10, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz. Madziuna Israelovitz, age 6, from Poland, died in Auschwitz. Edward Jakubowicz, age 8, from Belgium, murdered in Auschwitz. Boris Kaplun, age 3, from the USSR, died in the Minsk ghetto. Betya Kadash, age 6, from the USSR, died in Odessa, Ukraine. Vera Kadash, age 13, from the USSR, died in Odessa, Ukraine. Rita Kaitov, age 8, from Latvia, died Rumbula, Latvia. Perl Karnam, age 15, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Izia Kavin, age 4, USSR, died in Belarus. Marat Kavin, age 12, died in Belarus. Fania Kavin, age 2, died in Belarus. Yacha Kavin, age 5, from the USSR, died in Belarus. Shimon Chaifetz, age 3, from the USSR, died in Belarus. Kate Hyman, age 10, from the USSR, died in Zhytomyr, Ukraine. Pesel Kaiman, age 6, from the USSR, died in Zhytomyr, Ukraine. Yosef Kaiman, age 1, the USSR, died in Zhytomyr, Ukraine. Nunik Khiger, age 13, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Roman Khiger, age 10, from the USSR, died in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Rosa Khiger, age 13, the USSR, died in Ukraine. Lubia Korosh, age 13, from the USSR, died in Smolensk, Russia. Reza Korosh, age 15, USSR, died in Smolensk, Russia. Tony Lauer, age 11, from Germany, murdered in the Riga camp. Dawid Lewenstein, age 2, from Poland, murdered in Auschwitz.
I'm Alan Walmer. Fega Nehemievich, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Henya Oberman, age 6, murdered in Motel, Poland. Malka Oberman, age 6, murdered in Motel, Poland. Shalamis Oberman, age 8, murdered in Motel, Poland. Moshe Odes, age 11, murdered in Minsk. Anna Ostreicher, age 16, murdered in Bergen-Belsen. Madi Offenberger, age 17, murdered in Ukraine. Akiva Oxenhedler, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Zalmik Oxenhelder, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Hannah Oplatek, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Moise Orshansky, age 16, murdered in Roptovolsk, Ukraine. Simcha Ort, age 14, murdered in Busk. Ishak Orwitz, age 15, murdered in Kornitnica Volyn, Poland. Abraham Orzel, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Baila Orzel, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Berish Orzel, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Orzel, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Kana Orzel, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Dina Orzel, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Malka Orzel, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Nuchim Orzel, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Oshitsky, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Kenya Osrowich, age 8, murdered in Belzec. Nachum Osrowich, age 14, murdered in Belzec. Yosef Otshega, age 7, murdered in Treblinka. Tuba Pruchi, age 13, murdered in Bersat. Rati Rubin, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Reshkowski, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Salzer, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Stefan Salzer, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Elikum Salzman, age 4, murdered in Tarnopol. Emmanuel Salzman, age 15, murdered in Tarnopol. Emmanuel Salzman, age 6, murdered in Tarnopol. Igo Sandman, age 10, murdered in Vinica. William Sandman, age 17, murdered in Czernowitz-Bukovina. Fritzi Sandman, age 13, murdered in Boyan-Bukovina. Oskar Sandman, age 17, murdered in Boyan-Bukovina. Willie Sandman, age 15, murdered in Boyan-Bukovina. Leo Seawald, age 12, murdered in Poland. Marianne Seawald, age 5, murdered in Poland. Anna Segenreich, age 14, murdered in Bershatz. Simon Segenreich, age 12, murdered in Bershatz. Ari Seidenfeld, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Pava Seidenfeld, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Jakob Seidenfeld, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Mirjam Seidenfeld, murdered, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Rachel Seidenfeld, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Shlomo Seidenfeld, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Eva Seidman, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Meyer Seidman, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Ursula Seifert, age 2, murdered in Tarnow. Frida Seinwell, age 12, murdered in Belzec. Sarah Seligson, age 17, murdered in Stutthof. Avraham Selinger, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Bella Schwartz, age 15, murdered in Varkva, Ukraine. Fima Schwartz, age 5, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Malka Silberstein, age 15, murdered in Treblinka. Luba Silberstein, age 10, murdered in Treblinka. George Singer, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Renya Singer, age 6, murdered in Zalkiw. Sarah Singer, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Tommy Singer, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Veronica Singer, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Marcus Sommerstein, age 2, murdered in Skalat. Georgi Sonnenfeld, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Frida Stein, age 10, murdered in Belzec. Gittel Sus, age 16, murdered in Yarwar. Israel Zipstein, age 12, murdered in Skudov. Alla Udler, age 7, murdered in Yaltushkov. Ludmila Ulyanitsky, age 14, murdered in Odessa. Adam Ungar, age 13, murdered in Plaszow, Krakow. Menachem Ungar, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Miklos Ungar, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Janos Ungar, age 17, murdered in Oranienburg. Feiga Interud, age 16, murdered in Warszawa. Jochowet Urbach, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Renata Urbach, age 17, murdered in Sobibor. Kenya Uzerowitz, age 8, murdered in Belzec. Chaya Vachtanim, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Srul Vachtanim, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Wolf Vachtanim, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Brandy Vachtanim, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Srul Vachtanim, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Abraham Vayner, age 1, murdered in Riga. Dora Vayner, age 13, murdered in Khmelnyk, Ukraine. Isaac Vaynerman, age 15, murdered in Vavarovka, Ukraine. Leonid Vaynerman, age 5, murdered in Vavarovka, Ukraine. Lyubov Vaynerman, age 11, murdered in Vavarovka, Ukraine. Moshe Vaynerman, age 6, murdered in Vavarovka, Ukraine. Simone Vaynerman, age 8, murdered in Vavarovka, Ukraine. Vosia Weinstein, age 4, murdered in Krasnodar. Ida Weinstein, age 4, murdered in Treblinka. Ichil Weinstein, age 10, murdered in Poland, murdered in Ukraine. Michal Weinstein, age 9, murdered in Treblinka. Rita Weinstein, age 9, murdered in Odessa. Rubim Weinstein, age 2, murdered in Ukraine. Vigdor Weinstein, age 10, murdered in Treblinka. Yechim Weinstein, age 17, murdered in Odessa. Ruben Weinstein, age 15, murdered in Odessa. Sarah Weinstein, age 10, murdered in Odessa. Chana Weisfeld, age 4, murdered in Lithuania. Kaya Weisfeld, age 2, murdered in Romania. Mordechai Weisfeld, age 9, murdered in Romania. Manya Weisman, age 17, murdered in Ukraine. Rashela Weisman, age 8, murdered in Ukraine. Sarah Weisman, age 1, murdered in Romania. Shlioma Weisman, age 14, murdered Belarus. David Vox, age 2, murdered Poland. Kana Vox, age 13, murdered in Ukraine. Manya Vox, age 17, murdered in Ukraine. Kopelwald, age 14, murdered Poland. Shulam Varman, age 7, murdered in Treblinka. Gita Warshawski, age 3, murdered in Poland. Viktor Wasserberg, age 16, murdered in Ukraine. Pesya Wasserman, age 17, murdered in Belarus. Sofia Wasserman, age 12, murdered Russia. Beryl Vossner, age 8, murdered Poland. Ephraim Vossner, age 13, murdered in Poland. Yechezkel Vossner, age 11, murdered in Poland. Chava Vechter, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Herschela Vechter, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Gerda Weinreich, age 12, murdered in Latvia. Liba Weinreich, age 13, murdered in Latvia. Chana Weinsaft, age 17, murdered in Minsk. Meyer Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Zvi Weiss, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Kaichi Weiss, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. David Weckstein, age 4, murdered in Ukraine. Genya Vekstein, age 11, murdered in Ukraine. Sava Vekstein, age 14, murdered in Ukraine. Natan Vekstein, age 17, murdered in Ukraine. Sunya Vexler, age 15, murdered, Ukraine. Isaac Velenitsky, age 16, murdered, Ukraine. Tanya Veltman, age 11, murdered, Ukraine. Tver Vendrov, age 14, Belarus. Esther Vendrov, age 9, Belarus. Rosa Vendrov, age 16, Belarus. Ruva Vendrov, age 5, Belarus. Hadassah Vengel, age 5, Treblinka. Moshe Vengelnik, age 17, Poland. Sonia Vermont, age 12, murdered in Ukraine. Shraga Vidman, age 9, murdered in Poland. Agi Vig, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Miklos Vig, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Natalia Valensky, age 16, murdered in Latvia. Moishe Valensky, age 1, murdered in Ukraine. Ada Vilner, age 2, murdered in Ukraine. Lisa Vilner, age 1, murdered in Ukraine. Frima Wiener, age 6, murdered in Poland. Miriam Wiener, age 7, murdered Lithuania. Shimon Wiener, age 14, murdered in Lithuania. Shlomi Wiener, age 17, murdered in Lithuania. Genya Vinitsky, age 7, murdered in Ukraine. Esther Vivanti, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Rosa Vivanti, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Sandra Vivanti, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Yitzhak Wiesel, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Meyer Wiesel, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Mosa Wiesel, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Rachel Wiesel, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Rivka Wiesel, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Rosa Wolfovich, age 15, murdered in Ukraine. David Wolfson, age 2, murdered in Ukraine. Nachum Volt, age 7, murdered in Lithuania. Sarah Volkovich, age 12, murdered in Poland. Fira Voloshin, age 11, murdered in Ukraine. Genya Voloshin, age 16, murdered in Ukraine. Rosa Voloshin, age 4, murdered, Russia. Usar Voloshin, age 3, murdered, Ukraine. Yekaterina Volinsky, age 13, murdered, Ukraine. Simcha Voskoboynik, age 16, murdered, Ukraine. Boris Wolfovich, age 12, murdered, Russia. Moshe Vullman, age 17, murdered, Berlin. Chaya Waksberg, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Rosa Voxberg, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Hersh Voxpress, age 15, murdered in Poland. Ada Wachtel, age 7, murdered in Poland. Sessia Vaga, age 10, murdered in Belzec. Dvora Wagensberg, age 12, murdered in Poland. Fina Wagenberg, age 8, murdered in Poland. Julius Wagenberg, age 10, murdered in Poland. Salo Wagenberg, age 14, murdered in Poland. Israel Weinberg, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Weinberg, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Weinberger, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Devora Weinberger, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Mala Weinberger, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Moshe Weinstein, age 17, murdered in Poland. Yehezekel Weinstein, age 17, murdered in Poland. Israel Lau, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Luba Lau, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Bracha Vanberg, age 3, murdered in Treblinka. Chaim Vanberg, age 15, murdered in Treblinka. Regina Vonman, age 10, murdered in Treblinka. Shlomo Wanyarib, age 15, murdered in Treblinka. Yaakov Wandrib, age 8, murdered in Poland. Adas Weinstein, age 6, murdered in Treblinka. Chaya Weinstein, age 13, murdered in Poland. Elzunia Weintraub, age 7, murdered in Poland. Frida von Vorsel, age 17, murdered in Treblinka. Sandel von Vorsel, age 13, murdered in Treblinka. Friedrich Vosblatt, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Mela Vonder, age 14, murdered in Belzec. Aharon Warman, age 12, murdered in Poland. Hinda Wasserberger, murdered, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Sarah Wasserberger, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Elke Wasser, age 3, murdered in Poland. Gerson Wasser, age 6, murdered in Poland. Chaim Wexler, age 4, murdered in Belzec. Robert Wexler, age 2, murdered in Poland. Friedel Weichselbaum, age 1, murdered in Auschwitz. Issy Weichselbaum, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Susie Weichselbaum, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Israel Weinbaum, age 14, murdered in Poland. Nathan Weinbaum, age 17, murdered in Poland. Chaya Weinberg, age 4, murdered in Poland. Dina Weinberg, age 6, murdered in Belzec. Imi Weinberger, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Israel Weinberger, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Litsi Weinberger, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Sanyi Weinberger, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Tube Weinberger, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Vera Weinberger, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Josef Weinberger, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Julius Weindling, age 14, murdered in Poland. Asher Weinfeld, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Fega Weinfeld, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Yaakov Weinfeld, age 13, murdered in Treblinka. Josef Weinfeld, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Rivka Weingarten, age 16, murdered in Belzec. Ada Weinstein, age 2, murdered in Belzec. Adolf Weinstein, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Basia Weinstein, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Weinstein, age 13, murdered in Poland. Musia Weinstein, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Sonia Weinstein, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Vela Weinstein, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Heinach Weintraub, age 15, murdered in Treblinka. Ita Weintraub, age 17, murdered in Treblinka. Eva Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Jadwiga Weiss, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Juliana Weiss, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Tommy Weiss, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Moshe Weissman, age 1, murdered in Poland. Benjamin Weiss, age 11, murdered in Poland.
The end of this page, right here. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yes. You're on camera. Okay. Good. Go ahead. Hey, feel free to introduce yourself. And say something about the Project Yellow if you'd like.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Goldstein, and I am the creator and director of Project Yellow, a Holocaust Remembrance experience. Blanca Weiss, age 7, place of murder, Auschwitz. Feg Weiss, age 8, murdered in Poland. Herman Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Marlena Weiss, age 5, murdered in Poland. Mendel Weiss, age 17, murdered in Ukraine, USSR. Meyer Weiss, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Moshe Weiss, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Sarah Weiss, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Toby Weiss, age 15, murdered in Auschwitz. Yehezkel Weiss, 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Miriam Weissler, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Frida Weissman, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Alice Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Andras Weiss, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Asher Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Bella Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Elise Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Bella Weiss, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. David Weiss, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Edith Weiss, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Irvin Weiss, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Ava Weiss, age 6, murdered in Auschwitz. Hedwig Weiss, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Herman Weiss, age 11, murdered in Auschwitz. Herman Weiss, age 5, murdered in Auschwitz. Ignaz Weiss, age 2, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Kava Weiss, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Weiss, age 7, murdered in Auschwitz. Laszlo Weiss, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Miklos Weiss, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Miklos Weiss, age 17, murdered in Germany. Naftali Weiss, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Peter Weiss, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Sandor Weiss, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Tomas Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Tibor Weiss, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Tommy Weiss, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Dorothea Welker, age 17, murdered in Poland. Raquel Weltman, age 2, murdered in Treblinka. Feig Wegner, age 8, murdered in Treblinka. Moshe Wenger, age 6, murdered in Treblinka. Yitzhak Werner, age 9, murdered in Auschwitz. Heinz Wertheim, age 10, murdered in Latvia. Ludwig Wertheim, age 5, murdered in Latvia. Ruth Wertheim, age 7, murdered in Latvia. Sally Wertheim, age 8, murdered in Latvia. Dieter Wertheimer, age 12, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Wertheimer, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Golda Wertheim, age 16, murdered in Sobibor. David Wider, age 3, murdered in Auschwitz. Gabor Wader, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Weiner, age 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Weiner, age 13, murdered in Poland. Rosia Weiner, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Abraham Wiesel, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Gnet Wiesel, murdered, age 8, murdered in Auschwitz. Ferenc Weisner, age 10, murdered in Auschwitz. Heinz Will, age 8, murdered in Poland. Manfred Will, age 6, murdered in Poland. Simon Wind, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Gitla Winder, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Rika Wender, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Hanna Weinman, age 12, murdered in Treblinka. Mendel Weinman, age 8, murdered in Treblinka. Jan Winder, age 6, murdered in Treblinka. Itzvan Whistler, age 1, murdered in Auschwitz. Judith Wisniewski, age 7, murdered in Poland. Nusia Weitz, age 13, murdered in Poland. Peter Widrowski, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Leon Wodnicki, age 14, murdered in Auschwitz. Bluma Wolf, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Gunther Wolfberg, age 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Riva Wolfowitz, age 17, murdered in Lithuania. Ansel Wolfowitz, age 13, murdered in Auschwitz. Israel Wolfowitz, age 16, murdered in Auschwitz. Mary Wolfowitz, age 8, murdered in Poland. Hein Wolken, age 13, murdered in Poland. Herschel Wolken, age 13, murdered in Poland. Sarah Wolken, age 15, murdered in Poland. Yentl Wolken, age 11, murdered in Poland. Alana Woloki, age 3, murdered in Lithuania. Malka Wolowitz, age 11, murdered in Lithuania. Moshe Wolowitz, age 9, murdered in Lithuania. Yitzhak Wolowitz, age 15, murdered in Lithuania. End of list. No, I didn't have that.
That's the end of the.
Do you want me to keep reading or are you reading?
You can.
No, I mean, who's reading? Are you up next? Okay. No, that's okay.
Aaron Bronstein, representing the Consulate General of Israel to the Southeastern United States. Bentason Abramovich, age 46, murdered in Auschwitz. Sarah Abramson, age 23, murdered in Latvia. Penina Adler, age 42, murdered in Auschwitz. Fega Adam, age 25, murdered in Poland. Rika Auerbach, age 65, murdered in Lodz. Shabtai Ogatowski, age 39, murdered in Janau, Poland. Chaim Oblonsky, age 47, murdered in Treblinka. Bernhard Altman, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Menachem Amsterdamski, age 19, murdered in Kaufering, Germany. Isaac Angel, age 64, murdered in Poland. Chaim Anderman, age 60, murdered in Poland. Sendal Appelyam, age 37, murdered in Treblinka. Etty Axelrod, age 19, murdered in Poland. Chana Aslaner, age 41, murdered in Treblinka. Moshe Aronowitz, age 64, murdered in Lodz. Micheline Aronson, age 23, murdered in Auschwitz. Sarah Obstam, age 30, murdered in Poland. Moshe Agarek, age 55, murdered in Poland. Liba Austerwitz, age 41, murdered in Poland. Hirsch Oyer, age 30, murdered in Lodz. Avraham Ostfeld, age 51, murdered in Bershad, Ukraine. Salom Oster, age 32, murdered in Romania. Joshua Oselka, age 44, murdered in Treblinka. Jospa Osterzega, age 41, murdered in Poland. Simul Oskola, age 38, murdered in Auschwitz. Frida Oppenheimer, age 54, murdered in Auschwitz. Chana Ofen, age 19, murdered in Poland. Baruch Order, age 65, murdered in Poland. Chaya Orenstein, age 23, murdered in Sedlice Ghetto. Miriam Unger, age 37, murdered in Auschwitz. Yosef Iwaner, age 54, murdered in Ukraine. Elizabeth Itzikon, age 46, murdered in Auschwitz. Shifra Ikowiski, age 62, murdered in Poland. Yeno Iskowitz, age 44, murdered in Auschwitz. Matilda Eisner, age 50, murdered in Minsk. Elena Ederman, age 47, murdered in Babi Yar. Malcha Edelstein, age 28, murdered in Mayadnik. Benzion Eisenbaum, age 44, murdered in Auschwitz. Hirsch Eisenthal, age 42, murdered in Bershit, Ukraine. Aharon Einstein, age 38, murdered in Treblinka. Estera Ayasenbaum, age 48, murdered in Treblinka. Rivka Eyes, age 24, murdered in Sobibor. Dawid Iferman, age 28, murdered in Auschwitz. Edward Aberson, age 57, murdered in Poland. Felix Ephraim, age 52, murdered in Auschwitz. Flora Ehrlich, age 40, murdered in Auschwitz. David Arlman, aged 18, murdered in Romania. Elsie Ehrman, age 40, murdered in Auschwitz. George Brinitzer, age 76, murdered in Oppeln, Germany. Lois Tenbrink, age 68, murdered in Czechoslovakia. Woli Gondelman, age 25, murdered in Ukraine. Albert Goldstein, age 45, murdered in Bergen-Belsen. First name, last name, age, death. Yeah, you don't know who they are. Let's see.
Yeah.
Like that. Good luck.
I'm Alexa Krissa, Director of Jewish Community Affairs from the Israeli Consulate here in Atlanta. I'm sorry, my first time reading these. Yadel Gutman, killed in Mogilev, Ukraine. Rachel Gebhardt, killed in Auschwitz. Jacob Dayan, age 30, killed in Lithuania. Ephraim Veinman, age 35, killed in Ukraine. Clara Weinstein, age 48, murdered in Auschwitz. Vega Weisberg, age 18, murdered in Mogilev. Bela Trabolowski, murdered in Poland. Elizabeth Tufel, murdered in Auschwitz. Hedwig Teich, age 25, murdered in Latvia. Hinda Kirschenbaum, age 59, murdered in Auschwitz. Jacob Tenenbaum, age 45, murdered in Mothson. Jonas Tenenbaum, age 47, murdered in Poland. Nathan Triebfeder, age 66, murdered in Italy. Judith Joskovich, age 60, murdered in Lodz. Samuel Katz, age 57, murdered in Boislaw. Samuel Katz, age 42, murdered in Belchik. Shandor Katz, age 42, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Cohen, age 49, murdered in Auschwitz. Bluma Khan, age 58, murdered in Poland. Marie Cohen, age 43, murdered in Auschwitz. Roland Cohen, age 22, murdered in Germany. Jacques Kahn, age 56, murdered in Auschwitz. Leah Kahn, age 50, murdered in Auschwitz. Chana Lab, age 61, murdered in Auschwitz. Nani Lazar, age 25, murdered in Majdanek. Erno Lotman, age 46, murdered in Auschwitz. Berta Lubliner, age 65, murdered in Stanislaw, Poland. Naftali Meir, age 37, murdered in Nadwarna Ghetto. Stefania Polak, age 56, murdered in Warsaw, Poland. Merzia Pikowski, age 43, murdered in Poland. Esther Kirovich, age 30, murdered in Warsaw, Poland. Hanna Chleina, age 46, murdered in Warsaw, Poland. Einkel Pirovich, age 46, murdered in Poland. Meyer Pirovich, age 36, murdered in Poland. Mozak Pirovich, age 72, murdered in Poland. Bluma Peist, age 60, murdered in Poland. Yenta Peist, age 32, murdered in Poland. Israel Peist, age 32, murdered in Ukraine. Sarah Peist, age 27, murdered in Poland. Eva Pepper, age 63, murdered in Auschwitz. Philip Pepper, age 65, murdered in Auschwitz. Bertha Placek, age 42, murdered in Auschwitz. Melech Placek, age 45, murdered in Auschwitz. Minyach Podlow, age 48, murdered in Poland. Tauba Pristine, age 68, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Movsha Pristine, age 68, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Jenia Prenchka, age 48, murdered in Białystok, Poland. Sua Sagoda, age 60, murdered in Auschwitz. Israel Skoda, age 60, murdered in Auschwitz. Aaron Faust, age 67, murdered in Poland. Rachel Fang, age 50, murdered in Belchik. Hermina Tufel,
murdered in Auschwitz. Adolf Fairhoff, age 38, murdered in Germany. Jai Sparkov, age 44, murdered in Auschwitz. Lily Sparkov, age 32, murdered in Auschwitz. Lucer Felchenflake, age 25, murdered in Romania. Rachmiel Olsenfleck, age 52, murdered in Treblinka. Grisha Suderman, age 30, murdered in Ukraine. Yoina Suderman, 43, murdered in Ukraine. Shmuel Suderman, age 18, murdered in Ukraine. Hirsch Kucherki, age 39, murdered in Stalingrad. Payne Fuchs, age 22, murdered in Poland. Lee Fuchs, age 62, murdered in Otwock, Poland. Ephraim Furman, age 18, murdered in Transnistria. Rivka Finger, age 30, murdered in Poland. Shlomo Fischel, 52, murdered in Poland. Jamie Rutherford, age 42, murdered in Belgium. Victor Schwartz, age 16, murdered in Poland. Regina Hazel, 62, murdered in Poland. Fajda Payne, age 21, murdered in Belgium. Sydney Stein, age 19, murdered in Yugoslavia. Rose Steinberg, age 55, murdered in Auschwitz. Chava Laser, 43, murdered in Belgium. Chava Moy, 36, murdered in Poland. Jacob Shmulevich, 61, murdered in Poland. Jacob Goldman, 29, murdered in Russia. Eleonora Amorjaki, murdered in Auschwitz. Suzanne Amorjaki, 24, murdered in Auschwitz. Solomon Amorjaki, 30, murdered in Auschwitz. Prosper Abu, age 20, murdered in Auschwitz. Frank Ungar, 21, murdered in Auschwitz. Rachel Ozerwitz, 63, murdered in Poland. Bonnie Eisenhower, 22, murdered in Berlin, Belgium. Wolf Edelstein, 68, murdered in Russia. Rachel Ezra, 65, murdered in Auschwitz. Ingrid Oldenker, 29, murdered in Auschwitz. Mahala Engelman, 31, murdered in Auschwitz. Naftal Engel, 39, murdered in Poland. Ignaz Edman, 42, murdered in Auschwitz. Mendel Martin, murdered in Poland. Yitzhak Erster, 25, murdered in Auschwitz. Moshe Bassam, 26, murdered in Bergerville. George Bodenheimer, 40, murdered in Auschwitz. Elimelech Boymelkin, 34, murdered in Auschwitz. Giti Abusi, 16, murdered in Ukraine. Asta Bovish Kashaya, 71, murdered in Babi Yar. Lajbel Bornstein, 4, murdered in Auschwitz. Regina Buzan, 26, murdered in Treblinka. Yitzhak Bunim, 62, murdered in Auschwitz. Michael Berenger, 26, murdered in Lodz. Yuri Berger, 23, Russia. Samuel Berlin, 39, Auschwitz. Beta Wang, 73, murdered in Ukraine. Dina Blanc, 36, murdered in Ukraine. Late Webb, 61, murdered in Ukraine. Permita Lindau, 22, murdered in Auschwitz. Rachel Braun, 32, murdered in Auschwitz. Samuel Braun, 18, murdered in Dovek. Kachi Toradara, 15, murdered in Sobibor. Eli Gang, 45, murdered in Auschwitz. Avon Goldensky, 15, murdered in Belarusia. Batsheva Gillis, 22, murdered in Poland. Abraham Grotenman, 20, murdered in Sobibor. Nathan Kalman, 54, murdered in Romania. Asher Grunberg, 64, murdered in Auschwitz. Batya Daich, 60 years old, murdered in Ukraine. Elizabeth Hastin, 25, murdered in Auschwitz. Aaron Valzier, 60 years old, murdered in Czechoslovakia. Vincent
She's on her last
Weintraub,
page, so you want to call it
30
up.
years old, murdered in Treblinka. Mario Davoidi, 33, murdered in Poland. Itka Sarkovsky, 64, murdered in Russia. Mania Kavin, 36, murdered in Belarusia. Nissim Israel, 17, murdered in Auschwitz. Ben-Zion Khan, 22, Lithuania. Mazal Tov Cohen, 45, murdered in Auschwitz. Moti Lichman, 68, murdered in Sobibor. Joseph Liebenbaum, 1, murdered in Pakistan. Miriam Lever, 52, murdered in Treblinka. 43, murdered in Turkey. Lubov Levin, 56, murdered in Russia. David Lefkowitz, 22, murdered in Poland. Mark Moore, 76, murdered in France. Derso Norway, 43, murdered in Auschwitz. Benzion Monroe, 38, Russia. Benzion Malmin, 44, Ukraine. Roland Thompson, 41, murdered in Auschwitz. Chaim Zaman, 62, murdered in Poland. Abraham Neubauer, 45, murdered in Auschwitz. Bernard Goodman, 69, Auschwitz.
Well, then, you're up. Thank you. Thank you.
Rizal Discovery, 54, murdered in Brest, Poland. Pantheon Apple, 39,
Thanks so much for coming. Thanks for coming.
Alter Portnoy, 42, murdered in Ukraine. Yaakov,
You got to read some more.
Yeah. 54, murdered in Auschwitz. Ben Zion Fabrikant, 36, murdered in Belarusia. Bat Nea Sawanser, 39, murdered in Poland. Yeshua Fisher, 66, murdered in Auschwitz. Elena Diaz, 75, murdered in Teresa, Czechoslovakia. Benzion Federman, 19, murdered in Auschwitz. Batsheva Bork, 23, murdered in Treblinka. Kiva Kapustin, 61, murdered in Belarusia. Mikta Kit, 57, murdered in Budapest, Hungary.
Oh, I thought I heard the names being called.
Libby Kleinman, 25,
Oh, okay.
murdered in Belzec.
But that's according to.
Laura Nobleman,
I'm just checking.
53, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Elka Luciani, 48, murdered in Poland. Yakub Crystal, 18, murdered in Shalmano. Burl Bodansky, 36, murdered in Kaunas, Lithuania. Alexander Rowis, 28, murdered in Warsaw, Poland. Gitala Roche, 45, murdered in Rome, Poland. Moisha Rosenblum, 40, murdered in Mazanet. Yosef Rasher, 42, murdered in Ukraine. Gorana Brooker, age 42, murdered in Ukraine. Burrow Reitman, 36, murdered in Poland. Tara Krishnetzer, age 71, murdered at Auschwitz. Elonka Roma, age 38, murdered in Auschwitz. Jonas Renner, age 52, murdered in Ukraine. Rudolph Shambu, age 22, murdered in the USSR. Samuel Cohen, age 27, murdered in unknown Buffalo, Poland. Ben Cohen, age 21, murdered in Poland. Solomon Timothy, age 51, murdered in Berlin, Belgium. Bernie Fire, age 46, murdered in Auschwitz. Batsheva Urodi, age 49, murdered at Poland. Sandor Klein, age 59, murdered at Auschwitz. Evelyn Klein, age 59, murdered at Auschwitz. Benjamin Cabral, age 64, murdered in Bereza, Poland. Don Cabral, age 60, Bereza, Poland. Gershon, age 31, also murdered, Bereza. Adele Cabral, age 29, Bereza, Poland. Abraham Cabral, age 36, died also Bereza, Poland. Gito Cabral, age 33, also murdered, Bereza, Poland. Esther Friedman, age 33, murdered, Bereza, Poland. Nachman Golden, age 50, murdered, Bereza, Poland. Frida Solberg, age 48, Bereza, Poland. Udell Golden, age 21, murdered in Bereza, Poland. Feige Dolgan, age 19, also murdered, Bereza, Poland. Raquel Fisher, age 28, also murdered in Poland. Nokim Rabinovich, age 28, murdered Hanko, Finland. Alexander Barber, age 27, murdered Leningrad, Russia. Abram Miklin, died Stalingrad, Russia. Cain Victor, age 30, Laval, Poland. Esther Victor, age 28, Luck, Poland. Yaakov Victor, age 31, died in Latvia. Kaya Berger, age 51, died in Latvia. Sarah Shumarli, age 26, Rumbala, Latvia, died in Rumbala, Latvia. Tabe Zvako, age 29, also died, Rumbala, Latvia. Minutka Shamarkovic, age 23, also died, Rumbala, Latvia. Sonia Shamarkovic, age 26, died, Rumbala, Latvia. Yankel Markovic, age 32, died in Riga, Latvia. Liba Markovic, age 66, died in Davidville, Latvia. Irina Boris, age 19, died, Laval, Poland. Andrei Lev, age 24, died in Ukraine. Helena Gall, age 44, murdered at Auschwitz. Helena Lustigova, age 21, died in Majdanek. Lyobov Lvov, age 78, murdered at Babi Yar. Maitek Alembek, age 34, murdered at Auschwitz. Salah Alembek, age 20, murdered at Auschwitz. Severin Alembek, age 33, murdered at Auschwitz. Semyon Berezovsky, age 65, died in Yar, Ukraine. Bela Berezovsky, age 45. Also died Hirovsky Yar, Ukraine. Kaya Rabinovich, age 61. Died at Dubrovsky Yar, Ukraine. Hugo Meyer, age 78. Died in Old France. Boris Pitoretsky, age 39. Died Kharkov, Ukraine. Chill Ackerman, age 61. Died Volano Shulky, Poland. Yadali Ackerman, age 31. Murdered Belgium. Avram Kuzovsky, age 49. Died in Ukraine. Jacob Newberg, age 29. Lalau, Poland. Died in Lalau, Poland.
Bonnie, would you like to read?
Take another shift.
Sure.
Take another shift. Am I reading shoot that?
No, it's just fine.
Okay.
Right. I'll read.
Page 40.
She's to read 4 pages. I'll read 4
Died
pages. And then
Russia.
you can read. Yeah. Okay.
Pat Nashman, age 56, from Poland, murdered in Srebrenica. Carla Nashman, age 55, Poland, murdered in Srebrenica. Masha Nashman, age 28, USSR, died in Ukraine. Erno Grossman, age 34, from Hungary, died in Ukraine. Chaim Greenwald, age 51, Romania, died in Bessarabia, Romania. Tony Greenwald, age 50, from Romania, died in Bessarabia, Romania. Belzo Kazan, age 53, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Clara Adler, age 47, Germany, died in Riga, Latvia. Michael Kazan, age 40, USSR, died in Ukraine. Nina Friedberger, age 47, from Germany, died Riga, Latvia. Herman Einstein, age 62, from Germany, died in Stuttgart, Württemberg, Germany. Laura Arnold, from Poland, died in Lvov, Poland. Stephanie Arnold, 32, from Poland, murdered in Belgium. Frederick Arnold, age 42, from Poland, died in Lvov, Poland. Cecil Arnold, age 53, from Poland, died in Lvov, Poland. Elise Batum, age 70, from France, murdered in Auschwitz. Raphael Adam Boton, age 67, from France, murdered in Auschwitz. Sammy Boton, age 41, from France, died in Saxony Province, Germany. Lazar Rubinstein, age 42, from the USSR, died in Chicago, Latvia. Hasnel Grossman, age 32, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Yakov Lukatsky, age 25, the USSR, died in Voronezh, Russia, USSR. Olga Grossman, age 34, from Hungary, murdered in Auschwitz. Hanan Katz, age 36, from the USSR, died in Odessa, Ukraine. David Mazur, died in Soroka, Romania. Riva Vega from Romania, age 53, died in Ruzina, Romania. Moshe Vega, 53, from Romania, died in Ruzina, Romania. Miriam Vega, age 18, from Romania, died in Ruzina. Osna Superman, age 27, from Romania, died in Ruzina, Romania. Nachman Kuperschmidt, age 45, USSR, died in Odessa, Ukraine. Ilya Rubinovich, age 29, USSR, died in Kursk, Russia, USSR. Ilya Shekter, age 36, USSR, died in Kaliningrad, Russia. David Donovan, age 75, in USSR, murdered in Babia. Clara Feinstein, age 44, in USSR, died in Kiev, Ukraine. Hannah Kruglak, age 36, from the USSR, died in Kiev, Ukraine. Veronia Nerman, age 25, USSR, died in Lubini, Ukraine. Michael Nerman, age 43, in the USSR, died in Lubini, Ukraine. Isaac Gottlieb, age 53, from Poland, died in Rochatin, Poland. Yankel Nerman, 48, USSR, died in Lubini, Ukraine. Rocha Nerman, age 44, in the USSR, died in Lubini, Ukraine. Eden Gottlieb, age 30, Poland, died in Rochatin, Stanislav, Poland. Moshe Gottlieb, age 28, from Poland, died in Rochatin, Stanislav, Poland. Marguerite Alexander, age 49, from the Netherlands, murdered in Auschwitz. Sofia Klema, 56, USSR, died in Ukraine. Ethan Abram Eaton, age 38, in the USSR, died Königsberg, East Prussia, Germany. Yankel Klema, age 60, USSR, died Gazan, Ukraine. Israel Rabinovich, age 61, USSR, died Gorky, Belarusia. Pavel Rabinovich, from the USSR, died Gorky, Belarusia. Avram Rabinovich, age 19, USSR, died Stalingrad, Russia. Abram Borisov, age 58, USSR, murdered in Babia. Leah Appel, age 24, USSR, died in Taganrog, Russia. Reuven Fuchson, age 22, USSR, died Leningrad, Russia. Mendel Borovsky, age 18, USSR, died Kharkov, Ukraine. Alexander Borovsky, age 32, USSR, died Odessa, Ukraine. Manuel Milotsky, age 33, USSR, died Orel, Russia. Abram Krasnov, age 27, USSR, died in Stalingrad, Russia. Hersh Gusak, age 71, from the USSR, died in Volkhov, Ukraine. Velta Mostovoy, age 61, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Moon Gusak, age 36, USSR, died in Ukraine. Imam Gusak, age 34, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Yanko Spitzman, age 56, from the USSR, died in Ukraine. Ruby Kressner, age 51, the USSR, died in Belarus. Ida Krasner, age 20, from the USSR, died in Belarus. Pesha Krasner, age 58, from the USSR, died in Belarus. Kasha Rubinchik, age 47, USSR, died in Belarus. Natalie Israel, age 76, from Germany, murdered in Theresienstadt, Czechoslovakia. Clara Goffman, age 39, the USSR, died in Odessa. Hirsch Gordowski, age 67, from Poland, murdered in Treblinka. Yosef Ubinsky, age 33, in the USSR, died in Orel, Russia. Yefim Kozlowski, age 36, USSR, died in Ukraine. Laser Reisman, 35, USSR, died in Voronezh, Russia. Esther Grimshman, age 33, from Poland, died in Stanislav, Poland. Juri Schechter, age 20, from Poland, died in Stanislav, Poland. Julia Versa, age 42, from Poland, died in Stanislav, Poland. Taiga Schechter, age 53, from Poland, died in Stanislav, Poland. Gita Ginsat, age 37, from Poland, died in Helmo. Salam Ginsat, age 29, from Poland, murdered in Helmo. Malka Ginsat, age 27, murdered in Helmo. Israel Ginsat, age 45, from Poland, murdered in Helmo. Moshe Ginsat, age 23, from Poland, murdered in Helmo. Erkis, Yosef Erkis, age 72, in the USSR, died in Kharkov, Ukraine. Danielle Huberman, age 30, USSR, died in Russia. Ida Rubin, age 19, in the USSR, died in Moscow, Russia. Izia Olekhowski, age 18, from the USSR, age 18, died in Kirovograd, Ukraine. Yakov Olechowski, age 27, from the USSR, died in Kirovograd, Ukraine. Shaya Olechowski, age 57, from the USSR, died in Kirovograd, Ukraine. Anya Levin, age 30, from the USSR, died in Minsk, Belarus. Ernst Setzinger, age 61, Germany, murdered in Buchenwald, Germany. Gerald Ginsberg, age 33, USSR, died in Soviet, Belarus.
Linda Fleischer, age 22, murdered in Auschwitz. Mendel Beckerman, age 46, murdered in Auschwitz. Gabriel Bershadsky, age 33, murdered in Kharkov. Meyer Mintz, age 37, murdered in Auschwitz. Philip Menace, age 32, murdered in Sobibor. Leendert Menace, age 49, murdered in Sobibor. Emmanuel Menace, age 43, murdered in Sobibor. Hana, last name unknown, murdered in the Ukraine. Nair Siegel, age 48, murdered in Dachau. Rachel Bach, age 58, murdered in Auschwitz. Ernst Bach, age 62, murdered in Auschwitz. Samuel Groys, age 33, murdered in Leningrad. Aaron Schuyler, age 73, murdered in the Ukraine. Doris Barr, age 70, murdered in the Ukraine. Sima Bitterman, age 42, murdered in Ukraine. Jania Kantorovich, age 32, murdered in Grosyanka, Belarus. Chaim Berenblit, age 69, murdered in the Ukraine. David Iofe, age 20, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Theda Pekar, age 35, murdered in Ukraine. Boris Iofe, age 49, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Kaya Iofe, age 31, murdered in Latvia. Rachel Iofe, age 38, murdered in Latvia. Bela Iofe, age 18, murdered in Latvia. David Dodik, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Aranka Ernst, age 36, murdered in Auschwitz. Jenna Enton, age 63, murdered in Leningrad. Sura Tepper, age 56, murdered in Bessarabia, Romania. Grigory Fogel, age 47, murdered in Kherson, Ukraine. Anna Fogel, age 43, murdered in Kherson, Ukraine. Lee Vaser, age 42, killed in Ukraine. Israel Vaser, age 44, killed in Ukraine. Mordecai Vaser, age 77, killed in Ukraine. Ruko Viner, age 18, murdered in Ukraine. Yosef Diskin, age 43, murdered in Karelia, Russia. Ione Shmoishman, age 20, murdered in Ukraine. Nakama Berezin, age 70, murdered in Ukraine. Leva Stein, age 36, murdered in Estonia. Henriette Schindler, age 69, murdered in Auschwitz. Beta Goldschmidt, age 25, murdered in Auschwitz. Anna Lurie, age 53, murdered in Estonia. Tuba Brainen, age 35, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Arkady Lurie, age 29, killed in Estonia. Bela Permel, age 44, killed at Stutthof. Valenia Krampus, age 23, murdered in Estonia. Asna Beleden, age 45, murdered in Riga, Latvia. Israel Lippert, age 49, murdered in Latvia. Chaim Katz, age 43, killed in Belarus. Lena Stern, age 77, murdered in Theresienstadt. Sally Stern, age 51, murdered in Theresienstadt. Laura Meyer, age 44, murdered in Theresienstadt. Rula Borskowski, age 40, killed at Treblinka. Luba Borskowski, age 19, killed in Treblinka. Georgie Shapiro, age 26, killed in Belarus. Genia Katz, age 40, killed in Belarus. Israel Verkhovsky, age 36, killed in Russia. Maza Dinstov, age 27, murdered in Sobibor. Getla Glauman, age 41, murdered in Sobibor. Moses Krems, age 52, killed in Lvov, Poland. Yosef Shamus, age 20, killed in Belarus. Abraham Krems, age 26, murdered in Janau, Poland. Chaim Einbinder, age 28, murdered in Poland. Simcha Einbinder, age 28, murdered in Treblinka. Baruch Kling, age 48, killed in Ukraine. Maria Kling, age 42, murdered in Ukraine. Basia Kling, age 44, murdered in Ukraine.
Lieb Rockman, age 41, died in Ukraine. Samuel Berman, age 55, died in Warsaw, Poland. Antion Wanda, age 67, died in Poland. Reuben Harivsky, age 30, died in Orel, Russia. Yom Tov Penuel, age 46, murdered at Auschwitz. Leonid Amitan, age 20, died in Orel, Russia. Meta Rishov, died in Poland. Aaron Lewin, age 77, murdered at Auschwitz. Isaac Gollinger, age 55, murdered at Auschwitz. Bathsheba Alden, age 35, died in Poland. Lizer Kastelka, age 19, died in Leningrad, Russia. Moishe Kosovo, age 30, died in Odessa, Ukraine. Vanya Rabinovich, age 62, died in Minsk, Belarusia. Yankel Vasevich, age 41, died in Ukraine. Vacheva Feldman, age 70, murdered at Auschwitz. Josephine Weiss, 71, murdered at Auschwitz. Benjamin Fridmich, age 27, died in Leningrad, Russia. Alter Manovich, age 23, died in Belarusia. Benzion Sandler, age 34, died in Leningrad, Russia. Benzion Shapilberg, age 28, died in Most, Poland. Eva Zelensky, age 30, murdered at Auschwitz. Avram Kenazi, age 61, murdered at Auschwitz. Avram Rosman, age 21, murdered at Treblinka. Moishe Shabazman, age 18, murdered at Treblinka. Meyer Kreslos, age 35, murdered at Treblinka. Robert Rado, age 69, murdered at Auschwitz. Sofia Kantor, age 22, died in Sumy, Ukraine. Benzion Valenki, age 50, died in Kiev, Ukraine. Benzion Detiar, age 57, died in Uzbekistan. Margit Farid, age 33, murdered at Auschwitz. Margaret Ford, age 34, murdered at Auschwitz. Razi Mosek, 18, murdered at Auschwitz. Sunny Miha, age 42, murdered at Auschwitz. Lado Asani Daw, age 33, murdered at Auschwitz.
Right.
Rosie
Good morning.
Arwan, age 31, murdered
Are
at
you
Auschwitz.
Todd? Yeah. All right. Harry.
Age 47,
That's fine.
murdered at Auschwitz. Nina Net,
Do I have time to step out?
age 25, murdered at Soviet. Irma Lutzer, age 30, murdered at Auschwitz. Han Maya, age 28, died in Riga, Latvia. Odette Abulafia, age 8, murdered at Auschwitz. Rose Abulafia, age 12, murdered at Auschwitz. Yevdo Abramov, age 1, died in Krim, Russia. Lyova Abramovich, age 4, died in Ukraine. Pezel Abramovich, age 8, died in Ukraine. Pezel Abramovich, age 7, died in Ukraine. Boris Abramovich, age 17, died in Kunda, Estonia. Simon Abramovich, age 10, murdered at Auschwitz. Emma Abramov, age 10, died in Belarusia. Lyudmila Abrazov, age 7, died in Belarus. Four died in Belarusia. Shandel Amukovich, age 8, died in Lodz, Poland. Benzion Adelson, age 11, died in Ponary, Wilno, Russia, Poland, in Poland. At this point, I'd like to turn it back over.
Thank you, Ron. Yaakov, age 24, murdered in Russia. Tobias Fleisch, age 67, murdered in Russia. Azik Fleisch, age 68, murdered in Ukraine. Pesach Kipnis, age 21, murdered in Russia. Abraham De Beer, age 50, murdered at Auschwitz. Yasha Shapiro, age 27, murdered in Belarus. Gittel Ulrich, age 18, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Heike Burkus, age 36, murdered in Ukraine. Moshe Circus, age 38, murdered in the Ukraine. Kova Burkus, age 23, murdered in the Ukraine. Kevet Burkus, age 65, murdered in Ukraine. Moise Negaus, age 63, murdered in Mariupol, Ukraine. Leova Blaskin, age 23, murdered in Leningrad. Mira Sokin, age 27, murdered in Mariupol. Vera Golden, age 35, murdered in Mariupol. Sophia Golden, age 53, murdered in Mariupol. Yassine Golden, age 55, murdered in Mariupol. Anna Shupak, age 26, murdered in Uzbekistan, Samarkand. Leva Mankid, age 37, murdered in Russia. Yanko Levstein, age 52, killed in Germany. Pesach Hartman, age 48, murdered in Smolensk, Russia. Lee Fishman, age 28, murdered in Ukraine. Yanko Friedman, age 61, murdered in Ukraine. Esther Friedman, age 54, murdered in Ukraine. Breda Lerner, age 40, murdered in Kharkov, Ukraine. Moshe Kaplan, age 54, murdered in Russia. Olga Rosenberg, age 50, murdered in Russia. Aaron Rosenberg, age 54, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Pinkas Rosenberg, age 50, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Leova Rosenberg, age 52, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Clara Grinberg, age 47, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Shulam Litvak, age 27, murdered in Bessarabia, Romania. Molka Litvak, age 64, murdered in Bessarabia, Romania. Chaim Litvak, age 64, murdered in Bessarabia, Romania. Yosef Litvak, age 59, murdered in Bessarabia, Romania. Kinda Makovsky, age 53, murdered in Auschwitz. Abram Szymanski, age 56, murdered in Auschwitz. Golda, last name unknown, murdered in Lodz, Poland. Razel, last name unknown, age 30, murdered in Lodz, Poland. Ania Piskon, age 26, murdered in Kyiv, Ukraine. Natan Fromkis, age 52, murdered in Ukraine. Emilia Bagel, age 37, murdered in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Dobrish Bagel, age 59, murdered in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Ida Gershengorn, age 21, murdered in Belarus. Iser Lifshitz, age 24, murdered in Leningrad. Hannah Fickman, age 55, murdered in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Yitzhak Kurtzer, age 61, murdered in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Sidonia Fuchs, age 49, murdered in Belzec. Samuel Fuchs, age 55, murdered in Belzec. Egon Fuchs, age 19, murdered in Auschwitz. Polina Fishkon, age 56, murdered in Kharkov, Ukraine. Vera Iofe, age 60, murdered in Kharkov, Ukraine. Wilhelm Weiss, age 50, murdered in Mauthausen. Moishe Dvorkin, age 34, murdered in Leningrad. Sarah Loshak, age 38, murdered in Kharkov, Ukraine. Sonia Dorfman, age 37, murdered in Stalingrad. Sonia Kite, age 36, murdered in Vilna, Poland. Mikhail Kobrinsky, age 35, murdered in Kyiv, Ukraine. Raquel Rosenberg, age 20, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Heike Fuchs, age 37, murdered in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Clara Klebe, age 51, murdered in Lodz, Poland. Shaya Fuchs, age 42, killed in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Yanko Liss, age 43, killed in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. Teresa Klau, age 48, killed in Saxony, Germany. Oscar Klau, age 55, killed in Bergen, Germany. Anna Tatarko, age 33, killed in Kelmau. Minno Tatarko, age 32, killed in Kelmau. Joseph Tatarko, age 30, murdered in Kelmau. Judith Tatarko, age 28, murdered in Kelmau. Toba Koren, age 24, murdered in Kelmau. Solomon Lifshitz, age 69, murdered in Russia. Solomon Kogan, age 37, murdered in Ukraine. Aaron Lachevsky, age 21, murdered in Kharkov. Ruvim Lachevsky, age 25, murdered in Kyiv, Ukraine.
Can we help you?
At the end of this page.
Okay, very good.
Leah Yurovsky, age 43, murdered in Ukraine. Isaac Yukovsky, age 25, murdered in Ukraine. Sigmund Dingfelder, age 76, murdered in Theresienstadt. Guta Yurovsky, age 40, murdered in Ukraine. Oh. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you.
Excuse me. Ifya Yurovsky, age 25, murdered in Ukraine. Berta Sick, age 54, murdered in Auschwitz. Boris Yurovsky, age 51, murdered in Lubny, Ukraine. Lena Dingfelder, age 68, murdered at the Theresienstadt. Josef Steinberg, age 55, murdered at Auschwitz. Boris Steinberg, age 35, murdered in Auschwitz.
Just read the first name.
Herman Dingfelder, age 73, murdered in Buchenwald.
How do you do that?
Rita Schoenberg, age 50, murdered at Tarnow. Emil Dingfelder, age 66, murdered at the Theresienstadt. Dawid Spalter, age 38, murdered in Auschwitz. Josef Spalter, age 35, murdered in Auschwitz. Hope Spalter, age 29, murdered in Auschwitz. Isidor Reichmannsdorfer, age 76, murdered at the Theresienstadt. Moses Young, age 64, murdered in Latvia. Matilda Galinsky, age 32, murdered in Istika, Poland. Adolf DeVries, 29, murdered in Poland. Lena Wormser, age 57, murdered at the Rising Sun. Isaac Wormser, age 65, murdered at the Rising Sun. Sorry Frank, age 49, murdered at Bergen, Germany. August Dingfelder, age 82, murdered at the Rising Sun.
Email address.
Oh, sure.
Victor Kavin, age 27, murdered in Kalin, Russia. Rebecca Elimela, age 33, murdered in Belarus. Shia Kasmelson, age 47, murdered in Pavlov, Russia. Yeleska Levin, age 48, murdered in Poland. Bela Razmovich, age 37, murdered in Auschwitz. Esther Pollack, age 33, murdered in Poland. Yasef Stein, age 26, murdered in Ukraine. Frida Friedman, age 36, murdered at Auschwitz. Moisey Mogilevsky, age 51, murdered in Ukraine. Rafael Mogilevsky, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Ruchel Feinstein, age 38, murdered in Ukraine. Tima Bader, age 42, murdered in Uzbekistan. Moses Schwartz, age 41, murdered in Belzec. Pepe Lee, age 35, murdered in Poland. Chaim Kleiman, age 29, murdered in Belarus. Shlioma Pressman, age 21, murdered in Russia. Elia Gershman, age 23, murdered in Brest, Poland. Alexander Kogan, age 39, murdered in Russia. Mayor Kalman, age 50, murdered in Treblinka. Estera Kalman, age 49, murdered in Treblinka. Eugene Fish, age 65, murdered at Auschwitz. Stefan Fuchs, age 40, murdered in Russia. Agnes Fuchs, age 31, murdered at Auschwitz. Bella Fuchs, age 39, murdered in Germany. Neha Kaczerginski, age 26, murdered in Poland. Deborah Vilkmarirski, age 42, murdered in Poland. Rivka Kopelman, age 42, murdered in Poland. Lev Bont, age 49, murdered in Odessa, Ukraine. Rakhil Rosnik, age 39, murdered in Russia. Chaim Basin, age 43, murdered in Russia. Tana Lazarov, age 61, murdered in Russia. Devosia Lipschitz, age 31, murdered in Belarus. Yantel Shinderman, age 50, murdered in Ukraine. Mikhail Golik, age 29, murdered in Ukraine. Robert Toffley, age 22, murdered in Auschwitz. Mikhail Gendler, age 21, murdered in Ukraine. Yakov Gendler, age 46, murdered in Ukraine. Rafael Gendler, age 49, murdered in Ukraine. Maurice Rosenfeld, age 56, murdered at Auschwitz. Vasya Hevesner, age 25, murdered in Uzbekistan. Esther Rosenfeld, age 55, murdered at Auschwitz. Rosa Belfer, age 31, murdered in Ukraine. Vega Zloznik, age 76, murdered in Ukraine. Sophia Malkus, age 46, murdered in Ukraine. Laura Loik, age 41, murdered in Russia. Sofa Tenenbaum, age 18, murdered in Ukraine. Esther Schifrin, age 35, murdered in Belarus. Samuel Maklin, 48, murdered in Belarus. Samuel Voltorek, age 33, murdered in Ukraine. Martha Schwab, age 54, murdered in Poland. Isaac Malamuth, age 40, murdered in Russia. Mendel Schnoll, age 65, murdered in Russia. Ida Schnoll, age 63, murdered in Russia. Lena Bernovsky, age 32, murdered in Russia. Liza Mazel, age 31, murdered in Belarus. Ida Adam, age 62, murdered in Belzec. Isaac Tamer, age 24, murdered in Ukraine.
Thank you. You can introduce yourself.
My name is Lauren.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Earl Hammer, age 61, murdered in Ukraine. Makla Medved, age 42, murdered in Ukraine. Rivka Vosner, age 55, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Sarah Vosner, age 33, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Moshe Vosner, age 36, murdered in Lvov, Poland. Israel Tuvel, age 48, Poland. Yendel Lynch, age 51, murdered in Poland. Yosef Lin, age 51, murdered in Poland. Nachman Lin, age 47, murdered in Russia. Yangel Kleiner, age 55, murdered in Ukraine. Sura Martyr, age 70, murdered in Ukraine. Isaac Burstein, age 19, murdered in Poland. Isaac Fleischman, age 38, murdered in Ukraine. Ruvin Lifshitz, age 24, murdered in Russia. Don Adam, age 70, murdered in Poland. Tankun Axelrod, age 35, murdered in Russia. Meyer Goffman, age 33, murdered in Poland. Yosef Levin, age 40, murdered in Russia. Vladimir Litvak, age 46, murdered in Austria. Minya Gershenson, age 39, murdered in Belarus. Yuda Belkin, age 29, murdered in Belarus. Kana Lerner, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Celia Berstein, age 39, murdered in Ukraine. Lisa Berstein, age 19, murdered in Ukraine. Liba Steinberg, age 55, murdered in Poland. Matvey Margolin, age 33, murdered in Russia. Abram Brodsky, age 36, murdered in Russia. Ilya Margolin, age 37, murdered in Ukraine. Valko Sirota, age 67, murdered in Ukraine. Isak Schwarzman, age 52, murdered in Ukraine. Ida Brodsky, age 76, murdered in Ukraine. Itzko Brodsky, age 81, murdered in Ukraine. Rachel Schwarzman, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Yossi Schwarzman, age 18, murdered in Ukraine. Ida Schwarzman, age 18, murdered in Ukraine. Eva Strugov, age 18, murdered in Belarus. Benjamin Strugov, age 19, murdered in Belarus. Rosa Strugov, age 21, murdered in Belarus. Vasya Schwarzman, age 47, murdered in Ukraine. Age 43, murdered in Russia. Nahum Lipovetsky, age 32, murdered in Vega Pukovitsky, age 39, murdered in Belarus. Shimon Pukovitsky, age 39, murdered in Russia. Sylvia Steinberg, age 24, murdered in Poland. Moishe Pat, age 66, murdered in Belarus. Rochel Pat, age 62, murdered in Belarus. Isak Rosman, age 22, murdered in Poland. Israel Gorokovsky, age 34, murdered in Russia. Shmulik Yankelevich, age 32, murdered in Romania. Rosa Engelman, age 41, murdered in Auschwitz. Anatoly Ortenberg, age 28, murdered in Germany. Yefim Kaifetz, age 30, murdered in Russia. Aaron Kogan, age 31, murdered in Russia. Moisei Shifrin, age 40, murdered in Ukraine. Reuven Shapsa, age 54, murdered in Auschwitz. Itzhak Shapsa, age 18, murdered in Auschwitz. Riva Shapsa, age 22, murdered in Poland. Kersh Shapsa, age 20, murdered in Poland. Tzipora Epstein, age 39, murdered in Lodz. Vega Shapsa, age 50, murdered in Auschwitz. Manis Perlovich, age 43, murdered in Poland. Itzhak Perlovich, age 47, murdered in Lodz. Solomon Aronchik, age 29, murdered in Ukraine. Vladimir Barer, age 35, murdered in Ukraine. Moshe Steinberg, age 31, murdered in Poland.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren. And thank you to everybody this morning who read. It means a lot. It's been a whirlwind already. We were down at Federation at 8:00 this morning. We've had probably close to 24 readers so far. Thank you, Harry. I don't know if you can hear me, but just wanted to. Okay, great. Just wanted to thank you again for helping host and coordinate all of our speakers. I'm going to take just a minute and reintroduce today's program before inviting our first virtual speakers to read. But I just want to again say how much I appreciate every one of you for taking time out of your day to commemorate Yom HaShoah and be a part of this meaningful program. It means a lot. Good morning. We gather today in remembrance on Yom HaShoah to honor the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. But today we do something more specific, something more personal. We remember not only the number, but also the names. As the poet Zelda's, unto every person there is a name given by God and given by their parents. Each name we will hear today belonged to a person who lived a life, who was part of a family, and who was part of a world. And that is the focus of this year's program's theme, the Jewish family during the Holocaust. Before the war, the Jewish family was a source of stability, identity, and continuity. Parents worked, children learned, traditions were passed from one generation to the next. Families gathered for meals and holidays, for ordinary moments that gave life meaning. Then, in what history records, but the human mind struggles to comprehend, that world was shattered. Families were torn apart, first by laws, then by violence, then by deportation and murder. Fathers were taken for forced labor. Mothers were left to hold families together under impossible conditions. Children who should have been playing, learning, and growing were forced into survival. Some became smugglers, some became caretakers, all lost their childhood. One survivor recalled the moment they first wore the yellow star and said, that same day, I stopped being a child. And yet, even in ghettos, in the camps, and in hiding, families tried to remain families. They gathered for meals even when there was almost no food. They tried to preserve dignity even when they were stripped of everything. They created moments of normalcy in a world that had lost all sense of normal. In the Warsaw Ghetto, one father described a Passover Seder held in defiance of despair. Outside, death was ever present, but inside, for a fleeting moment, there was still warmth, still connection, and still family. The family became both a refuge and at times a source of unbearable anguish, because of one of the cruelest realities of the Holocaust was this: sometimes to survive, families had to separate. Parents faced impossible decisions, choices that no human being should ever have to make: to hold on to their children and risk death together, or send them away alone into uncertainty in the faint hope that they might live. One mother told her child, you must survive. You must tell the world what happened. These were acts not of abandonment, but of unimaginable courage and love. And yet, for most families, when they stayed together or were torn apart, the outcome was the same. Entire families were annihilated. Not just individuals, but parents, children, grandparents, entire generations, entire lineages, entire worlds. That is what we must understand today. When we say a name, we are not only remembering one person, a history, a future that never had a chance to unfold. And still, even in the face of such devastation, something endured. Human connection endured. Care for one another endured. The instinct to form family, even among strangers, endured. In camps and forests, people created new bonds, new families to survive one more day. And after the war, those who survived searched for loved ones, and when they could not find them, they built families again. That act, the rebuilding of Jewish family life, was in itself an act of defiance, a refusal to let destruction have the final word. Today, we take part in that same act of defiance, because the Nazis sought not only to destroy Jewish lives, but to erase their memory and to reduce human beings to ashes and anonymity. And we refuse. By reciting the names, we restore identity, we restore dignity, and we restore humanity. Each name spoken today pushes back against the oblivion. Each name says, this person lived, they mattered, they were loved, they belonged to a family, and they will not be forgotten. As we listen to the names, let us try, however imperfectly, to imagine the lives behind them. A child at a family table, a mother comforting her son, a father walking his daughter to school, or a grandmother holding her family together at a meal. Not statistics or abstractions, but people, each one an entire world. May their memories be for a blessing, and may our act of remembering them ensure that their names and the families they belong to live on. And with that, I'm going to share my screen. And Brad, if you'll start reading on the first page, and we'll go from there one at a time.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you.
Galia Katsakaya from Kiev was murdered in Babi Yar, age 3. Am I reading these correctly?
Yeah, do just first, last, place of death and age.
Okay. Zavush Greenberg died in Kielce, age 4. Jakal Krantz died in Transnistria, age 5. Walter Blatt, no place of death, age 5. Figo Weinberger died, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Chaim Gitlin, murdered at Spilyava, age 7. Thela Cooperstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Hanina Prakaunik, murdered at Treblinka, age 3. Zipporah Tessel, place of death unknown, age 6. Henry Ladowicz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Henry Markovix, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Dury Lowenstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Feigl Sprachman, murdered at Stalingrad, age 4. Ansel Dobrolowski, murdered at Weisenwick, age 6. Chawa Zimmerman, murdered at Belzec, age 8. Liebel Marcus, place of death unknown, age 9. Margit Gerstmann, place of death unknown, age 9. Salsia Bajrach, murdered at Warsaw, age 6. Sylvia Simcha, murdered at Treblinka, age 9. Zorika Weiss, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Keep going. Lucien Kaplansky, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Margit Hold, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Seindel Jager, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Tomas Gross, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Laszlo Gross, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Jehuda Kahan, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Blaim Weider, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Fagla Rosenzweig, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Fremet Opanzinski, murdered at Krakow, age 6. Henius Zilberstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Jean Mittelstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Shlomo Klajman, murdered at Treblinka, age 10. Itzhak Joe Jaskowitz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Kaya Gontaunik, murdered at Vilnius, age 3. Pearl Klepfish, murdered at Treblinka, age 3. Clary Kamchi, murdered at Treblinka, age 1. F.M. Gurvich, murdered at Odessa, age 9. Jakal Luchter, murdered at Chaniki, age 9. Saral Ririn, murdered at Milnica, age 5. Manya Gitina, murdered at Kamenka, age 1.
Thank you, Brad. We're gonna move on to Carolyn. We can start on this page. Are you there, Carolyn?
Yes. Ginette Schwartzmani, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Carlo Mayer, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Rahel Kerpner, murdered at Birkenau, age 9. Musha Milex, murdered in Odessa, age 10. Jacob Beck, murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Jenya Gluskier, murdered at Krasnodar, age 5. Genia Jelen, murdered in Branagora, age 8. Avike Chesler, murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Ivanek Ehrlich, murdered at age 9. Bemol Yubchik, murdered at Branagora area, age 6. Lucia Margolian, murdered at Kodnya, age 9. Brana Rosen, murdered in Papivsi, age 4. Mina Abramson, murdered in Rossoni, age 8. Shiva Schneiderman, murdered in Vinkovsky, age 3. Pepsia Moses, murdered in Drahobitz at age 10. Sofa Kazakevich, murdered at age 5. Rachel Ackerman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Gina Kiselyov, murdered in Lyazno, age 7. Hadassah Weidmeister, murdered in Treblinka at age 6. Ghetto Rothstein, murdered age 10. Israel Gladney, murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Manya Korobachko, murdered at age 7. Gittela Goldsmith, murdered in Fort, age 8. Araham Nowogrodsky, murdered in Treblinka at age 3. Ihak Weiss, murdered in Auschwitz at age 3. Pessy Rappaport, murdered in Babi-Yar at age 8. Tybala Itzkovich, murdered in Kauno at age 6. Yeshayahu Irois, murdered at age 3. Gittela Neisengoltz, murdered in Raun, age 4. Yaakov Litchi, murdered in Auschwitz at age 9. Laszlo Grossman, murdered in Auschwitz at age 3. Gyeongski Reiger, murdered in Auschwitz at age 7. Tommy Grunwald, murdered in Auschwitz at age 1. Wolf Jakubowicz, murdered in Auschwitz at age 6. Giori Abraham, murdered in Auschwitz at age 2. Chaim Gorfinkel, murdered in Kibartai at age 6. Oleg Lubishets, murdered in Dunayevsky at age 2. Genia Kolodny, murdered in Peroslav Kelnitsky at age 4. Alexander Kudinsky, murdered at age 6. Chaya Greenberg, murdered in Auschwitz at age 3.
Thank you, Carolyn. Elena, we're going to go to you.
Yes. Edith Yitzhak, murdered in Auschwitz at age 4. Gri Adlerstein, murdered at Auschwitz at age 4. Judith Karosner, murdered in Auschwitz at age 5. Naomi Markovich, place of the death unknown at age 5. Yehoshua Haid, place of death unknown at age 3. Chaim Karnovsky, place of the death is unknown at age 10. Yoa Cohen, murdered in Auschwitz at age 4. Judith Kalkaene, murdered in Auschwitz at age 5. Litsi Adlesberg, murdered in Chudin at age 4. Felix Schlesinger, murdered in Terezin at age 1. Margit Schon, murdered in Auschwitz at age 8. Zoli Chaba, murdered in Auschwitz at age 5. Miriam Yakubovich, murdered in Auschwitz at age 8. Moshele Rubana, murdered in Pinsk at age 10. Laibus Lenchner, murdered in Birkenau at age 4. Igorek Kraskin, place of the death is unknown at age 1. Peretz Beleli, murdered in Corfu at age 4. Judith Wettenstein, murdered in Auschwitz at age 9. Lisa Hoffman, murdered in Theresienstadt at age 1. Melich Aller, murdered in Helm at age 8. Freddy Führer, murdered in Auschwitz at age 10. Nelly Warshawski, murdered in Stalin at age 6. Zvi Karpelets, murdered in Auschwitz at age 5. Yosef Hados, murdered in Melitopol at age 7. Monique Royd, murdered in Treblinka at age 7. Moshele Sherman, murdered in Treblinka at age 6. Robika Steinberg, murdered in Auschwitz at age 3. Avram Agsteribel, murdered in Sobibor at age 5. Ginette Starlid, murdered in Auschwitz at age 8. Yerachmiel Schulman, murdered in Pinsk at age 8. Peggy Vushvich, murdered in Lubcha at age 5. Feigl Wolf Waldwasser, murdered at Auschwitz at age 6. Jirka Weiskop, murdered in Ishbitsa at age 10. Toba Gnat, murdered in Auschwitz at age 4. Pearl Greenfield, murdered place of the death unknown at age 10. Jakob Mainz, murdered at Tomashov at age 3. Avram Karpovsky, murdered in Warsaw at age 8. Alice May, murdered in Auschwitz at age 10. Haya Krausch, murdered in Auschwitz at age 6. Edith Kohn, murdered in Auschwitz at age 2.
Thank you, Elena, very much. Going back is now Bo. You are up.
Yes. Ben Zoin Wiener, murdered in Trozensky, age 5. Alex Rochwagner, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Aaron Makavich, murdered in Laban, age 6. Fra Kravich, unknown, age 9. Excuse me, my eyesight's not what it used to be. Sofa Kleiner, unknown, age 2. Sonia Kirkin, Minsk, age 3. Samar Komar, Tirospol, age 7. Sayoma Korisky Rokosevica, age 8. Mina Hipser, murdered Auschwitz, age 2. Unsk Rozimbum in Kiev, age 7. Yes. EC Medelovitz, murdered Auschwitz, age 7. Zima Melcher, murdered Bagarova, age 6. Anya Koloshvansky, murdered Stalino, age 1. Joe Wassenholzer, unknown, age 5. Arthur Leibich, murdered Treblinka, age 4. Deborah Klempanowski, murdered Auschwitz, age 5. Eve Lichman, murdered Auschwitz, age 6. Judith Beckman, murdered Auschwitz, age 9. Thea Schoenbaum, unknown, age 6. Herschel Zanzer, murdered Auschwitz, age 3. Evie Linsker, murdered Auschwitz, age 1. George Singer, murdered Auschwitz, age 10. Elsie Schwab, murdered Bajinkik, age 10. Shul Milchner, murdered Melintz, age 8. Jana Cohn, murdered Razwillow, age 3. Renisa Zins, murdered Lowell, age 10. Rebecca Levy, murdered Treblinka, age 4. Claudine Malik, murdered Auschwitz, age 4. Gilta Lozvansky, murdered Helino, age 1. Sarinka Groibard, murdered Kielce, age 5. Lofty Freischman, unknown, age 4. Javak Karlobi, Strada Gradinska, age 8, Gino Jupiter, Comp, age 4, Ishka Leibowitz, murdered Auschwitz, age 1, Jacob Bronner, murdered Auschwitz, age 9, Zuska Loeffler, murdered Auschwitz, age 8, Jarek Hirsch, murdered Mir, age 4, Zivi Kalich, murdered Kvintz, age 1, Miklos Hoffman, murdered Auschwitz, age 7, Goronsky Hirschfeld, murdered Auschwitz, age 6.
Thank you, Bo. Robin, you are up next.
Okay. The family of my uncle Avram Steinberg from Poland, murdered in various places. Edita Weigert, murdered in Auschwitz at age 2. Manusha Ogrodowski, murdered in Chelmo,
Elmno, yeah.
age 6. Ruth Egdelski, murdered in Kovno at age 3. Anko Lotman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Lena Kochik, murdered in Babi Yar, age 7. Faisal Jakubowski, murdered in Lodz, age 1. Marika Moskovitz, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Shmulik Mazikant, murdered in Babi Yar, age 7. Renata Feuerstein, murdered, not sure, age 7. Sarah Jakovitz, murdered in Birkenau, age 10. Jerzy Rothstein, murdered somewhere, age 6. Inda Luzitz, murdered in Berdichev, age 7. Avraham Jakobson, murdered in Riga, age 1. Bronkow Spiegel, murdered in Auschwitz, age 10. Vera Zomarov, murdered in Bykov, age 8. Etta Ajabon, murdered somewhere, age 10. Paula Eisner, murdered somewhere, age 6. Shmuel Figerson, murdered in Skeda, age 3. Zeli Eliyahu, murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Georgi Kellerman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Miriam Itzhak, murdered in Birkenau, age 7. Eli Levy, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Chaim Hoskener, murdered in Treblinka, age 7. Suzanne Steinfeld, murdered somewhere, age 5. Iboya Ackerman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Judith Yingres, murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Yosef Yosevich, murdered in Auschwitz, age 4. Rosie Rappaport, murdered in Auschwitz, age 10. Jakob Kellner, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. T.B. Fleischman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Annie Moho, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Israel Isaacson, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Yurik Rosen, Varsa, not sure, at age 8. Pascal Rossenwasser, not sure, murdered at age 8. Rivka Lehrer, murdered in Auschwitz at age 2. Mikhail Bach, murdered in Clincy, age 8. Susanna Kirschner, not sure, age 10. Basia Kate, murdered in Osmania, age 6. Monia Levantman, murdered in Odessa, age 5. Rizel Vernachevsky, murdered in Budanovsk, age 5.
Thank you, Robin. Rita, you are next. Are you there, Rita?
You want me to keep going?
Sure. Yeah,
Here?
she's on the call, but I don't see her. Hold on. Rita?
She's not on mute.
Yeah, go. She's not on mute.
Going.
It's okay. Hang on.
Judith Kraus, murdered in Auschwitz, age 2. If she comes on, let me know.
Okay.
Anna Bilk, murdered in Strokonstatnov, age 8. Clara Brassam, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Kaya Berlant, murdered in Starokonstantinov, age 7. Abrasha Ozavich, not sure where she was murdered, age 1. Reuven Rabinovitz, murdered in Kartby, age 8. Spiritza Misserman, murdered in Treblinka, age 10. Otter Indig, not sure where murdered, age 1. Gittel Krosterman, murdered in Babi Yar, age 8. Yitzhak Lifshitz, murdered, not sure, at age 5. Sonia Albertsbergen, murdered in Auschwitz, age 2. Fanya Penichevska, not sure where murdered, age 1. Fred Wilderman, murdered in Transnistria, age 7. Jakob Cohen, murdered in Auschwitz, age 5. Berthe Britschneider, not sure, in age 4. Nomi Berkowitz, murdered in Treblinka, at age 9. Fegela Verdigar, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Chaim Kleiman, murdered in Birkenau, age 10. Leonardo de Verli, not sure where murdered, age 5. Heinrich Goldfried, murdered in Auschwitz, age 10.
Thank you, Robin.
Did she come on, Rita?
Yes, Rita is
Go
on
ahead.
and asking her to unmute.
Yeah, she says she wants to try now.
All right, Rita, try now. Are you speaking? Oh, yeah, I'm not hearing anything. I'm wondering. You may want to try calling in on a phone, Rita, and see if when you call in on the phone, the audio works.
You want me to keep going? Or somebody else? Also, I think I signed up for 2 sessions. I can't, you know that?
Let me see. I have a lot of people. R. Dudley is your email address?
007.
I only have here. That's the only one that he put on there. But
okay, that's fine.
If you're available, I'm sure we could use you.
You want me to stay on or not?
You can, it's up to you, up to your schedule. I don't want to cause anything.
Right.
Let's go ahead.
She's asking for the phone number, and I think the phone number was in the email, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same Zoom link. You just want to try and access it on a phone, Rita. Yeah, here, let me. Let me see if I can paste.
If
Hello?
she pulls up the audio, Carrot, she can choose switch to phone audio, and then it'll give her the number.
Yes. Good catch, Susan.
And the other thing.
Susan, it's good to see you. I forgot you were on this today.
Yeah, nice to see you. I'm eating lunch until it's my turn.
That's okay. Totally fine.
Also, in my case, and sometimes this happens, if she logs off and logs back in, she might be able to do it, because that's what happened with me.
I think hold on. She's not muted. I just clicked the button to ask her to turn on her camera. But I think
her camera was on. I just didn't see her.
Yeah, no, her camera was on.
Oh, she's gone.
No. Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can. I don't have her. I have a phone number somewhere over here. I can just text it to her.
How long does this go on, the reading?
We plan to end at 4:00 this afternoon.
Okay.
And we started at 8:30 this morning, so
Yeah.
it's already been going on for about 4 hours.
A lot of names.
Yeah, I think the scariest part about this for me, every year I do this, so the most shocking is that we read and we read and we read and we read for hours and hours and hours, and
Never
we
get to the end.
barely scratch the surface. We read less than 0.5% of the children who were murdered in the Holocaust. 0.5%, and we are reading like nonstop for like 8 hours, and it just it blows my mind. I mean, the enormity of it is just so much.
All over the world, people are reading names.
That is true. All right, I sent Rita the link via text, but let's go ahead and whose time is it? 12:15. 12:15. That's Nancy Eisenberg, but I don't see Nancy on here yet. Nancy, are you here? No. Okay.
I can take a few more minutes and then I'll get off.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. If you read this page, that'd be good.
All right. David Lewenstein, murdered in Lodz at age 2. Heskel Einhorn, murdered in Auschwitz, age 5. Edith Cohen, murdered in Auschwitz, age 8. Nefka Weinstein, murdered in Glusk, age 7. Chaya Applebaum, not sure where, murdered, age 6. Hanka Egres, murdered in Mykonek, age 9. Abraham Askarib, murdered in Sobibor, age 9. Liebel Eauclair, murdered in Krasnitchin, age 9. Yekaterina Charnik, murdered in Mariupol, age 8. Tommy Cohen, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Florika Liebman, not sure where, murdered, age 7. Zusha Crew, murdered in Auschwitz, age 8. Stensdale Weingarten, not sure where, murdered, age 10. Anna Rackelstein, murdered in Mogilev, age 3. Batsheva Lachovsky, murdered in Molchdeitz, age 3. Isha Plapla, murdered in Treblinka, age 9. Heinz Freyer, murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Freddie Rachelski, not sure where, murdered, age 7. Tuba Balinki, murdered in Benica, age 8. And Maurice Pelkman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 10.
Thank you. All right, Rita. I just saw you rejoin in all caps, which might mean it's from your phone.
She's got on mute.
Yeah.
There she goes. Is she there?
Are you there, Rita?
Wow.
That's tough.
Next page.
Next page. All right. Oh, connecting to audio. It says connecting to audio. That's a good sign, Rita.
Yay.
Oh no, now it had an X.
Try it again. Technology is great when it works.
It is. It's trying. I see connecting to audio. Well, Rita still works on that. I'll read this page and then we'll go back. Judith Nichichki, place unknown, age 8. Eliyahu Postowski, Novo Switchiani, age 7. Yekel Birkan died in Yekabils, age 5. Etel Olshak died in Malkin, age 7. Nico Sillage died in Auschwitz, age 4. Sarah Kornreich, died at place unknown, age 2. Yehuda Quit, died in Auschwitz, age 3. Moritz Lebovitz, died in Auschwitz, age 7. Zvi Pavonsik, died in Treblinka, age 8. Hindi Sharf, died at Auschwitz, age 5. Marcel Machner, died in Auschwitz, age 7. Harry Northheimer, died at Auschwitz, age 5. Bila Sisner, died at place unknown, age 9. Chaya Lowy, died at Auschwitz, age 10. Bella Kobetz, died at unknown location, age 9. Alexander Mizeritsky, died in Babi Yar, age 3. Musia Pakiet, died in Treblinka, age 8. Nachman Abramowitz, died in Mir, age 6. Naftali Siltiel, died in Sobibor, age 9. Nelia Maidan, died in Babi Yar, age 2. Rita, say something. Tell me, is it working?
I'm here.
You're here and it's working. All right.
Good.
All right. We're going to have you read the next 2 pages.
Thank you so much
Okay.
for what you're doing, by the way.
You're very welcome.
Yes,
Hi, I'm
yes,
in
yes.
Augusta, Georgia. Bye-bye.
I'm going to mention the names of some family members first. Betty Hirsch, actually Betty Herzog Hirsch, which is my mother's maiden name. She died in Auschwitz. Rosa Hirsch, her sister, also died in Auschwitz. Flora Wormser, death location unknown. And Paula Kaufman, death destination unknown. So now I will begin with Schmurzik Fagela, Breshek Nadbugiem, 4. Abraham Kellner, Auschwitz, age 10. Fenya Schwarzbord, Pervomayask, age 5. Abraham Kipperberg, Belopolya, age 8. Alla Lifshitz, Zolochnosya, age 3. Kati Deutsch, Auschwitz, 7. Chaim Koltracht, Warsaw, age 1. Shure Roth, Auschwitz, age 9. George Laurenti, Auschwitz, age 3. Aaron Levin, Ezishki, age 7. Agi Farba Kunmadaras, age 7. Avram Penner, Auschwitz, age 7. Gisela Berkenstadt in Chelmno, age 10. Gonji Grünstein, Auschwitz, 1942, age 5. Kovacs Georgi, Auschwitz, age 4. Yubak Hivenson, Mirgorod, age 3. Erna Spiegel, Transnistria, age 9. Aharele Tunkiel, Baranovichet, age 1. Laszlo Krausch, Auschwitz 2. Elizabeth Sudovich, age 4. Edith Lefkowitz, Birkenau, 9. Erzbet Schenker, Auschwitz 6. Mordechai Simsevich, Auschwitz, age 8. Tamara Ozeryansky, Babi Yar, age 10. Yankel Korobochko, not known, age 9. Yankel Leiben, Voronova, age 1. Galia Neivelt, age 9. Death location unknown. Bella Korshmareva, Odessa, age 5. Ida Mondair, Auschwitz, age 1. Chaya Levina, Fort 9, age 9. Nona Yelisavsky, Mariupol, age 5. Anya Maklina, Zitomir, age 1. Leah Weber, unknown, age 6. Mandy Polak, Auschwitz, age 5. Rakil Kusherskaya, Kishlavice, age 7. Semyon Lyukter, unknown, age 9. Grisha Nerush, Zitomir, age 8. Mikhail Kundo, Baku, age 1. Kakel Turek, Ulkmerch, age 7. Yeodas Jakob, Auschwitz, age 5.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you for being so patient with me.
No problem. We're going to move on to Susan Mantell.
All righty. All right. Thank you.
All right. Garrick Byacker, Hillendorf, age 4. Zuzi Billis, Quono, age 4. Isef Koblenz, unknown death, place of death, age 7. Mindla Stargensky, Auschwitz, age 10. Lilani Dardowski, unknown place of death, age 1. Luba Karokaya, Babiyar, age 7. Abraham Kaunatar, died at Auschwitz at age 4. Laura Biedrat, died at Pokitilovo at age 4. Gabby Nuzlov, died at Auschwitz, age 6. Fulop Herskovics, died at Auschwitz, age 8. Erzbeth Grosk, died in Auschwitz, age 9. Gala Itzkovich, died in Petrovka, age 4. Jax Levy, died in Estams, age 8. Polizia Klar, died at Chelimo, age 7. Elnan Kudzinatsky, died in Auschwitz, age 10. Zito Poditvatsky, died in Warnowo, age 10. Zina Kryczensky, died in Dobrik, age 1. Israel Lolick, died in Frankfurt, age 9. Mikhail Kutz, died in Kharkov, age 8. Adolfi Ben Hamo, died in Auschwitz, age 9. Madeline Cherska, unknown death place, age 7. Jania Rottenberg, unknown place of death, age 9. Aniko Lieb, unknown place of death, age 5. Dovi Yofi, unknown place of death, age 7. Ursh Vinotsky, Budenkovsk, age 10. Erwin Engelhart, unknown place of death, age 2. Hajim Sparks, died in Auschwitz at age 1. Julia Margulis, unknown place of death, age 9. Sonia Schnardeman, Starko Stanovich, age 9. Tonya Schuper, died in Auschwitz, age 4. Victor Valeli, died in Birkenau, age 5. Deborah Weinberger, died in Auschwitz, age 10. Judica Sferia, died in Auschwitz, age 8. Chaim Kraus, died in Auschwitz, age 1. Miklos Maskovitz, died in Auschwitz, age 7. Janos Mitias, died in Auschwitz, age 9. Anya Malyavskaya died in Minsk, age 4. Bazia Rappaport died at Babi Yar, age 6. Zenya Rubenstein died in Varsa, age 7.
Thank you, Susan. Jody, you are up next.
RJ Rockworker died in Auschwitz in 1944. Barry Pollock died, age 9 for RJ. Barry Pollock died in Auschwitz, age 6. Frida Ritter died in Opel in age 4. Baruch Weinblatt died in Turov, age 2. Gina Segelchik died in Borisov, age 1. Ruzika Davidovic died in Elok, age 3. Sonia Leibovich died in Alexandria, age 5. Gracia Notrika died in Auschwitz, age 4. Liza Krublikov died in Klimovici, age 2. E.T. Roosevelt died in Auschwitz, age 6. Inya Lichtenstein died in Krasny, age 6. Chaim Krumilowski died in Wielun, age 10. Grigory Kraus died in Grior, age 2. Gittel Mazurovitz died in Auschwitz, age 9. Benchik Feinstein died in Krasino, age 8. Hirsch Opolasinski died in Lodz, age 8. Joseph Loenger died in Auschwitz, age 9. Lova Majorczyk died in Chełmno, age 7. Zina Lomonosova died in Kole, age 8. Hava Seidenfeld died in Auschwitz, age 6. Lyubov Tabachinkova died in Tashkent, age 3. Manfred Bronthal died in Lodz, age 9. Georgi Marcos died in Auschwitz, age 8. Lillian Gluck died in Auschwitz, age 10. Mordechai Ketzner died in Auschwitz, age 4. Dvoria Weiner died in Livani, age 7. Isaac Mulhall died in Auschwitz, age 10. Marcus Nord died in Auschwitz, age 8. Bracha Pupko died in Radom, age 9. Serka Bichler died in Lodmar, age 5. Nesia Abramovit died in Balta, age 2. Haya Rosenthal died in Shermoshin, age 5. Liza Magnus died in Mariupol, age 3. Chaim Luki died in Lunanek, age 5. Bajla Bach died in Belzec, age 6. Ruvim Schliffner died in Warnoa, age 5. Bella Mann died, location unknown, age 5. Jacques Levy, location unknown, died age of 9. Chava Lowenson died in Auschwitz, age 6. Dassel Zapira died in Debrecen, age 7. Oops, Nahum Strait, died, location unknown, age 8. Vanya Povarchik, died in Bakhchitsi, age 9. Herzl Cohen, died in Tripoli, age 6. Haja Pinshinsky, died in Treblinka, age 5. Genia Agranovich, died in Dnipropetrovsk, age 10. Isaac Dienhan, died in Auschwitz, age 2. Yom Tov Aru, died in Auschwitz, age 7. Fira Lisi, died in Odessa, age 6. Baruch Bloch, died location unknown, age 6. Isidore Alkalaj, died in Dechakovo, age 5. Arye Charne, died in Belbiriskis, age 7. Mina Sternatskaya, died in Beretichev, age 4. Georgette Benita, died location unknown, age 3. Aniko Lowy, died in Auschwitz, age 10. Suza Reich, died in Auschwitz, age 6. Deborah Weinberg, died location unknown, age 2. Freim Gochstein, died location unknown, age 10. Miki Rosendahl, died location unknown, age 8. Hersh Jakubovic, died in Auschwitz, age 9. Meyer Sealtiel, died in Sobibor, age 3.
Jody, are you going to do one more page?
I'm fine doing one more page. That's fine.
Okay, let's do one more page.
Mura Zarskaya, died in Mariupol, age 4. Fanny Muller, died in Sobibor, age 2. Julianne Schoenberg, died in Pithiviers, age 8. Pinchas Newman, died in Auschwitz, age 6. Regine Lieberman, died in Kolomea, age 1. Misha Kessler, died in Odessa, age 3. Sultana Mitrani, died in Birkenau, age 1. Lyuba Levitina, died in Kaganovica, age 10. Bala Sorokhaneskaya, died in Mariupol, age 1. Azraelis Mikin Itskis, died in Mazikaya, age 7. Lyuba Litvinova, died in Klinsky, age 9. Edzer Dizadek, died in Treblinka, age 10. Sioma Brufman, died in Odessa, age 5. Zoya Zayets, died in Vinica, age 3. Nelu Ujheli, died in Auschwitz, age 6. Fira Meisler, died in Zapokorich, age 2. Lyuba Lomonosenko, died in Yanovichi, age 3. David Mendelowitz, died in Auschwitz, age 4. Lova Abramiki, died in Lwów, age 7. Dawid Louis, died in Cowell, age 10.
Thank you, Jody. I'm going to pick up because our next reader is not here yet. Oh, iPhone Harry. That might be Harry. But I'm gonna read the next page and then we'll continue. Laser Jaeger, died at Auschwitz, age 6. Monty Strigberger, died at Auschwitz, age 9. Rebecca Strickman, died at Sobibor, age 6. Mirella Moses, died at Auschwitz, age 9. Zanet Kapetas died at Birkenau, age 7. Jerzy Schechter died at Lvov, age 8. Anita Schoenfeld died in Drohobych, age 4. Frida Wolecki died in Chelmno, age 7. Neuma Diamond died at place unknown, age 10. Evie Schotten was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Mordechai Muskal was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Arthur Schoenfeld was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Devora Perlberg was murdered at Warsaw, age 10. Shulamit Deutsch was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Birko Golderbit was murdered in Pograbische, age 4. Jutta Alpern was murdered at Bershad, age 8. Shmuel Reiber was murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Judith Mittelman was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Misa Buzmich was murdered at Majdanek, age 4. Muriel Zatz was murdered at Medjugorje, age 9. Menachem Schwartz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Rebecca Straumza was murdered at Treblinka, age 9. Lyuba Namts was murdered at Mur Kirilovsky at age 9. Wolf Novinsky was murdered at a place unknown, age 7. Larochka Kupchik was murdered at a place unknown, age 1. Nettie Prince was murdered in Auschwitz, age 2. Chava Rupp was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Josef Schwartz was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Judith Aronovich was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Alice Schwartz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Alice Steinberger was murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Zhenya Sadownik was murdered at Dubno, age 8. Aniko Rosenberger was murdered at Birkenau, age 8. Yerachmiel Edelstein was murdered at Krasnobrod at age 8. Tomas Rex was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Shenka Rozowski was murdered at Lachva, age 2. Sharja Uster was murdered at Raun, age 5. Nomi Hirschberg was murdered in Riga at age 4. Shloimi Zhelyubsky was murdered at Vornovo, age 2. Ludmila Weinstein was murdered in Minsk at age 7. Shlomi Lustig was murdered at Auschwitz at age 2. Basia Rothstein was murdered at a place unknown, age 2. Yershan musician was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Israel Muller was murdered in Utien at age 2. Peter Zabarko was murdered at Ulanov at age 5. Shmulik Ehrlich was murdered in Auschwitz at age 7. Dvorya Sinikamian was murdered at Treblinka at age 8. Isaac Nygovson was murdered in Mariupol, age 3. Lonik Rector was murdered at a place unknown, age 9. Ruth Ostrovsky was murdered in Dachau, age 2. Merla Singler was murdered in Chelmno, age 3. Marissa Anticoli was murdered at a place unknown, age 9. Isya Ovrutsky was murdered in Babi Yar, age 4. Belina Beleli was murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Teresa Schechter was murdered in Transnistria, age 10. Milochka Shalachov was murdered in Kerch, age 4. Sofa Pampushka was murdered in Domanevka, age 5. Fradi Meiselch was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Chava Silberberg was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Isidor Kosover was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Elia Zayats was murdered in Minsk, age 5. Simon Zelkovich was murdered in Timkovichi, age 5. Aliska Weisberg was murdered in Majdanek, age 5. Gittel Orstein was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Emily Reiskin was murdered in Minsk, age 4. Artik Weib was murdered at Treblinka, age 6. Scheindel Soliar was murdered in Kirovograd, age 8. Ella Vainerman was murdered at Koroshtayev at age 9. Yosef Namias was murdered at Treblinka, age 6. Itzhak Wertheimer was murdered at Bochnia, age 10. Chaya Pantirer was murdered in Miecho, age 7. Mordech Klamtak was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Yita Musk was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Henrik Bachner was murdered also at a place unknown, age 4. Gittel Paluch was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Abraham Marin was murdered in Ponari, age 4. Mikhail Michitin was murdered at Mariupol, age 7. Arthur Schoenfeld was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Numa Ryback was murdered in Staraya Sinyava, age 8. And Nolya Fish was murdered in Odessa at age 2. Yanko Luxpizer was murdered at Bershad, age 1. Yakov Okrain was murdered in Berdichev, age 6. Halinka Alexandrovich was murdered in Radom, age 5. Yakov Einbinder was murdered in Dyatlovo, age 4. Toma Shlepakov was murdered in Kamyshin, age 1. Kyla Janovsky was murdered in Kobilink, age 7. Mara Orlinsky was murdered in Pumpenai, age 3. Alla Smorkotin was murdered in Mostovoy, age 10. Yehuda Scheinberg was murdered at Treblinka, age 3. Evika Sved was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Ava Zusoltz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Devora Goldfried was murdered at a place unknown, age 7. Avram Weisbrot was murdered in Treblinka, age 5. Yossel Machtinger was murdered at Treblinka, age 8. Zhenya Ravina was murdered at Bar, age 8. Julia Constantini was murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Abram Weinstein was murdered at a place unknown, age 8. Ziama Temin was murdered at a place unknown, age 7. Zissel Ressler was murdered at a place unknown, age 10. Arlet Ornstein was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Chavale Kristal was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Avran Rabenbach was murdered at Lodz, age 3. Elia Zhurakova was murdered in Donetsk, age 3. Liza Pozina was murdered at Mstislav, age 9. Mikhail Movshovich was murdered at Minsk, age 5. Alochka Zelitskaya was murdered in Babi Yar, age 3. Rivka Rosenblum was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Lucia Averbach was murdered in Tarnopol, age 5. Sonechka Chudnovskaya was murdered in Freileben, age 3. Ben Glazer was murdered at a place unknown, age 7. Muttel Tenenbaum was also murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Leonia Steinberg was murdered at Simferopol, age 2. Yannick Blufstein was murdered in Odessa, age 1. Frigius Weiss was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Bilya Iserlisane was murdered at Shavli, age 4. Franin Abramovitz was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Sofa Polyakova was murdered at Kryov Rog, age 6. Yeshayahu Florkowitz was murdered at Treblinka, age 6. Judith Niederman was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Isla Rafalovich was murdered at Kharkov, age 4. Just a second. Checking on something. No. Okay. Dinah Blechman was murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Benya Nechamkina was murdered at Novobitebsk, age 5. Chandala Markovitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Alexander Perzdecki was murdered at Treblinka, age 4. Claude Dralin was murdered at Birkenau. Hey, Karen, how are you? Okay, good. Where was I? Claude Dralin was murdered at Birkenau, age 5. Kluna Fishman was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Clary Zunz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Sarah Ostrovsky was murdered at Dachau, age 4. Dushka Bichler was murdered at Vladimir Volinsky. That sounds like a person, not a location. Age 5. Sioma Shkodnik was murdered in Uman, age 5. Riketa Afumoda was murdered at Treblinka, age 7. Hirsch Auerbach was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Nutza Cohen was murdered at Mogilev, age 3. Abraham Oransky was murdered in Shaolin, age 7. Yankel Feinschel was murdered at a place unknown, age 3. Israel Midlik was murdered at Treblinka, age 8. Yutka Weinberger was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Simcha Schichter was murdered at Treblinka, age 9. Fyra Pessman was murdered at a place unknown, age 4. And Stahl Gringlas was murdered in Minsk at age 8. I'm going to pause here for just a second because I saw that the okay, she's going to start at 1:10, so she's got like 15 more minutes. Okay. Emily's not here yet, so okay, I'm going to keep reading. Nellie Wagman, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Isaac Podmazo was murdered at Borisov, age 5. Lyuba Pupkin was murdered at Novi Oskol, age 8. Shora Rudman was murdered at Odessa, age 4. Avram Schonberger was murdered in Subulyovka, age 2. Minyu Somer was murdered at Bershad, age 4. Alec Rice was murdered at Bagarovo, age 8. Bodana Janowski was murdered at Treblinka, age 2. Yakov Scheinagel was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Velvel Einstein was murdered in Litin, age 9. Semyon Rappaport was murdered at Mariupol, age 3. Celia Shmurak was murdered in Pogost, age 2. Laszlo Rosenberg was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Zvi Susser was murdered at Mogilev Podolsky, age 3. George Struhl was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Heinz Schneider was murdered in Riga, age 4. Marek Perlmutter was murdered at a place unknown, age 2. Edith Schnormacher was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Judith Gondlina was murdered in Brobrusk, age 10. Yankel Pritz was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Ratza Immergluck was murdered at Belzec, age 6. Luciana Anticoli was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Judasia Budanitsky was murdered in Parichi, age 10. Ede Hirschler was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Marek Eisenwasser was murdered in Warsaw, age 4. Harry Raphael was murdered at a place unknown, age 8. Raya Portnova was murdered in Kuban, age 8. Graziella de Porto was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Brana Senderovitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Rivka Herskovitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Samuel Ehrenberg was murdered in Zlobin, age 3. Feibel Schirf was murdered in Rastorach, age 3. Mana Kiska was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Zissel Sakaju was murdered in Transnistria, age 5. Asya Pevny was murdered in Dzerzhinsk, age 5. Leibel Zeigerman was murdered in Warsaw, age 5. Miriam Schneidman was murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Blima Weiss was murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Topcia Wax was murdered in Wielun, age 8. Ethel Ulterman was murdered in Warsaw, age 6. Hello? Hello? Oh, that's okay, Karen. No problem. Yeah, Karen, you guys are up at 10 after, and at 5 after we have Emily, so you'll be up after Emily. And Emily will be next at 1:05. Sonechka Yofi, Logoisk, age 6. Mina Shmilevich was murdered at a place unknown, age 2. Shifra Zinger was murdered in Slonim, age 8. Fela Girer was murdered at a place unknown, age 10. Aaron Lichtenstein died at a place unknown, age 7. Judith Pollock died at Auschwitz, age 5. Yosef Prince was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Yosela Gafanovich was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Sheva Michaelberg was murdered in Warsaw, age 5. Yankel Zobel was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Abraham Peitzer was murdered in Stanislavov, age 7. Feivel Zamochowski was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Leah Vidorovitz was murdered in Sarna, age 8. Shlioma Sukhrodev was murdered in Vitebsk, age 8. Perla Rosenzweig was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Sarah Reich was murdered at Sosnovich, age 4. Doja Much was murdered in Kashechevatoy, age 9. Benjamin Itzkovitz was murdered at Kaunas, age 10. Anya Serebranaya was murdered in Priluki, age 8. Fenya Kapustian was murdered in Odessa, age 1. Monya Eiskovitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Abraham Perlmutter was murdered at Treblinka, age 7. Elizabeth Weinberger was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Huguette Gutmeister was murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Chaim Atzlander was murdered in Belzec, age 3. Lily Shefiltovich was murdered at Riga, age 4. Riva Bukrishtan was murdered in Transnistria, age 9. Gucia Kukier was murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Judith Varman was murdered at Treblinka, age 3. Abraham Perlstein was murdered in Rauna, age 3. Lucia Schneider was murdered at Minsk, age 8. Yankel Rabinovich was murdered in Liozno, age 8. Asya Shilova was murdered in Staroselai, age 3. Dainia Dainen was murdered in Jankoy, age 7. Vera Povzner was murdered in Lokvicha, age 8. Tanya Nyman was murdered in a camp at age 7. Mordechai Inover was murdered in Sobibor, age 8. Reinald Grunwald was murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. And Lucia Seidlovsky was murdered in Piotrkov, age 9. Manya Portnaya was murdered in Gaisin, age 4. Emily, are you ready to pick up from here?
I'm ready.
And feel free to introduce yourself and the organization you're with.
Sure. My name is Emily Heskel, and I'm with 3G ATL, Connecting Grandchildren of Holocaust Survivors. Ruti Sok was murdered in Kaunas at the age of 4. Tanya Shogolev was murdered in Vinnytsia at the age of 3. Burl Rembam was murdered in Miedrezik at the age of 6. Shmuel Rosenberg was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 2. Abraham Pomerantz was murdered in Treblinka at the age of 4. Tamara Schneier was murdered in Leningrad at the age of 2. Jacob Pavlovsky was murdered in Warsaw at the age of 6. Chava Fischer was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 3. Motali Skupinski was murdered in Ribnitsa at the age of 4. Sofia Voynitsky was murdered in Poltava at the age of 1. Gabi Spitzer was murdered in Novi Sad at the age of 1. Alex Smorkotin was murdered in Mostovoy at the age of 1. Pizel Ikobovich was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 9. Chaya Uzar was murdered in Wilno at the age of 5. Joachim Bach was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 3. Yossi Michnik was murdered in Rhone at the age of 6. Edith Gelvors was murdered in Ostrozek at the age of 4. Marila Kimmelman was murdered in Treblinka at the age of 7. Gilya Finkelstein was murdered in Holpenichi at the age of 5. And Shmuel Posner was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 10. Simcha Perlman was murdered in Sobibor at the age of 8. Igorko Hirschberger was murdered in a place unknown at the age of 5. Joanna Wiseman was murdered in Treblinka at the age of 5. Yadzia Goldstein was murdered in Treblinka at the age of 8. Raya Rabinovich was murdered in a place unknown at the age of 3. Sevia Rabinovich was murdered in Ponari at the age of 5. Gutka Shidlovsky was murdered in Warsaw at the age of 8. Dunek Moses was murdered in Drobowicz at the age of 9. Hartog Krunenberg was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 4. Judith Rosenberg was murdered in Bergen at the age of 8. Yakov Puko was murdered in Vitebsk at the age of 6. Michal Reuterstein was murdered in Pechora at the age of 5. Motel Viner was murdered in Polonnoy at the age of 1. Lysen Ostrovsky was murdered in Odessa at the age of 7. Zina Rodina was murdered in Gusino at the age of 3. Wera Safar was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 7. Simon Swarsberg was murdered in Chelmno at the age of 5. Yaakov Eizgen was murdered in Belzec at the age of 5. Lisa Reisberg was murdered in Zhotomir at the age of 3. Mihaly Giulai was murdered in a place unknown at the age of 6. Mausha Levuktis was murdered in Gireit at the age of 3. David Silber was murdered in a place unknown at the age of 1. Lilia Rudman was murdered in Dneprovsk at the age of 3. Mart Cerf was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 5. Henek Korez was murdered in a place unknown at the age of 4. Joseph Rosenberg was murdered in Makusikai at the age of 9. Polya Svirdiskia was murdered in Marianovka at the age of 8. Janine Edyanak was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 3. Marek Schnitzer was murdered in Belzec at the age of 7. Marek Schnitzer was murdered in Belzec at the age of 7. Zina Reiskin was murdered in Monastrishna at the age of 1. Jania Spalter was murdered in Borislaw at the age of 8. Beryl Salinger was murdered in Riga at the age of 6. Lisa Raklina was murdered in Bykov at the age of 9. Leona Schaeferman was murdered in Koristan at the age of 8. Itzhak Vygotsky was murdered in Treblinka at the age of 6. Onek Ichlebom was murdered in Straya Ushza at the age of 6. Velv Weisbrod was murdered in Gryzmalov at the age of 3. Jakov Seisvar was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 7. Misha Schaeferman was murdered in Vinkovci at the age of 5. Ninel Klementivoskia was murdered in Harov at the age of 7.
Thank you, Emily. In a second, we're gonna go to very special readers we have from the Weber School, which is really exciting. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so they can see a little bit better. Let me see if that how's that look. I have to move my screen controls here. All right, we are going to be reading the first name, last name, place of death, and age at death. So, for example, this would be, well, we already read that one. So we would say Sarah Shendrovich was murdered in Bobrusk at the age of 7, for example. And then you'd continue on. So Hudzia Swartz was murdered at Auschwitz at the age of 9. So you can ignore date of birth, place of residence, and date of death. And if there is a blank under where they died, we just say, place was unknown. Before you guys start, I guess it's always good to reintroduce what we're doing today. On the anniversary, or on Yom HaShoah, we are taking time to read the names of just the children who passed away, who were murdered during the Holocaust. Over 1 million children were murdered. And it always boggles my mind. We've been reading names since about 8:30 this morning. And by the end of the day, we will read somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 names, which will be but 1/2% of the names of just the children who were murdered during the Holocaust. And I will tell you, having now been doing this for several years and reading names for years and years and years, it hits me harder and harder each time, because I've been doing this now for 5-6 years. And I will, when there's a gap and we don't have a reader assigned, I will sit here and just read names. And at the end of the day, after reading for 8 hours, we have barely scratched the surface. And so by the time I'm an old man, we may have, gotten to 5 or 10% of just the names. And that is just mind-boggling to me. So I want to thank everybody who's on the call today, all of the readers that we had live in person this morning, and all the readers that we have between now and 4 o'clock this afternoon when this program will end. It is very meaningful, and we are not alone. There are other unto every person ceremonies happening around the country. And together we can keep the memory of all those who were killed during the Holocaust, keep their memories alive, which is what this is all about. So I thank you again for participating, and I turn it over to Karen if you want to make a couple introductory remarks before you start.
No, of course, thank you for honoring us with this important project. It's an honor for our students to participate. We have a class of heritage Hebrew learners. And again, we are honored to participate again this year. I will complete this page and then we can move on. And as I told my students, if they have a name of a family member, they are welcome to, because we have some
yes.
4 generation and 3 generation.
Wonderful.
So continue with Judah. I think you left there.
Yes. Judah Donat.
Judah Donat, Auschwitz, the age of 9. Marek Steinbaum, Hamburg, age of 8. Nusha Spitzinger, unknown, 8. Frederick Bajam, Wartsiwa, age of 6. Wilush Kajcek, Lowell, age of 4. Alice Uslander, Auschwitz, age of 4. Nadazke Osiz, Trablinka, age of 8. Boira Drobonkovich, Maripul, age of 4. Tsipalei Kodeshe Liveni, age of 3. Zonia Samolonovsky Beliskov, age of 3. Razel Zail Berm Stejen, Trablinka, age of 4. Marika Singer, Auschwitz, age of 5. Jochevet Wosk, Belzek, age of 10. Charlotte Kava, Auschwitz, age of 3. Kayla Promoned, Domachovo, age of 9. Lubka Mitikula, age of 10. Avram Schneiderman, Zenamka, age of 9. Mary Demayorovich Sajishmest, age of 8.
Okay, and you wanted to now have them read or share family names?
We have another teacher and then the students will start.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Yeah. I'm Daphne Paul and I'm continuing. Sippy Roth,
Auschwitz, age of 8. Karel Frank News, unknown place, age of 7. Frida Sadward, Auschwitz, age of 8. Andresi Merer, unknown place, age of 4. Judith Pajak, Lublin, age of 8. Beryl Verona, Rotino, age of 9. Julius Jensen, unknown place, age of 4. Judith Scarvarts, Auschwitz, age of 10. Morris Bensonilo, Auschwitz, age of 10. Janos Strolls, Auschwitz, age of 6. Ralph Karos, Terishentet, age of 9. Zonia Sorzeniski, Odessa, age of 3. Gerson Flerman, Treblinka, age of 5. Kyla Torkelat-Taub, Lublin, age of 6. Isidor Zussman, Auschwitz, age of 8. Israel Rotenstreich, unknown place, age of 8. Gala Morzeniskia, Petroverovka, age of 2. Aryeh Popperstich, Chemistling, age of 2. Monique Weinstein, Shumilov, age of 5. Ichanok Davidovich, Auschwitz, age of 3. אני אעמוד לך, אני אעשה. אפשר? Can you take it up? Can you take it up? Thank you.
Yep.
Leah Reisman was murdered in Starov, Konstantinov at the age of 10. Wojma Stankovic was murdered in Auschwitz at the age of 9. Laszlo Schron, Auschwitz, age of 4. Helinka Stiglitz, Howard, 4. Marina Uberswild, case unknown, 3. Belinka Kain, Auschwitz, 5. Limo Polak, Auschwitz, 1. Irma Dutz, Auschwitz, 5. Yasha Babir, Ilinsi, 7. Eureka Soltes, Auschwitz, 5. Chase Ramsey, Irkenu, 9. Zevi Hilfig, case unknown, 3. Andra Seren, Auschwitz, 2. Shofia Barofsvi, Taganrog, 8. Stanis Chi, Auschwitz, 9. Yosef Wolf, case unknown, 3. Yosef Wolf, Auschwitz, 6. Gabriela Weiss, Auschwitz, 9. Jacob Luau, Jacob Schipper, Luau, 5. Pascal Suchiki, case unknown, 4.
Lavish died in Auschwitz, 8. Motel
Yedirovsky, unknown, 9. Abram Berkovich, Stresen, 7. Joachim Hirsch, Auschwitz, 7. Aliska Grunberger, Auschwitz, 10. Anatol Predator, Uli, 1. Banish Kratz, Treblinka, 7. Chaim Shlomovitz, Auschwitz, 7. Benny Farkas, Birkenau, 9. Shuta Bralawski, Savak, 6. Machla Anchinsky, Abinance, 3. Rudolf Fried, Auschwitz, 10. Brady Amovitz, Auschwitz, 2. Alexander Singer, Treblinka, 5. Ileona Steinmetz, Auschwitz, 6. Mendel Schlang, unknown, 1. Raela Gah, Auschwitz, 5. Karina Singer, Auschwitz, 6. Uri Schwartz, Auschwitz, 6. Peshu Better, unknown, 8. Emma Akivoch, Novokratka, 7. Luisa Ribolin, Staria Siyapa, 4. Semyon Shnorok, place unknown, 10. Jerry Jonas, Auschwitz, 1. Rahela Vaz, Auschwitz, 6. Solomon Stolkovich, Auschwitz, 8. Vera Richter, Lady, 1. Alik Schwalfenstein, unknown, 6. Nachman Lost Child, unknown, 4. Esther Cohen, Auschwitz, 5. Michal Soget, Krakow, 1. Erta Regler, unknown, 9. Olya Gurevich Kupech, 2. Moshe Gotensegen, Auschwitz, 3. Alexander Stam Bender, Auschwitz, 1. Cyrillik Lokowsk, Auschwitz, 6. Shirik Darian, Odessa, 7. Oria Steinpress, unknown, 5. Tomas Sheffer, 3. Nuria Weintraub, unknown, 7. Next. Nova Stroman, Treblinka, 3. Mala Versowitz, unknown, 9. Emma Braun, place unknown, 2. Eliezer Goldstein, place unknown, 6. Gisela Cullen Reval, 7. Voltas Versowitz, Auschwitz, 1. Liuda Beislam, Nerlitz Podolsk, 3. Ida Ghost, 8. Elaine Cohen, Auschwitz, 3. Mila Demacho, Justin Novak, 6. Felix Suet, Lodz, 1. Agi Silberhandler, Auschwitz, 9. Herschel Bertrovsky, Hannah, 3. Ilya Dontis, 0 tier, 3. Davis Pfeffer, Mankova, 10. Lily Partenstein, Auschwitz, 7. Bettina Fishman, place on 8. Yochai Chopka, 9. Berth Rogenser, place unknown,
9. Alik Tabolinsky, Links 6.
קרן, את שומעת אותי?
כן, את רוצה לומר את השמות?
כן. אפשר
יכולה.
להגיד עכשיו?
כן.
אוקיי. שיה סגל, חיה סגל, אסתר סגל, ארלה סגל. And family, סמוטקין, and ליפשיץ.
ואת המקום.
Thank you.
Some of them from Poland, some from Russia.
תודה, אימוש.
תודה.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, is that all for class?
No, we have 5 more minutes and we have a few more students.
Okay, good. You're good.
תודה.
Really died, face of death unknown, age 7. Well, Ronio Tabitsky, Balta 7. Bella Wiseman, Auschwitz 6. Patty Einswig, Auschwitz 6. Yankel Dolbovich, Portia 8. And Anistora Steer, Sturma 1. La Rose Major, Lovitz, Auschwitz 5. La Cree Romitz, Auschwitz 6. Jakuta Diarumon, Helmuno 6. Yitzhak Almosino, Birkenhaus 8. Aurel Kiraj, Auschwitz 7. Asia Vaikina, Gorky 5. Eric Tudor, place unknown 8. Mimi Gescheit, Auschwitz 7. Miriam Spitzer, place unknown 5. Jacob Sistervan, Auschwitz 5. Rafa Tatensky, Minsk 9. Yossi Jelezo, Volodymyr 3. Amram Rudnitsky, Bartholevsk 4. Yitzhak Nosh, Auschwitz 9.
Yeki Grunwald, Auschwitz 6. Judith Schwartz, place unknown 3. Yuri Stark, place unknown 4. Levi Brodsky, Nikolaev, age 3. Meyer Sukacher, place unknown 1. Rosie Voskovich, Auschwitz 10. Bozena Fleischer, place unknown 8. Yosef Sludowski, Chesto Shoah 3. Sia Apkovich, Lofo 1. Mari Stiki, Auschwitz 10. Yuri Steichinger, Auschwitz 8. Deso Kraus, Auschwitz 10. Shoshik Friedman, Dolhonau 10.
Slama Zilamonitz, Auschwitz 7. Hedviga Kishman, Camp 9. Sila Borowich, Augusta 10. Clary White, Auschwitz 7. Mania Schneidmesser, place unknown 3. Janos Weiss, Auschwitz 9. Teddy Fuster, Auschwitz 8.
And thank you. I think our class, our time is over.
Okay.
But thank you again for honoring us.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Karen. We appreciate it. And see you again next year.
תודה.
תודה.
תודה, קרן.
Jen.
See, is Hugh here yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Hey, you are ready to go and pick up where they left off here with Cindy Hiddlestein.
First, I'd like to add some family members.
Of course.
First, Betty Mainzer, Piaski, Poland, Ghetto, 44. Bertha Plaut, 62, Riga. Moritz Plaut, Dachau, 64. Cindy Edelstein, Auschwitz, age 8. Fanya Olaskovskaya, Babi R, 5. Laszlo Spahn, Auschwitz, 9. Maurice Tokia, Sobibor, 9. Alfredo Pavancello, Auschwitz, 7. Shandel Hershkovitz, Auschwitz, 8. Misha Spindovsky, Nikolaev, age 2. Asya Spichkin, Babrusk, 4. Yakov Stemberg, Oleshki, age 4. Gloria Solyar, Kazatin, age 8. Rebecca Kotsopoulos, Birkenau, 9. Razel Izeman, Brzezinskis, age 9. Or a few more lines. Kanele Askenazi, unknown, age 10. Asya Spivak, Gasian, age 9. Wolf Ungar, Auschwitz, age 4. Avram Weintraub, Bagunia, age 8. Elchanan Milenmeister, unknown, age 10. Semyon Stolyar, Zizak, age 2. Mana Lizarovich, unknown, age 8. Moishele Muskat, Treblinka, age 6. Tanya Trebuk, unknown, age 2. Borya Begalyuk, Brailov, age 1. Velvels Lotnikov, Gazin, age 4. Avram Auschwitz, age 5. Moisha Streiber, Auschwitz, age 4. Shilia Achmetchet, Odessa, age 3. Yehudis Yakobovitz, Auschwitz, age 1. Yasha Ziepman, Mariupol, age 7. Monsi Mayerovitz, Auschwitz, age 2. Henius Friedman, Treblinka, age 5. Yakov Skleroski, unknown, age 9. Yitzhak Ungar, Auschwitz, age 2. Fina Dawid, Transnistria, age 10. Bella Zamek, Auschwitz, age 6. Farkas, Auschwitz, age 2. Jinda Karkurin, Osipovici, age 7. Yosef Tennis, Odessa, age 2. Denis Gutman, Auschwitz, age 2. Lucia Aronova, Orsha, age 4. Agi Spiegel, Auschwitz, age 8. Chaim Wax, Auschwitz, age 8. Hazel Weinstein, Rokitno, age 7. Yevgeny Yeroshuk, Slavuta, age 5. Liba Simkovich, age 3. Janos Weishaus, Auschwitz, age 7. Sarah Sterner, Treblinka, age 8. Mordechai Schulman, Pinsk, age 4. George Volner, Auschwitz, age 10. Yanchi Fischer, Auschwitz, age 7. Rayla Glanplak, Chelmno, age 3. Peter Reinisch, Auschwitz, age 7. Yakov Svirin, Polotsk, age 6. Fega Wolfovich, Treblinka, age 9. Moishe Trop, Treblinka, age 7. Betty Cohen, Auschwitz, age 6. Rikwa Wapner, Piatidin, age 6. Frida Hofstadter, unknown, age 4. Yulika Spiegel, Auschwitz, age 5. Balchi Semeski, Treblinka, age 1. Fierochka Arenstein, Orakov, age 10. Emma Verber, Auschwitz, age 8. Herschel Althaus, Auschwitz, age 10. Esther Katz Langel, age 3. Sophia Levy, Sobibor, age 7. Gershel Riechik Seno, age 9. Agi Katz Kamp, age 8. Misha Yaknis Minsk, age 7. Masay Berkovitz, Auschwitz, age 5. Mariam Zur, unknown, age 10. Gyuri Steingieser, Auschwitz, age 8. Marianne Andacht, Birkenau, age 8. Elisa Cabello Yasenovac, age 1. Yusia Waldman Rovno, age 3. Sally Wertheim Riga, age 9. Baro Gomnitz Evie, age 8. Agi Sternfeld, Auschwitz, age 2. Georg Meyer, Auschwitz, age 3. Miklos Brandman, Auschwitz, age 9. Sarah Voldman Telenesti, age 7. Inka Mikhalowicz, Treblinka, age 4. Lukas Vengro, Auschwitz, age 4. Yitzhak Auerbach, Birkenau, age 5. Solomon Wasser, Auschwitz, age 9. Agi Sternhell, Auschwitz, age 6. Leibisch Haupenwasser, Stanislaw, age 6. Yona Bat, unknown, 3. Laszlo Schmuck, Auschwitz, age 4. Gabika Schwartz, Auschwitz, age 6. Lasika Grunfeld, unknown, 3. Zvi Apfeldorfer, Auschwitz, age 10. Margita Fraterova, unknown, 9. Idol Polyak, unknown, 7. Haida Meyerson, unknown, 8. Yaakov Schiffler, Auschwitz, age 8. Marika Schofer, Auschwitz, age 8. Miklos Ungar, Auschwitz, age 7. Vela Kremenskiker, Krasnodar, age 8. Yuchi Toffler, Auschwitz, age 1. Margot Steinhardt, Auschwitz, age 5. Rochelle Rotter, Rosanka, age 7. Georgi Shametz, Auschwitz, age 8. Yitzhak Laks Sarning, age 10. Marguerite Yakubovich, Auschwitz, age 3. Rochelle Deletiski, Vilashavny, age 8. Itzi Wasowski, unknown, 5. Menachem Litchi, Birkenau, age 1. Mia Tinchelman, unknown, 9. Yosef Shetachelberg, Chelmno, age 5. Jichak Hirsch, Auschwitz, age 7. Vasya Vainruk, Moyevka, age 4. Mario Doan Zado, age 2. Anita Bruch, Molly Trostendnetz, age 8. Numi Shatner, unknown, 9. Aniota Weinstein, Justingrad, age 6. Ruchel Kunyansky, Odessa, age 5. Nadia Alschuld, Auschwitz, age 8. Katisha Sternberg, Auschwitz, age 3. Mary Levy, Treblinka, age 4. Indela Shalubsky, Gitol, age 7. Shmuel Allerhand, unknown, 7.
You're gonna do one more, Hugh?
Yeah, I'll do one more.
Okay. You've been doing great. Good job. This is not easy.
Yeah. Yitzhak Weiss, Zana Dolna, age 8. Gilda Mandel, Nish, age 4. Pyotr Vorobiev, the Black Sea, age 4. Vera Belda, Auschwitz, age 6. Elka Altschuler, Przemyslani, age 8. Marcel Weisberg, Krakow, age 3. Zoli Berkovitz, unknown, 5. Matek Herskovitz, Auschwitz, age 6. Jonathan Friedman, Auschwitz, age 9. Mikhail Veyman, Pukhovici, age 4. Mikhaili Barenboim, Nestor, age 8. Nathan Weinberg, Minsk, age 6. Luna Levy, Treblinka, age 6. Anna Weiss, Auschwitz, age 3. Miklos Weiss, Auschwitz, age 10. Dvoshinka Zirolnik, Ibanets, age 8. Erna Donenfeld, Bershad, age 9. Nelia Yelisavetskaya, Mariupol, age 5. Oizel Schoenfeld, Birkenau, age 8. Brena Farkas, Auschwitz, age 9.
Thank you. May their names be for a blessing always.
Thank you.
I'm going to pick up here because one of my readers had to reschedule, so I'm going to start. And when the next reader gets here, I'll pass it off to them. Chaim Schwartz, murdered at Berezhna, age 5. Hanala Nevadovich, murdered at Treblinka, age 4. Georgi Zhendi, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Sima Wiesel, murdered at Kamenets-Podolsk, age 4. Yelena Eisenberg, murdered at Maikop, age 9. Dulce Haller, murdered at Transnistria, age 5. China Alexandrovich, murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Marenka Hirsch, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Alta Floman, murdered at Majdanek, age 9. Simcha Weinrib, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Matal Puterman, murdered at a place unknown, age 10. Regina Mayer, murdered at Kozminek, age 3. Mendela Tokayer, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Leah Ehrlich, murdered at Mogilev, age 2. Noski Uchstein, murdered in Ivashevich, age 6. Wolf Weiss, murdered at a place unknown, age 7. Chaim Talmim, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Chaim Weinberger, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Gladys Citrick was murdered at Drancy, age 9. Israel Terziak, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Mordechai Weiss, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Brina Abramovich, murdered at a place unknown, age 9. Malka Teichman, murdered at Birkenau, age 5. Rafael Mionis, murdered at Birkenau, age 4. Huna Munzikint, murdered at Babi Yar, age 4. Dvora Rosmarin, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Yehudit Grossman, murdered at an unknown location, age 8. Lucy Dorfler, murdered at an unknown location, age 2. Lyubov Zlotkina, murdered at Novosibirkov, age 3. Yehudith Fried, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Feigele Eidelkop, murdered at Treblinka, age 2. Shinala Lewin, murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Elka Vasser, murdered at Sandomierz, age 3. Chava Zultak, murdered at Sobibor, age 3. Sanya Zelniker, murdered at Chuchileni, age 6. Lichka Tsefi, murdered at Stara Gradiska Jas Camp 5, age 9. Motol Bialoskunsky, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Pavla Weinberger, murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Abraham Velman, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Rosa Verbska, murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Sonia Vishnevitskaya, murdered in Odessa at age 5. Alexander Zeiliger, murdered in Odessa, age 5. Rivka Kleinzaler, murdered at an unknown location, age 7. Juliana Weiss, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Soluchka Lichi, murdered at Birkenau, age 6. Yasa Mavora, murdered at an unknown location, age 8. Liliana Kalish was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Morris Severi was murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Liliana Kalish was only 2, excuse me. Peril Ablakos was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Vili Baron was murdered at Sverdlovsk, age 9. Elikum Saltzman was murdered at Tarnopol, age 4. Ida Shoichet was murdered at a place unknown, age 8. Runya Zvilikovskaya was murdered at a place unknown, age 9. Jakob Mauskov was murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Lyuba Zayonchik was murdered at Babi Yar, age 6. Aaron Kuricki was murdered in Ponari, age 10. Tia Muns was murdered at an unknown location, age 8. Henrietta Seror was murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Vila Glossman was murdered in Kontelnia, age 7. Sophie Abash was murdered in Galicia, age 8. 2 o'clock. Okay. Vasya Voronikova was murdered in Drobitsky Yar at age 8. Elfrida Klyatskin was murdered in Vilaka, age 2. Ilya Vrubelovich was murdered at a place unknown, age 10. Jacob Vredenberg was murdered in Sobibor, age 4. Kyla Finkelstein was murdered in Rubejo, age 5. Pinchas Nevadovich was murdered at Treblinka, age 6. Andras Weiss was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Andras Weiss was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Yisrael Lipsitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Miklos Weil was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Yuri Martanovich was murdered at a place unknown, age 8. Rashia Eisenberg was murdered at Treblinka, age 7. Inochka Berlina was murdered in Minsk, age 2. Itzhak Yankilevich was murdered in Zaporizhzhia, age 1. Pavel Beck was murdered in a camp at the age of 10. Moishely Skupinski was murdered in Ribnitsa at age 9. Basia Weinstein was murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Frandela Seder was murdered at Treblinka, age 6. Belia Churgin was murdered at a place unknown, age 9. Itzik Bernstein was murdered in Panar, age 8. Izia Vishnipolsky was murdered in Uman, age 2. Ludwig Yoselevich was murdered in Pinsk, age 2. Lyova Baron was murdered at Tashkent, age 8. Tsipa Kalfin was murdered in Dnipropetrovsk, age 1. Bobby Daskal was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Yankel Yablonsky was murdered in Kamenets-Podolsky, age 6. Ilyusha Mayerovich was murdered at Pereyaslav Kalmaninsky, age 6. Etla Leib was murdered in Chelmno, age 9. Itola Skolnik was murdered in Kosauti, age 3. Isya Yedvabny was murdered in Chernyakov, age 5. Genia Yanovsky was murdered at Ternovka, age 5. Dorita Borskowski was murdered at Treblinka, age 9. Sender Erskovitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Mikhail Yanovsky was murdered in Pliskov, age 9. Motala Friedman was murdered at a place unknown, age 6. Brisla Ikskovich was murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Yakov Buchstein was murdered at Bersad, age 6. Chava Yablonska was murdered at Chelmno, age 1. Verochka Shmirgan was murdered at Vinitsa, age 8.
Malka Schlesselberg was murdered at a place unknown, age 8. I'm going to ask if Shira, if you are able to pick up a little bit early and start on this page.
Moshe Yankis. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're good.
Moshe Yankis. From Rennie. I know the date of death. Baisa Zarakovich, date of birth 1938, from Chaosi, place of death Chaosi in 1941. Oresia Gelin, 1933, Mozovka, August 21, 1942. Shonia Gendelman, 1935, in Vinica, 1941, age 6. Marjana Dajak, 1943, in Santa Auschwitz, in 1944, age 1. Grona Bliomkin, the place of residence from Klimochi, death in Klimochi, age 5, in 1941. Anya Zokonsky, from Minsk, age 5, in 1941. Sosi Rosenberg, place of death in Terzin, age 5. Mota Renitz, from Prosbrony, death in Auschwitz, in June 12, 44, age 8. Ligiana Mersner, from Ada, death in Auschwitz, age 10. Veli Saponjic, from Galati, place of death Kishinev, in 1942, age 2. Abakum Azril, from Rosise, place of death Rosise, in 1942, age 7. Yoshua Weiss, from Volova, place of death Auschwitz, in 1944, age 4. Frira Eisman, from Chernikov, place of death Chernikov, in 1941, age 9. Janikel Fishlevitz, from Belchator, place of death Chelmano, age 6, in September 42. Israel Weiss, from Bedzin, place of death Auschwitz, in 1943, age 9. Irene Handler, from Anglomi, place of death Auschwitz, 1944, age 7. Level Blickman, from Lippel, place of death Vitabesk, in 1942, age 7. Arthur Agman, from Odochet, 1942, age 9. Amelie Frischler, place of death Auschwitz, in 1943, age 8. Janus Weisberger, place of death Auschwitz, age 3, in 1944. Piskinei, place of death Auschwitz, age 3. Luci Yakovovich, place of death Auschwitz, in 1944, age 4. Bumek Gottfried, place of death Radum, in 1942, age 7. Jacques Beer, place of death Auschwitz, age 9. Aurelia Lazarovich, 1943, age 9. Yosele Shlomovitz, place of death Vornovici, in 1943, age 4. Elimelech Olwinik, Auschwitz, on 11/11/1942, age 7. Milkus Weiser, place of death Auschwitz, 1944, age 4. Alice Wolfgang, in Kermit Podlosak, in 1941, age 4. Janet Dodge, in Auschwitz, 1944, age 9. Judith Elnas, in Auschwitz, age 1. Osher Balkind, in Kazerwold, 1943, age 6. Bella Zellman, in Transnistria, age 1, Judith Wiener, in Auschwitz, 1944, age 4, Yitzhak Luber from Lutz, at Lutz, 1941, age 7, Benny Opnosver is Stanislaw, 1941, age 6. Bella Zellman in Transnistria, age 1. I'm sorry, I'm here. Benny Janus Weizberger in Auschwitz, age 3, 1944. Blimcha Forchswick at Auschwitz, age 4. Chaim Yeni at Treblinka in Merz 43, age 9.
All right, let's read one more page and then we'll pass it off to the next reader.
Sure. Joya Cohen in Auschwitz, 1944, age 2. Osher Gurevitz in Berlin in June 28, 1941, age 7. Thomas Reiser at Auschwitz, May 27, 44, age 8. Vilush Bunstein at Prison Cell, 1943, age 4. The Susie Wiener at Auschwitz, June 16, 44. Anita Bernadis in Auschwitz, age 6. Ellen Sonvan at Monwitz, October 1st, 1942. Elka Berner at Lemberg, 1941, age 7. Joseph Kojen at Kuzin, 1941, age 5. Kayata Rizova at Gorky, 1941, age 1. Mania Zaltonovika at Katowice, October 41, age 6. Marika Wiener at Auschwitz, age 3. Mika Israel at Auschwitz, 1944, age 2. Milkus Ryder at Auschwitz, 1944, age 5. Kaita Rizova, Gorky, 1941, age 1. I think I already read it. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Marika Wiener at Auschwitz, age 3. Mike Israel at Auschwitz, 1944, age 2. Milkus Wider at Auschwitz, 1944, age 5. Tumika Shik, Anno, age 1. Welwol Schickler at Belzec, 1942, age 10. Zonia Reif at Bugopli, August 41, age 8. Janus Wozner at Auschwitz, 1944, age 9. Chaim Wilczok at Shelmano, 1942, age 6. Ursula Seifert at Toronto, 1942, age 2.
Thank you very much, Shira. Did you have any if you have any, and I say this to everybody, if you have any family names you wish to include,
Yes,
please. Yes.
I do. I wanted to mention, sorry, the kids was too hard for me.
No, it's okay. It's hard. It's hard.
So I wanted
very
to
hard.
tell my grandparents, Zeev and Bella Diamant, and my grandma brothers, Shmuel and Zeev. Zeev, Bella, and Shmuel died in Auschwitz, and Aaron, I'm sorry, died in Auschwitz, and Shmuel, they don't know where they died. Thank you.
May all their names be for a blessing, Shira. Okay. Next up will be Rebecca.
Pinchas Rubinstein murdered age 10 in Auschwitz. Chaya Zelikovic, murdered age 7 in Auschwitz. Fega Sharf, murdered age 9 in Belzec. Volodya Babich, murdered age 4, place unknown. Zizha Gluik, murdered age 5, Birkenau. Balcha Shul, murdered age 6, Birkenau. Manya Seijband, murdered age 5, in Auschwitz. Ebolia Stein, murdered, age 8, Auschwitz. Chaim Zellenfreund, murdered, age 8, Auschwitz. Rata Fischer, murdered, age 3, Auschwitz. Zvi Schwartz, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Slama Blakowski, murdered, age 9, in Auschwitz. Moshe Blubstein, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Fenya Kapustian, murdered, age 1, Karlovka. Maritsia Stieglitz, murdered, age 4, Krakow. Bunny Singer, murdered, age 7, Konskovola. Yassel Edelman, murdered, age 5, Auschwitz. Katerina Kohn, murdered, age 6, Bergen. Sarale Damsky, murdered, age 8, in Pren. Baruch Katz, murdered, age 6, Transnistria. Chayela Adamovitz, murdered, age 3, in Lodz. Miriam Lovey, murdered, age 3, Auschwitz. Fred Haas, murdered, age 5, place unknown. Ezras Baruch, murdered, age 2, Birkenau. Kunya Etelson, murdered, age 8, place unknown. Chaim Zaida, murdered, age 8, Chalmno. Joel Fleischman, murdered, age 10, place unknown. Andrea Senberger, murdered, age 2, Auschwitz. Yansha Leverpol, murdered, age 7, Sobibor. Adina Blicher, murdered, age 4, place unknown. Chaimala Wirch, murdered, age 4, Wisniewicz. Genichka Lakush, murdered, age 7, place unknown. Lucia Rosner, murdered, age 10, in Birkenau. Shoshi Hager, murdered, age 10, Auschwitz. Isabella Zengir, murdered, age 6, Treblinka. Rachilia Yankiver, murdered, age 7, place unknown. Bracha Romer, murdered, age 6, place unknown. Fivich Markovitz, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Vitya Zavadi, murdered, age 7, in Berdyansk. Lilka Verstaki, murdered, age 8, Samber. Yitzhak Abidovich, murdered, age 9, Lida. Pinchas Spearer, murdered, age 3, in Mikolinch. Pearl Deutsch, murdered, age 3, Auschwitz. Yosek Dinin, murdered, age 8, in Jankoy. Sasha Wolf, murdered, age 4, Kalokava Lassi. Meyer Affenkraut, murdered, age 2, place unknown. Shulamit Friedman, murdered, age 2, Auschwitz. Manlio Della Torre, murdered, age 8, in Auschwitz. Shulamit Otter, murdered, age 2, Auschwitz. Sila Rule, murdered, age 5, Auschwitz. Maritzia Wilder, murdered, age 8, place unknown. Zissel Singer, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Pinchas Dessau, murdered, age 6, Treblinka. Freemeta Saferstein, murdered, age 2, in Auschwitz. Malka Vey, murdered, age 8, Auschwitz. Zorich Scheiken, murdered, age 2, Sterndorf. Ilya Koshvin, murdered, age 1, in Mogilev. Mirla Gluckstein, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Mara Goldesman, murdered, age 6, Kalinovka. Libby Deutsch, murdered, age 9, Birkenau. Elsa Bash, murdered, age 10, Auschwitz. Hinko Blyer, murdered, age 5, Auschwitz. Razy Daskal, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Abraham Roth, murdered, age 1, Auschwitz. Faiko Abrabanel, murdered, age 9, place unknown. Simcha Fuchs, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Bernardia Frankenhuis, murdered, age 7, place unknown. Vishenka Grishpon, murdered, age 6, Karistan. Yakub Platzer, murdered, age 10, Rezesov. Lyuba Baron, murdered, age 3, place unknown. Mendu Wurzberger, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Maya Pollock, murdered, age 9, place unknown. Wolfgang Machold, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Herschel Prost, murdered, age 10, place unknown. Shevek Frankiel, murdered, age 8, place unknown. Ichek Reitgrund, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Menachem Zwerner, murdered, age 1, place unknown. Carolee Rotter, murdered, age 5, Birkenau. Pesel Wax, murdered, age 7, Zamosk. Avramala Kuyavsky, murdered, age 8, Lodz.
Are you okay to read one more page for me, Rebecca? Okay, thank you.
Jacek Diamant, murdered, age 8, Chmielnik. Volv Wachtenheim, murdered, age 4, Birkenau. Maichio Habergrik, murdered, age 6, place unknown. Rebecca Benjamin, murdered, age 8, Treblinka. Rosia Wiener, murdered, age 10, Auschwitz. Zisser Berkowitz, murdered, age 2, Czestochowa. Chilus Papier, murdered, age 10, Treblinka. Chaya Einreiter, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Cyril Friedman, murdered, age 5, Birkenau. Rachela Eilen, murdered, age 5, Tomashov. Pali Borotz, murdered, age 8, place unknown. Chaya Ashkenazi, murdered, age 10, Indai. Chanala Alterovitz, murdered, age 3, Majdanek. Israel Albert, murdered, age 9, Warszawa. Tiberiu Horovich, murdered, age 5, Auschwitz. Mayam Levy, murdered, age 5, in Treblinka. Perla Kardatz, murdered, age 8, in Luck. Avram Cohen, murdered, age 5, Auschwitz. Razala Silman, murdered, age 6, Auschwitz. Riva Genesite, murdered, age 1, in Talsi.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Lori, you are up next.
Okay, thank you. Perla Hitter, murdered, age 2, Birkenau. Maurice Grajkar, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Mary Kravitz, murdered age 8, place unknown. Ibolia Nove, murdered age 8, Auschwitz. Gary Ehrenfeld, murdered age 6, Auschwitz. Sally Speeger, murdered age 3, Auschwitz. Paula Flodser, murdered age 9, Majdanek. Gershel Katznelson, murdered age 8, place unknown. Yankel Davidovitz, murdered age 10, Auschwitz. Gedalia Reese, murdered age 9, Belzec. Yitzhak Ackerman, murdered age 2, Auschwitz. Yosef Baronas, murdered age 3, place unknown. Yakub Zagoff, murdered age 6, Siaulia. Izia Bozin, murdered age 7, Minsk. Lucien Finkelstein, murdered age 7, Auschwitz. Sammy Schwartzman, murdered age 6, Odessa. Yosef Nahamin, murdered age 2, Treblinka. Minna Dubliansky, murdered age 4, Waranowo. Velvel Fliegeltube, murdered age 4, Khmelnyk. Lova Druno, murdered age 7, Graduo. Ina Estrina, murdered age 1, Simferopol. Hirsch Auerbach, murdered age 8, Kelmno. Benjamin Blomendahl, murdered age 4, Auschwitz. Evika Farkas, murdered age 4, Auschwitz. Evie Burmeiser, murdered age 5, Lodz. Bila Figerman, murdered age 5, Kamenets-Podolsky. Greta Moore, murdered age 8, place unknown. Velv Neminsky, murdered age 5, Krasnodar. Irka Gelibter, murdered age 9, Warsaw. Zoya Osadchaya, murdered age 3, Babi Yar. Zvi Hirsch, murdered age 7, Auschwitz. Yitzhak Seikowitz, murdered age 10, Auschwitz. Arlette Meyer, murdered age 9, Auschwitz. Betia Roshkoven, murdered age 4, Bershad. Can you move it up a little bit? Thank you. Hadja Block, murdered age 10, Treblinka. Pinchas Cohn, murdered age 9, Birkenau. Zlomo Bolimowski, murdered age 9, Birkenau. Shmulik Kleinman, murdered age 6, Lodz. Kaika Ackerman, murdered age 5, place unknown. Israel Basser, murdered age 8, Byton. Itik Ackerman, murdered age 5, Pecora. Yusik Feintuch, murdered age 6, Stanislav. Dorde Frajdinger, murdered age 7, Auschwitz. Kamu Freilich, murdered age 8, place unknown. Hirsch Eisenberg, murdered age 9, place unknown. Zyama Ginsburg, murdered age 7, Minsk. Rishka Leinwand, murdered age 3, Lvov. Ira Kopit, murdered age 5, Kiev. Sidika Meklovich, murdered age 4, Bershad. Haya Itzik, murdered age 2, place unknown. Sadushka Kisina, murdered age 3, Chervonor Maiskoy. Liselot Spire, murdered age 9, Auschwitz. Leonia Bilik, murdered age 6, Starokonstantinov. Susanna Beck, murdered age 6, Auschwitz. Rain Leavenworth, murdered age 1, Auschwitz. Raya Bernstein, murdered age 7, Minsk. Sippi Vachtenheim, murdered age 3, Auschwitz. Hannah Hirsch, murdered age 5, Auschwitz. Heinrich Grunhut, murdered age 4, Auschwitz. Elia Menoa, murdered age 5, Treblinka. Riva Bluestein, murdered age 6, place unknown. Lazar Popovits, murdered age 7, Auschwitz. Abrasha Gabin, murdered age 7, Odessa. Monia Kitaichik, murdered age 6, Mogilev. Esther Fischhoff, murdered age 1, Birkenau. Musia Koske, murdered age 4, Zhytomyr. Zyama Gusakov, murdered age 2, Simferopol. Shimo Cohen, murdered age 3, Treblinka. Pinchas Polak, murdered age 4, Birkenau. Isaac Givre, murdered age 8, Birkenau. Judith Brandman, murdered age 6, Auschwitz. Surila Milchiger, murdered age 5, Melnice. Boria Galkin, murdered age 7, place unknown. Sioma Chaikin, murdered age 6, Belashki. Chava Polisecki, murdered age 8, Warsaw. Palika Zusman, murdered age 8, Auschwitz. Valerie Reitzis, murdered age 3, Nikolaev. Vera Versel, murdered age 7, place unknown. Evie Gutman, murdered age 9, Auschwitz. Hannah Essig, murdered, age 6, Ludmir.
All right, Laura, I'm going to have you read one more page if you're okay with that. And then,
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Our next reader will start after that.
Okay, thank you. Nissim Hayim, age 6, murdered, age 6, Treblinka. Chaim Beachman, murdered, age 9, Treblinka. Lucien Rosenblum, murdered, age 7, Auschwitz. Marie Bush, murdered, age 9, Auschwitz. Lajbus Pelkman, murdered, age 5, Kelmno. Frimet Isakovitz, murdered, age 2, Auschwitz. Kaya Fradkina, murdered, age 4, Parichi. Pearl Gerstein, murdered, age 5, place unknown. Sivia Muscat, murdered, age 4, Treblinka. Shifra Abraham, murdered, age 2, Auschwitz. Rizel Cooperwasser, murdered, age 8, place unknown. Tanichka Shlyapochnik, murdered, age 3, place unknown. Rachel Brender, murdered, age 7, Mogilev Podolsky. Moishe Gartzbane, murdered, age 9, Slovechno. Yuli Kemper, murdered, age 10, Dubki. Basia Gorevich, murdered, age 5, Klimovici. Ruth Bloody, murdered, age 1, Auschwitz. Edith Ziegler, murdered, age 4, Auschwitz. Bronia Baruchzon, murdered, age 1, place unknown. Zuzi Weiner, murdered, age 10, place unknown.
Thank you, Lori. Our
Thank
next
you.
reader is going to be Shoshi Reingold. And then Michelle Day, you're on deck at approximately 2:30. It might be a few minutes after that. Shoshi, whenever you're ready, I'll get the page ready.
Oh, I'm start here. Okay. Leonia Danin, age 5, Leningrad. Lyavo Farber, age 10, Logoisk. Harke Greber, age 7, Treblinka. Avram Goikaman, age 10, Yarmolinsky. Raka Chodakowitz, age 3, Auschwitz. Jassi Ehrenfeld, age 9, Auschwitz. Yankel Finkelstein, age 4, Krakow. Yitzhak Mentek, age 10, Treblinka. Avram Glikson, age 3, Slobodka. Boria Kazulin, age 7, Kotimisk. Moti Fried, age 7, Auschwitz. Danya Razumovskaya, age 5, Skygalovo. Ella Granstein, age 9, Auschwitz. Ruth Bra, age 8, Krakow. Zigo Fire, age 8, Sneaton. Yankale, let's see. Oh, I lost Yankale. Where'd he go? Oh, here he is. Yankale Mirochek, age 4, Porik. Petya Skalarud, age 1, Bar. Riva Reikaman, age 5, Lichitsi area. Rika Drelichman, age 7, place unknown. Charlotte Levin, age 7, Sobibor. Continue. Okay.
One more page, please, Shoshi.
Sure, yeah. Yisachar Weitzman, age 2, Balkesh. Sana Krasnaya, age 5, Nikolayev. Thrulik Brockman, age 9, place unknown. Bajla Otikier, age 4, Dubno. Gerson Lowenthal, age 9, Berkza. Haja Kupferstein, age 5, Krasnobrod. Zlomo Eisenberg, age 6, Auschwitz. Benjamin Intenberg, age 4, Bertachev. Joseph Delfvan, age 8, Auschwitz. Hertha Kupfer, age 8, place unknown. Lalia Malaski, age 10, Stutthof. Gittel Dichter, age 8, Rafaloka. Slomik Zarfstein, age 8, Treblinka. Polly Grunwald, age 10, place unknown. Herzl Zwenger, age 2, Auschwitz. Israel Kayanko, age 7, Kharkov. Jacob Kuker, age 10, Auschwitz. Albertos Dassas, age 9, Birkenau. Izia Izips, age 4, Baranovka. Dita Menyes, age 6, Auschwitz.
Thank you, Shoshi. Next up is Michelle Day. And feel free to introduce yourself, Michelle, if you're with an organization, if you'd like.
Michelle Day, that's all that matters for this purpose. Thank you for the opportunity. Shloma Pozumek, age 8, Warsaw. Sayoma Gertzulin, age 9, unknown. Miklos Fishman, age 5, Auschwitz. Jazi Kraus, age 9, Auschwitz. Alla Dombrovskaya, age 2, Kiev. Rochelle Roth, age 7, Auschwitz. Lole Fellheimer, age 7, place unknown. Yitzhak Herzenberg, age 4, place unknown. Feigl Friedman, age 4, place unknown. Ziu Noblich, age 5, place unknown. Kaya Zerner, age 9, Auschwitz. Ina Alstein, age 1, Venica. Zayunia Birkis, age 7, Venica. Ladislaw Bernstein, age 8, Auschwitz. Yosef Drigant, age 6, Bykov. Celia Azen, age 9, Novaya Ushitsa. Sheva Schneider, age 3, Vinikovtsi. Zakar Aronstam, age 3, Riga. Edith Eisenberg, age 7, Auschwitz. Iziu Polanitzer, age 6, Tarnow. Jean Erdstein, age 4, Auschwitz. Haya Makabansky, age 1, Helmno. Laura Malyar, age 2, Ord Zanikidze. Mindel Kahane, age 9, Auschwitz. Mimi Bach, age 8, Auschwitz. Sudzika Moore, age 6, Auschwitz. Loyova Frazon, age 5, Nemirov. Nacha Exitan, age 5, Helmno. Israel Kogan, age 4, Kishinev. Lily Gottlieb, age 7, place unknown. Julika Beer, age 6, Auschwitz. Fega Berkowitz, age 7, unknown. Hillel Lichtenstein, age 6, place unknown. Baruch Schneider, age 9, Novograd Volinsky. Fraji Strater, age 3, Auschwitz. Maurice Akatan, age 6, Auschwitz. Mindel Kizka, age 9, place unknown. Chaim Dawidowitz, age 10, Treblinka. Kanzi Olisander, age 2, Skazinets. Pearl Freudy, age 3, Birkenau.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to have you read one more page if you're comfortable with that.
Sure.
Okay.
Armak Liebel, age 10, Belzec. Volvil Rakowski, age 3, Auschwitz. Benjamin Fireman, age 5, Bergen. Lila Grok, age 7, Medzhibos. Mendy Cohn, age 9, Auschwitz. Liebel Paizesta, age 8, Treblinka. Grisha Myerovich, age 9, place unknown. Nelia Lamb, age 1, in Minsk. Ludmila Praise, age 6, place unknown. Ludmila Lyakrovskaya, age 2, Pavlodrokva, Rovka, Ryuka Fersenfeld, age 6, Auschwitz, Nokim Milyavsky, age 7, Bragin, Semen Serberansky, age 7, Drobitskaya, Mulia Benderov, age 4, Miloslaviki, Mordecai Hochberg, age 5, Slominki, Monek Hadrar, age 5, Auschwitz, Srulik Boyarsky, age 7, Treblinka, Wolf Friedman, age 6, Hamno, Abraham Aaron Priest, age 6, Zlokso, Herschel Zrutzler, age 4, Tamasvo.
Thank you, Michelle. Since we have some new people here in the last hour, I'm going to reintroduce today's program relatively briefly, and then we'll move on to the next speaker, is going to be Stan Sloan. But I wanted to just take a moment again to thank everybody who's been here today. We started this program at 8:30 this morning. We have a goal to read approximately 5,000 names today, which is mind-boggling because I've been doing this now for 5 years. And to think that over 5 years' time, I've managed to just barely scratch the surface on the number of names that we have read. As we are trying to, our goal is to read, there were 1 million children who perished during the Holocaust, and we read about 5,000 a year. So if in 20 years, I've done anything that's not even 10%. So we have a long way to go. And it's very harrowing and thoughtful and also painful and difficult. So if you have trouble, if you need a minute, it's okay and understandable. But I want to reintroduce really briefly the theme for this year's program. So this is a program that's done by B'nai B'rith in consultation with Yad Vashem. And each year there's a different theme for the Unto Every Person. There is a name programs, and these are hosted around the country. So good afternoon now. We gather today in remembrance on Yom HaShoah to remember and honor the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. But today we do something more specific and more personal. We remember not only the number, but the names. As the poet Zelda said, unto every person there is a name given by God and given by their parents. Each name we will hear belonged to a person who lived a life, who was part of a family, and who was part of a world. And that's the focus of this year's theme, the Jewish family during the Holocaust. Before the war, the Jewish family was a source of stability, identity, and continuity. Parents worked, children learned, traditions were passed from one generation to the next. Families gathered for meals and holidays, for ordinary moments that gave life meaning. Then, in what history records, but the human mind struggles to comprehend, that world was shattered. Families were torn apart, first by laws, then by violence, then by deportation and murder. Fathers were taken for forced labor. Mothers were left to hold families together under impossible conditions. Children who should have been playing, learning, and growing were forced into survival. Some became smugglers, some became caretakers, all lost their childhood. One survivor recalled the moments they first wore the yellow star and said, that same day I stopped being a child. And yet, even in ghettos, even in camps, even in hiding, families tried to remain together as families. They gathered for meals even when there was almost no food. They tried to preserve dignity even when stripped of everything. They created moments of normalcy in a world that had lost all sense of normal. In the Warsaw Ghetto, one father described a Passover Seder held in defiance of despair. Outside, death was ever present, but inside, for a fleeting moment, there was warmth, connection, and family. The family became both a refuge and at times a source of unbearable anguish. Because one of the cruelest realities of the Holocaust was this. Sometimes to survive, families had to separate. That was true for my family and my grandfather. Parents were faced with impossible decisions, choices no human should ever have to make. To hold on to their children and risk death together, or send them away alone into uncertainty in the faint hope they might live. One mother told her child, "You must survive. You must tell the world what happened." These were acts not of abandonment, but of unimaginable courage and love. And yet, for most families, whether they stayed together or were torn apart, the outcome was the same. Entire families annihilated. Not just individuals, but parents, children, grandparents, entire generations, entire lineages, entire worlds. This is what we must understand today. When we say a name, we are not just remembering one person. We are remembering a family, a history, a future that never had a chance to unfold, especially for these children. And still, even in the face of such devastation, something endured. Human connection endured. Care for one another endured. The instinct to form family, even among strangers, endured. In camps and forests, people created new bonds and families to survive one more day. And after the war, those who survived searched for loved ones, and when they could not find them, they built families again. That act, rebuilding of the Jewish family life, was itself an act of defiance, a refusal to let destruction have the final word. Today we take part in that same act of defiance, because the Nazis sought not only to destroy Jewish lives, but to erase their memory, to reduce human beings to ashes and anonymity. We refuse. By reciting names, we restore identity, we restore dignity, we restore humanity. Each name spoken today pushes back against the oblivion. Each name says this person lived. They mattered. Sorry. They were loved. They belong to a family, and they will not be forgotten. As we listen to the names, let us try, however imperfectly, to imagine the lives behind them. A child at a family table, a mother comforting her son, a father walking his daughter to school. Not statistics, not abstractions, but people. Each one an entire world. And may our act of remembering ensure that their names and the families they belong to live on forever. Thank you. Stan, you're up. Stan, are you there?
Unmute, Stan.
You hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So what name do you want me to start with here?
Alexander Telk, please.
All right, Alexander Telk, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Benjamin Philo, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Betty Jacobson, 2 years old, Kaiserwald. Elias Herrera, 7, Auschwitz. Itzhak Penchak, 5 years old, Auschwitz. Joseph De Vries, 3 years old, Auschwitz. Moisey Bodlinger, 6 years old, Dubasari. Basia Izanterman, 10 years old, Ozerani. Mordechai Yadali, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Eniko Diamantstein, 5 years old, Auschwitz. Alice Hirsch, 7 years old, Auschwitz. Lima Ilask, 9 years old, Chelmno. Leah Berkowitz, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Betsy Slap, 1 years old, Sobibor. Uni Bonstviag, 1 year old, Auschwitz. Joel Kugelman, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Shaskel Rosenwasser, 8 years old, unknown place. Richard Colner, 8 years old, Komalija. Morik Alkadyash, 4 years old, Jasanovac. Sander Lieberman, 10 years old, Auschwitz. Israel Damask, 9 years old, Riga. Kaja Diamant, 10 years old, Chomno. Sruel Steinberg, 1-year-old, Auschwitz. Eureka Lowy, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Ilonaka Bajner, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Leah Weinstein, 3 years old, Odessa. Shaya Kopel, 5 years old, Kalus. Yurish Absalon, 7-year-old, Krakow. Zayama Kayat, 10 years old, place unknown. Itzia Shlakovo, 5 years old, Arnovka. Herschel Izdalski, 9 years old, Treblinka. Ishkak Lajmas, 8 years old, place unknown. Ricky Levy, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Sabatai Shimon, 7 years old, Treblinka. Miriam Kerwisk, 7 years old, Onari area. Eddie Noach, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Ruth Fege, 6 years old, Treblinka. Judith Fleischman, 10 years old, Auschwitz. Marissa Remelstein, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Mordechai Bager, 8 years old, place unknown. Chaim Ehrenfeld, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Leah Kershakovich, 1-year-old, Kherson. Sonia Ivanova, 3 years old, Nikolaev. Gittel Pomeraninsky, 10 years old, Birkenau. Shachana Winnick, 8 years old, place unknown. Tub Rostak, 10 years old, Kiselev. Claude Exler, 1-year-old, Auschwitz. Zina Gervitz, 2 years old, Staro Konstantinov. Izya Koshovich, 2 years old, Kherson. Nachum Hover, 4 years old, Wisak. Yocheved Kozavowitz, 10 years old, Kaiman Kosrisky. Willie Rakovitz, 9 years old, Minsk. Michal Elyevitz, 3 years old, Mariupol. Dina Shosilowski, 9 years old, Orno. Marileka Windish, 5 years old, Belgic. Nehemias Wojdy, 7 years old, Sobibor. Isaac Sher, 10 years old, Utena. Gertrude Schlosser, 1-year-old, Auschwitz. Yakov Ecker, 7 years old, place unknown.
All right, Stan, I'm going to have you read one more page, and then Gary's going to take over after this page, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Milena Eisnerova, 5 years old, Birkenau. Eric Najman, 4 years old, place unknown. Pinya Hayat, 7 years old, Grigoropol. Chaya Sherish, 7 years old, Odessa. Zindel Ziegelman, 10 years old, Auschwitz. Isaac Sarafin, 4 years old, Yevpatoria. Henry Bidkowski, 10 years old, place unknown. Yehudith Grunwald, 9 years old, place unknown. Abraham Frochevich, 9 years old, Auschwitz. Rebecca Kolowski, 8 years old, Sarny. Yehuda Druckman, 10 years old, Yadinetzi. Yehuda Frankel, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Carol Nihom, 10 years old, Sobibor. Abraham Frokokwach, 9 years old, Auschwitz. Rebecca Kokovitsky, 8 years old, Sarny. Yehuda Druckman, 10 years old, Ayadineti. Yehuda Frankel, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Carol Nihom, 10 years old, Sobibor. Milik Makler, 5 years old, Kishinev. Monia Avantaman, 5 years old, Odessa. Ania Friedman, 6 years old, Treblinka. Kopel Gervitz, 2 years old, Dvinsk. Stella Kosheleva, 2 years old, place unknown. Esther Hayat, 9 years old, Siskuksin. Joseph Feinstadt, 5 years old, Montenegro.
Thank you, Stan.
Welcome. You're doing a good job there, Marcus.
I'm trying to hold it together. And it's okay that we don't. Gary, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
You see my screen okay?
Yeah, I can see it fine. I'm going to give you the names of my mother's family.
Yes, please.
They're the Strauss family of Mergelsheim, Germany, and they all perished in the Holocaust. David Strauss, Laura Strauss, Martha Strauss-Schlossberg, Joseph Schlossberg, their children, Jost, Max, Bernice, my mother's sister, Ruth Strauss, Sophie Elkon, Sophie Adler Strauss, Greta Strauss, and two of my great-grandfather, Max Eichholz and Bernhard Eichholz. Yitzim Arabahamowitz, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Velvel Goldzentz, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Anna Gansberg, 8 years old, Gadach. Yaakov Fizoff, 6 years old, Cezatova. Mary Young, DeYoung, 10 years old, Sobibor. Moshe Sternfeld, 4 years old, Auschwitz. Isaac Renstadt, 5 years old, Zemir. Lenoya McCavan, 5 years old, Maripol. Linnea Mikatan, 5 years old, Maripol. Sinyan Kadosh, 8 years old, unknown. Boya Feld, 9 years old, Yastronova. Ruth Grossman, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Michael Radowski, 10 years old, Treblinka. Frima Windhale, 8 years old, Belzik. Tazalia Goldbra, 4 years old, Bishanovich. Gilka Deutsch, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Rizuzi Bilcher, 5 years old, Treblinka. Koeka Borsharek, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Shendel Skapapia, 5 years old, Drohovitz. Next page, please. Thank you. Lazarlo Fried, 7 years old, Auschwitz. Frigeles Fishman, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Moshe Friedman, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Belya Krizanpan, 3 years old, Bizinia. Hinch Gruswald, 10 years old, unknown. Sarah Sumowitz, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Shaloma Mayaskatsky, 6 years old, Minsk. Elia Schneider, 4 years old, Auschwitz. Jasaka Dantz, 9 years old, unknown. Judith Freud, 7 years old, Auschwitz. Mirjan Frankel, 4 years old, Auschwitz. Oops. Zataka Zamarowski, 10 years old, Pinsk. Jacob Greenbaum, 9 years old, Auschwitz. Majaka Favreski, 8 years old, Hodok. Katak Fried, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Isawa Miritovich, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Raquel Hoffman, 9 years old, unknown. Simon Rosenberg, 8 years old, Ashka. Leo Matuson, 10 years old, Rokosas. Sarah Geisis, 7 years old, Auschwitz.
All right, thank you, Gary. Jeanette, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, please include your family's names. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I guess my mother's name's first. Abram Gershon Greenblatt, 47 years old, Treblinka. Hannah Judith Weinstein Greenblatt, 45 years old, Treblinka. Gil Mordechai Greenblatt, 24 years old, Treblinka. Isaac Mendel Greenblatt, 20 years old, Treblinka. Masha Greenblatt, 18 years old, Treblinka. Rechele Greenblatt, 16 years old, Treblinka. Joseph Weinstein, age unknown, Treblinka. Jacob Weinstein, age unknown, Treblinka. Jacob Kosciuszka, age unknown, Treblinka. Itzhak Meyer Pichulik, this is my father's family, 66 years old, Treblinka. Esther Tiermond Pichulik, 63 years old, Treblinka. Ariel Leigh Pichulik, 36 years old, Stolziklop, Russia. Shoshana Pichulik, 34 years old, Stolziklop, Russia. Misha Pichulik, 2 years old, Stolziklop, Russia. Fievel Pichulik, 33 years old, Treblinka. Simcha Binim Pichulik, 37 years old, Bravanovich, Russia. Saba Pichulik, 35 years old, Baranovich, Russia. Rose Pichulik, 3 years old, Baranovich, Russia. Pezha Lesniska Minjlija Pichulik, 65 years old, Treblinka. Rivka Laja Pichulik, 64 years old, Treblinka. Mendel Pichulik, 60 years old, Treblinka. Estera Sajendle Pichulik, 57 years old, Treblinka. Simcha Binim Pichulik, 45 years old, Treblinka. Sura Ida Pichulik, 40 years old, Treblinka. That's my family.
Wow. That's a lot to take. Yeah.
Well, that's what I have found so far.
Wow. Okay. Will you read one page of names here of
Yes.
our list? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
thank you.
he will be up next.
Judith Friedman, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Malcy Rosenberg, 10 years old, Auschwitz. Ludwig Seeliger, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Bronia Koifman, 5 years old, Gayson. Benjamin Ikovitz, 8 years old, Auschwitz. Chaim Cohn, 5 years old, Auschwitz. Carol Popper, 8 years old, Molly Trustenek. Zalman Gorlachev, 7 years old, Rizna. Moishe Lesnicki, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Ziendla Nemerzansky, 6 years old, place unknown. Pesel Abramovich, 7 years old, Kemelnik. Abram Cooperstein, 10 years old, place unknown. Sevik Sesnizlevy, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Mirjam Friedman, 2 years old, Auschwitz. Emma Luberstein, 5 years old, Grozovo. Judith Friedman, 6 years old, Auschwitz. Zuzisi Gallery, 9 years old, Auschwitz. Sergei Siklars, 8 years old, place unknown. Matulya Feinstein, 5 years old, place unknown. Aaron Krupatkva, 10 years old, place unknown.
Thank you, Jeanette, very much.
Thank you for doing this.
Welcome. Lee, are you ready to take over and read some names? I'm not sure. I saw her on camera a while ago, but I think she might have popped off.
Did
Oh,
did
you're
you
there.
did,
Hi,
did you
Lee.
say Lee?
I did. You're up. Lee, how's it going? Oh, iPad 150. What's your name?
Oh, that's Michael. That's you.
Oh.
My husband, Michael.
He just disappeared.
Yeah, he's not reading. He wanted to hear me. Thank you.
Oh, no, absolutely. Thank you very much again for participating. All right, Lee, whenever you're ready.
Chaim Gladstein, place unknown, age 2. Hanan Wash, murdered at Belgrade, age 5. Jonathan Spira, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Judith Gink, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Rizel Landau, murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Shmuel Bakalchuk, murdered in Pinsk, age 9. Zorika Wegner, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Avram Blazer, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Georgi Glantz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Georgi Gluck, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Harry Kreveld, murdered at Sobibor, age 6. Judith Goldschmidt, murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Jutka Gross, murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Tyrell Levkovich, murdered at Wilna, age 8. Miklos Gluck, murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Where was I? Amija Shub, murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. George Fixler, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Henya Grenkraut, murdered at Birkenau, age 7. Joseph Cohen, murdered at Treblinka, age 9. Chaim Manderer, murdered at Sobibor, age 3. Hannah Itali, murdered at Birkenau, age 7. Kopel Kornhauser, place unknown, age 7. Zandel Schwartblatt, murdered at Stepan, age 9. Tommy Gross, murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Simon Potowski, murdered at Nowoshriziani, age 10. Andrus Lengyel, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Anya Gurevich, murdered at Babi Yar, age 1. Kane Kirzner, murdered in the ghetto, age 9. Ranke Werman, place unknown, age 3. Melita Reichman, murdered at Birkenau, age 10. Refke Rosenwasser, place unknown, age 10. Slila Goniberg, place unknown, age 5. Yuri Ofstein, murdered at Stalino, age 5. Fegula Rosenweig, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. And Jakor Hirschkowitz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Moshe Grilikas, murdered at Fort 9, age 4. Susie Hillinger, place unknown, age 8. Andrus Kirali, place unknown, age 3. Irka Rosenbaum, place unknown, age 8. Reli Bosch, murdered at a camp, age 2.
One more. I'm waiting on Jeff Kalwerski, who's the next reader, and I don't know if he's here yet. And then after Jeff is Diane Heller, who is here. So if you'll read one more page, Lee, that will get.
Right. And then,
if you have family names too, you can add those, of course.
Blimu Weig, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Rosika Lowy, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Yankala Mueller, place unknown, age 5. Marika Goldglantz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Izia Kleinerman, place unknown, age 8. Leonia Kligerovich, murdered in Minsk, age 9. Sioma Kukes, murdered at Minsk, age 2. Sioma Karias, murdered at Woronowo, age 4. Cecilia Brutkina, murdered at Pogrebische area, age 3. Denny Rule, murdered at Auschwitz, age 3. Chaim Glucksmann, place unknown, age 9. Lesbis Winkler, place unknown, age 3. Benjamin Israel, murdered at Birkenau, age 5. Judith Goldstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Bella Goldstein, murdered in Auschwitz, age 9. Avram Katznelson, murdered at Lyuban, age 4. Israel Goldstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Israel Grayek, place unknown, age 8. Marila Pershak, murdered at Kremianiak, age 5. Bella Grossheim, murdered in Riga, age 4.
Thank you much. Appreciate that. Jeff Kalwerski, are you on the call? I don't see Jeff here. Oh, he's running late. Okay. All right, I'm gonna read a couple pages, and then Diane, you'll be up, I think, next. I'm also waiting on Elizabeth Krebs, but I don't see her. She's from BB B'nai B'rith International up in, I think, in New York. So, all right, Suzanne Newmetzger, age 5, murdered at Lublin. Miklos Goldstein, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Miklos Grunwald, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Zalman Kodesh, murdered at Vilaka, age 5. Pyotr Terlovsky, murdered at Babi Yar, age 2. Jackie Schwartz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Fanny Lipschitz, murdered in a camp at age 9. Josef Holzer, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Amiko Roth, murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Chaya Chenzelek, murdered at Treblinka, age 1. Chaim Greenbaum, murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Freddie Christeller, murdered at Sobibor, age 7. Hermine Chas, murdered at Riga, age 3. Issachar Agit, murdered at Zydakzau, age 9. Lilike Roth, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Miklos Haas, murdered at Birkenau, age 7. Susanna Altman, murdered at place unknown, age 7. Yagutka Eisenberg, murdered at Auschwitz, age 8. Laszlo Gruen, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Florence Jakubowicz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Tamara Padersky, murdered at Zinkov, age 3. Yossi Pollock, murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Chaya Yosef, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Yosela Weinberg, murdered at Treblinka, age 3. Ida Maleva, murdered at a place unknown, aged 5. Tamara Kodorskaya, murdered at a place unknown, age 5. Misha Neymark, murdered at Nesivj, age 10. Zelman Leibovitz, murdered at Auschwitz, age 9. Chava Kapalovitz, murdered at Birkenau, age 9. Menachem Jasny, murdered at Auschwitz, age 10. Ilse Eisenberg, murdered at an unknown location at age 9. Doodle Brantman, murdered at Kalarasi, age 8. Leova Perelman, murdered at Balabanovka, age 5. Serenka Padauer, murdered at Auschwitz, age 5. Munzio Nas, murdered at Tarnopol, age 8. Bella Kemelhur, murdered at an unknown location, age 8. Chaya Kaplovich, murdered at Birkenau, age 9. Dario Saragosi, murdered at Treblinka, age 4. Joachim Holoch, murdered at Sambor, age 6. Nathan Huff, murdered at Frampol, age 10. All right, I just saw a couple of our readers hop on the call while I was reading that. Liz Krebs, I think you are. Hold on, before I say that, let me double check my schedule here. Yes, Liz, you are from 3:20 to 3:25. So I will get you to the next page if you're ready, and if you have any family names you'd like to add, feel free to do so at the beginning. And Liz, we recorded this, and I'm gonna send you some bits and pieces of it that I think have been really good, as far as like talking about the theme for this year's event and other things that have gone on.
That would be wonderful. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If you'll read 2 pages, that would be ideal.
Yeah, that would be fine. I'm just looking for my family members, so hold on one second, please.
And Diane, you're on deck, so after Liz reads, you'll read next.
Getzel Walter, Goldie Walter, Golda Weiss, Shmuel Alter, Shalom Alter, Isaac Alter, Kaya Weiss, Martin Alter, Joseph Alter, and Simon Alter, and there are many more, but I'm not going to, just keeping them in my memory. So Alec Abramson, born in 1937, place of residence Polotzk, place of death Vitebsk, age 4. Nathan Lajenweber, date of birth 1936, place of residence Hasnowiak, Auschwitz was the place of death. in 1943. He was age 6. Mala Tenenbaum, date of birth 1939, place of residence Maloriata, place of death Maloriata, and he was age 3. Georgi Grunwald, 1942, Kalazvar, Auschwitz, place of death Auschwitz, and he was 2 years old, or she was 2 years old. Odette Abulafia, born in 1936, place of residence Paris, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 8. Haya Curotero, date of birth 1935, place of residence Stefanesti, place of death Pechora, and he was 8.
How you feeling?
Andres Neufeld, date of birth 1939, place of residence Chust, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 5.
Can you hear me?
Juka Mueller, place of residence Sigand, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 9. Rosika Rice, place of residence Kunzent Miklos, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 5. Harelka Tondowski, place of residence Turek, at the age of 5. Henrik Swartzman, born in 1936 in Lublin, perished at the age of 6. Miki Lebovics, born in 1934, place of residence Mukachevo, perished in Auschwitz in 1944 at the age of 10. Ruth Henner, place of residence in Berlin, place of death perished in Birkenau in 1943, age of 7. Edith Hirsch, born in 1939, place of residence Marish Bar Sarle, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 5. Nahum Rodman, lived in Kauna, perished in Kauna at the age of 4. Kessie Kupfer, Isu de Seuss, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 9. Gino Hartstein, place of residence Margita, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 6. Jackie Schneid, born in 1936, lived in Lowell, perished in Lowell at the age of 6. Billy Teuter, born in 1935 in Odessa, perished in Odessa in 1941 at the age of 6. Pally Deutsch, born in 1940, place of residence Diosig, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 5. Sonny Roth, date of birth 1937, lived in Nagibanya, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 7. Ella Hoffner, born in 1932, place of residence Tarnow, place of death in Belzec at the age of 10. Yuraka Trop, place of residence in Odessa at the age of 4. He perished at the age of 4. Rajan Hershkovitz, born in 1936, lived in Lipsha, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 8. Isaac Kiyak, born in 1932, lived in Baranowitz, perished in Baranowitz at the age of 10. Martha P. Ernikars, born in 1936, place of residence Pavianis, perished at the age of 6. Naum Reichman, born in 1940, in Lublin, perished in Lublin at the age of 1. Yasha Margulis, born in 1934, place of residence in Odessa, Domanevka, perished in Domanevka at the age of 9. Raya Likterova, born in 1937, Artemovsk, perished in Artemovsk at the age of 5. Zenya Mendelovich lived in Smolensk, perished in Smolensk at the age of 7. Heshu Hershon, born in 1939, lived in Strij, perished at the age of 2. Kostya Magnus lived in Mariupol, perished in Mariupol at the age of 5. Maya Kolos, born in 1938, Bialystok, perished at the age of 4. Benjamin Klein, born in 1939, in place of residence Ungvar, perished at Auschwitz at the age of 5. Meshulam Abramovich.
Shulam.
I'm sorry? Oh,
Shulam.
Meshulam Abramovich. Thank you. Lived in Maramaris, Siget, died at the age of 6. Gittel Wiener, place of residence Masanika, perished in Masanika at the age of 7. Veiga Schenfeld, born in 1938, perished in Strij at the age of 3. Zizel Mermelstein, place of residence Zabrod, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 1. Becky Duch, place of residence is Miss Colts, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 9. And Esther Keller, place of residence in Petrova, perished in Auschwitz at the age of 7.
Thank you, Liz, very, very much. Diane, you are next. Are you there, Diane? If not, we can go to Jeff.
Sorry, I was on mute.
You're on mute. That should be.
And I was saying, please forgive me for not saying these names correctly. Manaheim Moises, murdered in Birkenau, age 10. Piotr.
Piotr.
Vergilis, Birkenau, murdered in
Berdichev,
age 5. Charlotte Kaufman, murdered in Auschwitz, age 3. Oscar Grunwald, murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Ruth Hirsch, murdered, place unknown, age 3. Sylvia Storlowitz, murdered in Auschwitz, age 6. Begala Koffler, murdered in Toulouse, age 9. Sprinzy Weisel, murdered unknown, age 4. Chaim
Yudkevich,
murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Hetty D, murdered in Sobibor, age 8. Jonas Appelzug, murdered in Bursau, age 3. Lily Schwartz, murdered in Auschwitz, age 5. Hers Weingarten, murdered, place unknown, age 9. Helinka Ploner, murdered in
Plavner.
Plaudner,
Mhm.
murdered in Auschwitz, age 7. Jacques Calise, murdered in Auschwitz, age 1. Yosef Anisi, murdered in Treblinka, age 5. Nissim Levy, murdered in a camp at age 9. Yahu Fried, murdered in Auschwitz, age 5. Jacob Koren, murdered in Salim, no, age 8.
Helmno.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ludwig Lothringer, murdered in Belzec, age 4.
All right.
If anybody
Diane.
wants to take over for me, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah. Jeff, you can hop in here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Breda Smilovsky died at Majdanek at the age of 9. Katka Eckstein died at Auschwitz, age of 10. Jan Milutin died at Stalino, age of 1. Leah Gerson died at Tulsi, age 10. Hirsch Keller died at Auschwitz, age 8. Israel Holitz died at Auschwitz, age 3. Frommer Weingarten died at Auschwitz, age 10. Gentle Kiefer died at Auschwitz, age 1. Beryl Harchudin died at Osipovici, age 7. Judith Ikovich died at Auschwitz, age 7. Rikete Alaluf died at Auschwitz, age 7. Zvi Kalech died unknown place, aged 1. Jakob Innesman died at Vostislav, age 7. Lenka Nadolna lived at Novgorod, unknown place of death, aged 4. Edith Isakovich died at Auschwitz, age 5. Alter Ashman died at Treblinka, age 10. Yaakov Maltz died at Treblinka, age 9. Tamara Bereskovskaya died at Dnepropetrovsk, aged 1. Jan Alexandrovich died at Belzec, aged 5. Eva Plocky died at Chelmno, aged 9. Morris Kravchik died at Auschwitz, aged 4. Lialia Goldensbach died at Dunayevsky, aged 1. Edith Yakubovich died at Auschwitz, aged 10. Shabu Weinberger died at Auschwitz, aged 8. Tonya Korman died at Belzec, aged 3. Judith Yakubovich died at Auschwitz, aged 7. Nelly Abshul lived at Obertin, unknown place of death, died at 8. Josef Kardos died at Auschwitz, aged 2. Perelke Zaastrom died at Zaklishin, aged 7. Shuzi Chrysler died at Auschwitz, aged 1. Ella Kuznetsova died at Khareya, aged 8. Leah Maimina died at Polotsk, age 2. Israel Horovich died at Auschwitz, age
Jeff, I think we lost you. You're still there. All right. Leah Maimina was murdered in Polotsk, age 2. Israel Horowitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 7. Junyo Urich, who lived in Lvov, perished at an unknown location at age 2. Miklos Josevitz was murdered at Auschwitz, age 2. Etel Kozyanek was murdered at an unknown location, age 2. Yocheved Stein was murdered at Auschwitz, age 4. Judith Kinch was murdered at Auschwitz, age 1. Sammy Matarazzo was murdered at Auschwitz, age 6. Yaakov Kemmelman was murdered at an unknown location, age 10. I'm going to ask the next speaker if they can pick up. Panina Haber, are you on the call? I didn't see you. No. Okay. Then I have the last two on my list here are Elizabeth Barney and then Aviva Berman. So Elizabeth, you are up, and Aviva, you're on deck, so to speak. And then I'd love to end the program by reciting the Kaddish together if you guys are up for that after Aviva reads. So Elizabeth, if you're on the call, you can pick up Sarah Becker. And of course, as I've said, if you have any family names you wish to add, please feel free to do so. I recommend adding them at the beginning because by the end, you might have a hard time getting out words.
Sarah Becker, place of death unknown, age 3. Margaretha Slop, Auschwitz, age 2. Benjamin Golborski, Honari, age 3. Mikol Zusmanovitz, place of death unknown, age 6. Hanan Stogel Jean Zalk, place of death unknown, age 10. Natshu Friedman, Auschwitz, age 7. Maya Krivich, Marinka Gorka, age 6. Yitzka Meyerson, Ventspils, age 6. Sofia Komarova, Daraganova, age 1. Stanislav Titelman, place of death, Warszawa, age 8. Favel Shavitz, place of death, Honari, age 10. Semyon Fainlieb, place of death, Dnipro Trovosk, age 2. Alex Tutunik, place of death, Babi Yar, age 5. Figale Kalinov place of death unknown, age 4. Sejindi Roth, place of death, Auschwitz, age 5. Galina Yofi, place of death, Borisov, age 4. Gershon Goldeshant, place of death, Auschwitz, age 5. Sophie Roth, place of death, Auschwitz, age 5. Fauschwus Kleinman, place of death, Auschwitz, age 5. Evelyn Yakov, place of death, Auschwitz, age 1. Miklos Kietier, place of death, Auschwitz, age 9. Rebecca Lichi, place of death, Birkenau, age 8. Wolf Mikkelson, place of death, Treblinka, age 8. Gazella Kremer, place of death, Auschwitz, age 8. Yuneshka Dukovny, place of death, Auschwitz, age 4. Menachem Konotopsky, place of death, Chomsk, age 2. Hindel Shikman, place of death, Slavkov, age 9. Mary Schultz, place of death, Auschwitz, age 5. Meyer Moskal, place of death, Kamensk-Podolsky, age 9. Iskov Yakovics, place of death, Auschwitz, age 3. Rizia Cohn, place of death, Treblinka, age 10. Zygmunt Rosenkranz, place of death, Belzig, age 1. Sonyi Wise, place of death, Birkenau, age 8. Yeno Lorensk, place of death, Auschwitz, age 8. Halinka Rosen, place of death, Warsaw, age 5. Yakov Moskovitz, place of death, Auschwitz, age 8. Vera Kemel, place of death, Odessa, age 3. Lyochka Nopenmin-Yashkaya, place of death, Kharkov, age 7. Rivka Perelman, place of death, Treblinka, age 8. Moishe Krasowski, place of death unknown, age 2.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Much appreciated. Aviva, if you'll read the 2 more pages, and we will then do the Kaddish for everybody at the end of these 2 pages. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Asya Mairovich, place of death, Kislovodsk, age 10. Yehuda Rott, place of death, Auschwitz, age 9. Arlette Montlemacher, place of death unknown, age 2. Shopi Holzer, place of death, Auschwitz, age 9. Bomka Ganetskes, place of death unknown, age 5. Celia Kordos, place of death, Bobrusk, age 3. Nita Trebitsk, place of death, Auschwitz, age 7. Lukjan Goldwag, place of death, Belzec, age 2. Peter K. Vajja, place of death, Mocha, age 6. Hova Ekdeshman, place of death, Vinica, age 8. Manya Cross, place of death, Varvakova, age 1. Iki Berkowicz, place of death, Wolano, age 4. Mikhail Koplyov, place of death, Pochep, age 3. Shaya Danovich, place of death, Proplyusk, age 4. Miriam Matias, place of death unknown, age 9. Udite Lowy, place of death, Auschwitz, age 8. Yakov Kheit, place of death, Grigoriopol, age 3. Henry Meyer, place of death, Auschwitz, age 7. Juditya Kugelman, place of death, Auschwitz, age 6. Liza Korzelov, place of death, Kokand, age 2. Yosef Korbashinsky, place of death, Korostyeshev, age 8. Vera Koitich, place of death, Odessa, age 4. Baila Nathan, place of death, Auschwitz, age 7. Jeanette Bordenstan, place of death, Auschwitz, age 6. Lilia Timashev, place of death, Klimovici, age 2. Pessel Schwarblatt, place of death, Stepan, age 5. Tamara Perich, place of death, Kirch, age 5. Mikhia Kislov, place of death, Liozno, age 7. Tanya Shaposhnikova, place of death, Odessa, age 3. Ichele Feigels, place of death, Treblinka, age 3. Heinrich Wasserman, place of death, Bratslav, age 9. Marilka Balkowski, place of death unknown, age 8. Bella Orbach, place of death unknown, age 6. Miki Muskal, place of death Auschwitz, age 10. Manya Lahova, place of death Vitebsk, age 4. Leah Osharovitz, place of death Auschwitz, age 10. Riechke Prinz, place of death Birkenau, age 4. Werner Stein, Auschwitz, place of death Auschwitz, age 3. Mindel Bursten, place of death Tikotskin, age 4. Miriam Kolyavskaya, place of death Slutsk, age 5.
Thank you, Aviva. And thank you, everybody who's read names today so far. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can pull up the words of the Kaddish, and I'd love to read that together and say the Kaddish for these folks and continue to remember them forever and always. Let me share my screen. Text of the Kaddish. Feel free to put yourself on mute or not if you'd like to sing with me. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. Yit gadal, v'yit gadal, merabah. V'yalma divra, v'yamli b'chayechon, b'chon, u'chaye d'chol beit Yisrael. Ba'gala, amen. Yehi shmei rabba, le'olam nomaya. Barach v'yishtabach, v'yitpa'ar, v'yitadar, le'ela,
מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תשבחתה ונחמתה, תמירון בעלמה, ואמרו אמן.
Yehi shlama
רבים שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן.
Oseh shalom
עושה שלום במרומה, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן.
Nice call, Mark.
Thank you, Harry. With that will conclude today's program. As I said, we recorded it, and at several different points, we reintroduced the theme of today, which was the family during the Holocaust. I thank you all for participating. It is every year I am impacted more and more by it as my children grow. My daughters are 10 and 6, so reading these names in those years is very tough. But thank you, and we will see you again in the future, I am sure. Heatrode.
Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Marcus and Harry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. See you guys later. Take good care.